right, James. Give me like 60 more seconds, and then I'll be ready. Let me grab a beer. All right. One more minute there. Okay. I think that'll work. Okay. Okay, James, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you're coming in pretty well. Give me 1 second again to Jimmy rig this setup. I don't really have a studio. I can see in the background you have your own studio kind of thing going. That's great.
Sort of. I've become like a semi-audiophile in the past couple of years, so I've taken that pretty seriously.
Okay. All right, let me crack this here beer, and I think we're good to go. Final adjustments here. Uh-huh. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Okay, this is the official start. I have, let's see, what's the last name? Barr. James Barr. Okay, what's up, everyone? This is the Mgtow Cowboy. Greetings and salutations. I'm starting a live stream. It'll probably go for at least an hour, maybe an hour and a half. I hope to interview, I don't know, at least 2 or 3 individuals. Feel free to call in. Right now, I'm taking a call from Mr. Is it James Barr?
Yeah, the last name is abbreviated. It's a pretty long name, but it's Barrientos, but I put Bar in just for it's kind of like a show tune's name. Easier to remember if you catch my drift.
Okay. Yeah, I think I was it you I've communicated with before? Your moniker is it a guy with dreadlocks?
Oh yeah, that's me. I got my dreadlocks tied back right now.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay, so yeah, I at least I have a cursory knowledge of who you are. Yeah, so please introduce yourself. Who, what, when, where, why? Who are you? How old are you? Where are you from? What do you do? What brought you to Mgtow? And if you can share any good Mgtow, any red pill or Mgtow story.
Okay, good assortment of information there. Well, for the past 7 years, I've been working as a bicycle mechanic. I live in the DMV area practically my entire life. At the moment, I share an apartment with my father. We've been renting this apartment now for, a little over half a year. And what brought me to Mgtow, I guess you could say it's just a small assortment of experiences that has been accumulating bit by bit over the course of my entire life. And I reckon the straw that broke the camel's back there was a situationship, a cohabitation arrangement that I had with my previous affair, which gave me an assortment of experiences that solidified the red pill reality, if you would. Um, so yeah,
Okay, let me, if I may ask you a couple of starter questions. What state are you from?
oh, Maryland, born and raised, but aspiring to leave, at some point in the near future. Let's see where
Okay,
my opportunities take me.
okay, and how old are you?
28.
Oh, okay, oh, that's great. Okay, you're really young. Yeah, that's pretty young to discover Mgtow or to discover the red pill. Okay, and you said you live with your father in an apartment, or the two of you share an apartment. I imagine that that's really awesome, but I also imagine that there are going to be some shortcomings there. Can you talk about that for a second? Like you probably can't bring girls home, or I don't know, maybe you could. I don't know how. Is it a one bedroom, two bedroom?
Oh, it's a 2 bedroom sort of. They dub it as like a roommate suite. So our rooms are at the opposite sides of the apartment. And feasibly, I mean, I could if I really wanted to, but I just enjoy the peace too damn much to really rock the boat.
Sure, sure. So you're how old are you again? You said you're 28. How old is your dad?
My dad is 60.
Okay. Okay. So he was what, 30, 32, 31, I guess, when he created you. Okay. That's a pretty good age. Also, it's relatively rare, I think, at least nowadays, to live with your father. Can you talk about that? I was raised by my father. I know what it's like to be raised by a father. Were you raised by your dad? Were you raised by your mom and then later decided to move in with your? Were you raised by your mom and then later decided to move in with your dad?
I lived and was feasibly raised by my mom for a strong majority of my young life up until now. This was the first opportunity I've had to really live with my father. And funnily enough, I mean, our both of our relationships ended around the same time. So it's sort of aligned to the point where we were able to arrange this living situation with each other. So he had come off of a relationship with my stepmother, and that didn't work out with each other. And that was around the same time that my cohabitation situation was starting to deteriorate. So when we kind of had grasp of what was going on in each other's lives at around the same time, we sort of made sense of things, and we were able to
Sure.
come up with this arrangement.
Okay, that it sounds like it's working for you guys. Would you say? Can you tell us what was the nature of your relationship with your father prior to this? Was your father always in your life? Was he, kind of in your life once in a while, just on holidays, or you never seen him before in your life before you were 25? Or can you go into that?
Oh yeah, it was kind of that typical, seeing your father on the weekends, maybe typically during summer break, spend a majority of the time with him. There was a point where he lived fairly close to me in his own apartment, so I was able to kind of stop by and visit him whenever I wanted to. But um, you could say that there was a degree of estrangement that sort of developed due to the lack of that father-son bonding time that should have happened during one's developmental years, going into puberty and,
Can
going into
you
high
can you
school.
can,
Uh-huh.
can you? I'm sorry to interrupt you, James. Can you go into that a little bit, like in detail, like were your parents ever married? If not, did they ever live together? When would you say your father became what you described as estranged? When you were two? When you were four? When you were 14?
Yeah, so my parents married after I was conceived, and then they spent a number of years living together, and we, along with myself and my sister, we were a 4-member family unit living together for a certain amount of years. And then around the time I was, approaching 10 or so, that's when the problems started to arise. And, they had their divorce and they got separated. and my mother kept the apartment. And yeah, and then it was just that conventional, seeing your father on the weekends kind of situation. But yeah, I always knew my father. There wasn't a time where he just, dipped and, he became the typical pops kind of figure. Yeah, he was there enough for me to know him and always have a semblance of respect and all that good stuff. So I never had it as bad as some men out there would have it, fortunately.
Right,
Enough,
right.
yeah,
A lot of men. Uh, for example, when I was growing up, I was living in Chicago, and I knew a number of. I would call them. I would label them as like neighborhood friends. I had friends at school. I had friends from my father's neighborhood where my father and his wife lived, and I had friends where my mom lived. So I had two sets of neighborhood friends, if you will. At my dad's neighborhood, I had more friends, considerably more. 10 friends, 12 friends, a couple, a lot, and some of them they were raised by their mothers. They never even met their father. Like literally, they couldn't point to their own father in a crowd of, in a lineup, if you will. That's not your situation at all, right? I mean, you knew your father from a young age, even though he didn't have primary custody. He had partial custody, so you knew what he looked like. You could recognize his voice. You would see him on high holidays, that kind of thing.
oh yeah, even as a silhouette, I would be able to recognize him. So,
Okay, okay, well that's great.
fortunately for me, there was that degree of familiarity integrated into my being. So I was able to, as far as the developmental sciences with children goes, I was able to achieve some sort of degree where I was able to develop and function to where I am right now. I mean, better off than a lot of other people. Uh,
Yeah,
in
yeah, I would
unfortunate
say.
basis.
I remember I remember doing some research, and I had the same research confirmed by what's his name? Have you ever heard of Stefan Molyneux?
Yeah, unfortunately, he was kicked off YouTube quite some time ago.
Yeah, yeah, right. A couple years ago. Yeah. Well, if you remember him, so I guess you've heard of him. Yeah, he was talking about, and I've also seen the same thing. I have seen the same information posted elsewhere. Apparently, um, just having your father around, or okay, what the science shows is that it doesn't necessarily have to be the father. The father is the best, but any sort of male relative, the closest to the father is the closer to the father, the better. It like totally helps the child. It helps the child develop properly, and I'm not talking about like. So I'm talking about like, of course, psychologically, but I'm talking about also like physiologically, like literally chemicals in the brain. The father gives off, if you will, chemicals, or they're called pheromones, and it helps the child develop properly. Literally, the declension of your voice, how your voice develops, is going to be affected by whether you have contact with your father. And this is not just boys. Girls, for example, girls for some reason, and evolutionary psychologists talk about this. They say things like, "Oh, for some reason, it's proven if there are no men in the girl's life, if there's no father present, basically the female child is more likely to go into puberty much earlier, and this is well documented, and not by like a month or something, by like 2 or 3 years. So instead of your daughter going into puberty at 13, she starts puberty at like 10 or 11, and evolutionary psychologists will talk about like, oh well, the idea is if there's no men, then there must be war in the tribe, and the men have been killed off, and so the chemicals, the absence of these chemicals, tells the female to start making babies immediately to repopulate the tribe, and blah blah blah. Well, guess what? It does the same thing for the boys, for the young boys. Basically, the evidence that's coming out appears to show us that although feminists, they say things like, "Oh, you don't really need a man." What does Hillary Clinton say? It takes a village to raise a child. The real truth is, having the actual biological father present is good for the development, not just psychological development, but for the proper physiology of the child. Does that make any sense?
Oh yeah, of course. Other features that might show up. Well, in the case of the female, anyways, is a deeper voice and an accentuation of their development into puberty. So, bigger breasts, bigger butt, probably. I mean, like I said, deeper voice, uh, and that can also manifest into the psyche as well. I mean, they will have to develop more aggressive and more masculine oriented mindset to ensure that they'll be able to survive in whatever hostile environment might present itself. So that makes a hell of a lot of sense to me. And I lived with someone like that. It was my prior relationship, and throughout the course of us knowing each other, she, as a matter of fact, dispelled to me, her family history and what it was like growing with her birth mother, her foster mother. And throughout my time knowing her, I subconsciously was able to piece that information together. And then coming out of the smoke, I was able to just have my epiphany moment as to what sort of paradigm I was affiliated with. And so that's what sort of solidified me in more of that red pill oriented philosophy, where I'm just like really paying more attention to the constituents in my immediate environment and just being able to decipher how this gynocratic oriented society has kind of morphed our cultural landscape. It's been very much enlightening in my experience.
Did you go to college by any chance? College, university, anything like that? Trade school, anything?
I attempted to go to community college twice, but I ended out dropping out each time at the end of the first semester. It's just I've never really been able to assimilate in that sort of academic environment. Even when I was in public school, I had a difficult time. And don't get me wrong, I did have some good years behind me. I made the honor roll a couple times. I've always had teachers tell me I was smart and all that stuff. But if I were to have it my way, I would have just, knowing what I know now, I would have just gone straight into a trade, like perhaps after primary school, and just started to, get my hands dirty and know about the world and know about how to talk to people, to conduct business with people and all that practical stuff. But, unfortunately that had to come later, again, as I kind of awakened out of that conventional miasma of, propaganda. And, up to now, I'm still picking up the pieces and desperately trying to learn what I've meant to learn as a man this whole time.
Yeah, no, I'm so sorry. And it's not just you. I remember a couple months back, I made a video about it, talking about how just college in general. It just seems, I don't know if it's gotten any better. I think it's starting to get better. But I remember back when I was in university, when I started university like 20 years ago, um, everyone was just told that that's what you do. You go to college. You go to college or you're a loser. You go to college or you go to university straight out, or you're a loser. Or, if you don't have the money, you start at a community college and you do that for 2 years and then you prove yourself. And then, if you get good grades, you transfer over to a 4-year university where you finish out. And because you've done so well, you're going to get all these scholarships. And then once you graduate, you're going to be a big dog, and everyone's going to like you, and you're going to get your first job. You'll be in middle management within a year, and all the girls will be like, ooh, ooh, James, I love you. You're rich. Oh, marry me. Or you know what I'm saying? Like, everyone's told to go to college. Well, the truth is, guess what? If I had it all over to do again, I also would not have gone to university. I graduated, but it took me 9 years, and that's 9 years I'll never have back. If I could have done it again, I would have. Oh, I probably would have just jumped right into a trade.
Yeah. Yeah, and fortunately, like I picked a really good trade. I mean, bicycle repair. It's solid work. It's consistent money, even though you get a break in the season during the winter time. There isn't as much business, but I was able to really dig in and amass critical thinking skills, because you need to learn how to problem solve in order to learn how to fix bicycles. And it's not a subjective result you're trying to attain. It either works or it doesn't. And
Sure.
that sort of comes with this concrete world perspective that you're not going to get in college or in the university. I mean, you might, if you do the engineering or the biology or anything STEM related, but that wasn't my case. But because I had that residual time afterwards, I was able to stay on the internet, partially to my detriment as well, because I'm pretty screen addicted. But fortunately, I was able to come across the right kind of people that told me how to temper my temptations to spend money, and make the right investments in physical assets. And relative to other people in my age bracket, I'm riding a pretty pony right now. I mean, I don't have any debt. I have some cash stowed away, and I have my aspirations on lockdown, despite the time it might take for me to make tangible progress on them. I have the time-based assets to pursue them. And that to me is indispensable. So if there's any guys out there that's listening to this, you have to stay on your grind. I mean, despite how difficult things may seem at the moment, you have to use your brain, and you have to realize that you owe it to yourself to make this lifetime as best as you can, even though that might not be in the best interest of other people. So that's sort of my message in that regard.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. I would say almost everything you said, I agree with 100%. And especially the last thing you said, like, what's the very last thing you said? Even if maybe what's best for you does not necessarily jive with what is best for other people, you still need to do what's good for you. Yeah, that's in the world of psychology, that's called game theory. Game theory is the idea that, like, in many ways, even though this is not very nice to say, things are very much a zero-sum game. The more power and money that you have, the less money and power that I can have. The less power a man has in a relationship, the more power a woman is going to have in a relationship. If you let's say you, James, you make a big pizza pie, and you invite all your friends, you invite 10 friends over, to share a pizza. If you cut it in half and take half of it just for you, there's no possible way that I think I made my point. You get it, right? The more you get, the less I get.
Certainly.
Yeah. But unfortunately, again, like, men, we're brainwashed. We're told, from a young age, never hit a girl. Women and children first, girls first, and you got to help women. You got to help them, and but then what ends up happening is What's that?
have to cater to their every whim and desire, and take everything that they say for granted, or not for granted, but for truth or as fact, even though that certainly might not be the case.
No, no, that's almost never the case. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. As I've gotten older, um, yeah, no, it's got to the point now. I actually think that women lie to me more than they tell me the truth. So, but yeah, I suppose that's another story for another time. Um, can you share with us can you share with us like a Mgtow story? Have you done any dating?
Oh, not since my last relationship came into end. I mean, the nature in which my last relationship came into an end was very unsettling in the emotional sense. I mean, just because through that process I was able to really realize the emotional validation that they require in order to feel like they have their lives under control. So, I mean, just to preface a little bit, in the start of 2021, January 2021, I was on recess from work for the most part because as it's winter here, business is slow, but I was able to save enough money to be able to afford to take some time off. So while I was
Okay.
living with my so while I was living with my ex, I had a lot of time to myself in that apartment to really think
Okay, I'm
things
sorry. Did you
over.
say? Did you just? Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you just say you were living at one point? You were living with a girlfriend?
Yes, I was cohabitating.
Oh wow. Okay, that's a big that's a big no-no, right, in the community.
Certainly, and even though I had came across that advice beforehand, I was still in that very, very much in that blue pill mindset where I needed that companionship in order to feel like I was capable of being at ease to some degree, even though that was certainly not the case. But you know, you, we could say that we regret things, but honestly, like everything's going to come across as a lesson if we review it in hindsight in the right manner. Because I would have never had the foresight that I have now if I never made that decision. And thank God that I never married, I never impregnated her, um, or any sort of that drastic after step that would have landed me in some sort of obligation that would have trailed me up until this point.
Sure.
Yeah. So,
What does your father do? Does he still work?
yeah, he's still in the home improvement business, but right now he's trained to be an interpreter, a medical interpreter, so that he previously was diagnosed with lymphoma. I'm not sure if it was non-Hodgkin's or not, but he had to undergo chemotherapy, and that was sort of his
Oh
wake-up
wow.
call that he had to get out of the home improvement business to preserve his health as much as he could. And fortunately, the therapy was a success, and he went into remission. So me being here, I can kind of look after him, make sure that he's not undergoing an excessive amount of stress, and he's got his diet on point. So that's sort of the
Okay.
responsibility I've willingly adopted to ensure things are stable.
You said he's seeking to become an interpreter. So I'm assuming then he speaks a foreign language.
Yeah, he's Dominican, so he speaks Spanish.
Oh, I see. Okay. Right, right. What part of what part of I'm sorry, I was about to say Santo Domingo. What part of the Dominican Republic is he from?
Oh no, you had it spot on. He's a resident. He was a resident of the capital, Santo Domingo.
Oh, right. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting country. Actually, that I think that country is next on my bucket list to go to. So Spanish was my major at university, and my goal in life is to visit as many Spanish-speaking countries as I can. with who knows, maybe the hope can be, I'd like to maybe visit every single Spanish speaking country in the world. I think that's a very laudable goal. And yeah, I also hear that like so just to talk about the Dominican Republic for a second. I hear right now it's kind of considered in like the expat community as like kind of like a hidden gem, although this is kind of going away supposedly. Um, I don't know. I hear just the Dominican Republic it's very very nice. It's very very cheap. It's Spanish speaking, so that could be a problem, but there's still enough people where they you can find people who speak English. And what is it? I think it's like if you're an American, it's real easy to stay there. I think you have to pay like I don't know, like $32 a year or something like that for a year long visa or something. It's real cheap. A lot of guys are going there. Also, I think it's good for just speaking frankly for legalized. I don't even know if it's legal. I think it's decriminalized. I'll call it legalized prostitution if you're into that kind of thing. So like sex tourism. Also, I hear the best marlin fishing in the world, and I do eventually want to do deep sea fishing. The best marlin fishing in the world is in a place called the Mona Pass. There's this tiny little island between Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic, or I should call the island Hispaniola. And between the water between those two islands supposedly is the best marlin fishing in the world. So for many reasons, I want to go there. And of course, there's architecture. Was it the Dominican Republic? It covers like the majority of the island, like 2/3 of the island. It has like mountains. There's actually snow. Have you ever heard that there's snow in the Dominican Republic?
Oh yeah, I mean, obviously, perhaps in the higher elevations. I mean, I would love to visit the countryside and just spend a boatload of time there. And yeah, there's definitely mountain ranges that I did see with my cousins from a certain elevation. We were in a wire car. I don't know if I'm saying it right, a wire car, and we were just taking a good tour of the highlight of the higher altitude view of the surrounding cities. And I did see some mountain ranges there, and there
Yes.
did seem to be some snow coverage if I were to look closely enough. But maybe it was that
Oh
point
yeah.
of the
Oh
season
yeah. Absolutely.
where
Especially
it
at the
was sort
very
of
very
receded
top.
a little bit. Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Especially at the very top, the mountains are snow capped. You can see them. Um, yeah. I mean, I don't know that I'd want to like stay or live at the very top of the mountain, but yeah, sort of like halfway uphill. Oh, that's another thing. I'm sorry, I forgot to mention this. I don't know that I necessarily want to stay in the U.S. forever. Like when I'm ready to graduate, I'm sorry, retire. That also would maybe seem like a really good location. I speak Spanish, and it's cheaper to live there. And yeah, like if you go up the mountain, like I'm not kidding, it drops by like 20 degrees. So instead of being like 90 degrees every day, it's a nice 75 degrees and sunny, and you're actually like 4,000 feet in the air. You're thousands of feet up. You're not at sea level. Um, So
I
yeah,
could
yeah,
stand
just
for that.
talking about the country. I'm sorry.
I said I could definitely stand for that every once in a while. I mean, my dad and I are looking into buying some property over there, so that might not be, a stretch in terms of like actually experiencing something like that.
Yeah, again, I mean, okay, have you ever heard of Studio Brulee? Have you ever heard of Steve Brulee?
No.
Okay, that's okay. He's a prominent Mgtow, although I think he just got kicked off of YouTube as well some months back. He yeah, I think he was a chemist here in the United States. He decided that he basically hated America so much that he was already retired, but I guess he ended up deciding to move to the Dominican Republic. He met a woman there. They had a son together. He lives there now. Um, and yeah, he just talks about it. The expat community, there's the Americans, and most people go to the capital. They do the whole tourist thing, and then also you can do very, very popular, an hour or 2 hours outside the city along the coast. Like you can rent a huge like 6 bedroom house on the ocean for an entire
Mhm.
week. And here in America, that would cost you, $2,000. Over there, it only costs you $500. And it's partying on the cheap. It's basically they got it. They got it. They got it like that. It's basically a tropical paradise. But there's so much more to the island than just the capital. And he talks about that and yada yada yada. Sorry to go off on a tangent. Sorry to talk about the Dominican Republic, but yeah, it's a place I definitely want to go, and it's very reasonably priced, and it's only 3 hours away by plane. I live in Chicago. It'd basically be like 3 hours away for you as well. It's relatively close.
Yeah,
Um,
I'd say like last time I went there, I think I had to transfer at Miami for a couple hours, but that might have been a novel sort of circumstance based on the time of year I was going at. But yeah, I mean, traveling will, ever since I was of age, I came of age and I started to travel. Well, not started travel, but actually kind of just wanted to reconcile with family members on the island. I kind of encapsulated that profoundness that comes with seeing new places and understanding how the
sure,
world works in different capacities. So I'm definitely for that.
sure.
I would encourage you to go and visit as soon as you can. It's a beautiful place to go to.
Yeah, yeah. Can you speak a minute on your travels? Where have you traveled to? Have you been to several states here in the U.S.? I guess obviously you've been to the Caribbean, or you've been to the island of Hispaniola. When you were there, did you go to Haiti? Have you been to Puerto Rico? Where else have you been?
So I've been to Cuba, I've been to the Dominican Republic, and before I became a bicycle mechanic, I actually went to Portland, Oregon to attend a bike school. And I was there
Okay,
for a month to attend a 2 week seminar there on the introductory course, you could say. So, technically I've spanned across the entire continent, even though I haven't really settled in any of the Midwest states. My grandfather, before he died, he actually ran an excursion business where he would, rent a coach bus, rent a driver, and he would actually travel up and down the East Coast. So I've also been as far north as Niagara Falls and as far south as Miami in terms of the United States.
I was about to say, when you were in Niagara Falls, were you on the Canadian side, or did you stay on the American side?
Oh yeah, I was on the Canadian side. I have family there. And I've actually traveled on one occasion with my father. We went, a bit more north to stay across the border.
Okay. Um, so if you can talk a little bit more about bike mechanics. So I let me say this. I have heard things about bike mechanics, or just that trade, if you will, and I've heard like it's good, but it's bad. I've heard it's good because it's while it's in season, basically that it makes an excellent side hustle, but that as a career, it's not a good career. First off, because for half of the year, you're not going to make any money, and then also that it's low paying. You're going to max out at 22 bucks an hour as a you're going to max out at $19 an hour as a bike mechanic with no benefits. But if you did something else, you'd be making double that with benefits. Or can you talk about that industry a little bit? You actually went to a formalized school for becoming a bike mechanic.
Yeah, it was the United Bicycle Institute. They have two locations, one in Ashland, one in Portland. Not exactly a plug, but I just want to let you know the nature of the school. Um, and yeah, I actually saved up money for about a year and a half working as a barista to save up to go there. I mean, just because I was like really passionate about making people or enabling people to become healthier at the time. And, as a teenager, I'd bike everywhere. So, as soon as I kind of dropped out of college, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And, I needed some work to latch on so I can start to get my own footing and, start to own my own shit. So that was the first thing that came to mind. It was something that I was really passionate about. And, I just went for it. And it is true that there's a cap to your earnings potential when you're going into the business. Fortunately for me at the moment, I have something in the pipelines, a good buddy of mine's that I've known for, over a decade now. He's working at an oarsman dealership not too far from where I currently work. And he's offering me a connection to a head mechanic that works at the dealership. So
Okay.
this year might be potentially my last year working as a bicycle mechanic. And that being said, I've learned a hell of a lot. Currently, I'm a front end supervisor at the branch that I work at. The business has a repair shop and they have a retail shop, and I'm pretty much in charge of the repair shop right now.
Sure.
Yeah, seeing as there is a hard limit in the earnings potential and not really any benefits, I'm sort of looking to increase my earnings potentials so that in totality I can increase my living potential and hopefully move to a better place. Buy a car and see where it goes from there. I'm not asking for a whole lot at one point in time, so I'm just going step by step.
Sure.
But it as I've mentioned before, it really enables you to learn how to problem solve to some sort of scale, because like I said, it's it either works or it doesn't work, and you just have to become as resourceful as you possibly can to just make the transaction happen, because it's all about pulling in that couple $100 at the end of the day. And
Absolutely.
it's
I
a
couldn't
hustle.
agree more.
It's a hustle.
Um,
Absolutely.
I,
I don't know if there was any aspect of your question that I missed.
no. That I would say you answered it very well. But I actually wanted to go even further in depth about it. So I have this idea that like certain trades, they end up affecting like your, I don't know how to put it. They mold in a way who you are or who you become. You can call it karma in one sense, like if you decide to become a bank robber or like a liquor store robber, over time you're just going to become really good with guns. You're always robbing people with guns, right? Well, okay, maybe that was a bad example, but okay, like so you're a bicycle mechanic. That would lend itself to a lot of very valuable skills. Just because you're using your hands a lot, you would become better at just becoming a car mechanic, or let's say a motorcycle mechanic, or installing a toilet. Basically like general handyman skills, which are terribly lacking these days. For example, today, my front left headlight in my car, in my vehicle, it went out, or it actually went out yesterday. But today I went to the mechanic to have it fixed, and he basically did it for like $5, or I don't know if his prices are rising like crazy. Um, the actual bulb is like, because I looked online, you take a second, look it up. It's like $12, or with tax maybe $13. He charged me $20. So, and it cost him $12. He gets it from the same parts supply, car, vehicle, Automax or whatever car supply place, and then he puts it in. He made $7 off of me. Like that's not a lot of money, but it's still a very valuable skill. You can be pulled over if you don't have a front headlight. Um, so what I'm trying to say really is like, well, I'm trying to say a couple things. Number one, it's valuable to have any set of skills. So now you essentially have like, handyman skills. You can parlay that into a business. You can parlay that into another trade. I would, if I were you, if I was in your position, and I knew, if I knew then what I know now, and I was in your position, I would essentially parlay my skills into another trade. And at this point, I'm going to have to try to, sell you on trucking. But then also, have you ever considered, just for fun, because obviously on some level this is fun for you. Have you ever considered starting like a side hustle? Like, for example, um, I'm not saying that I'll just say it. You would be perfect for starting a side hustle. I know guys who do this. They'll find cheap bikes and then they'll soup them up, or essentially they find bikes that are salvageable, like the body, they'll salvage it, and maybe they'll do something like they'll buy, what are those called? Like those, like they're not too expensive, $200-$300. Those kits where you can install, as long as the bike has a V frame, um, they can install like a little motorcycle engine, or it's like a little 50cc engine, and it becomes like a little scooter. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Or even an electrical kit, better yet.
An electrical kit, or one of those motor kits. And because essentially all you're doing is you're installing it. You're the one wrenching away, and then you jack up the price by 200% or 150%, and there are people who pay it. So you find a salvageable frame, you get some cheapy tires, and then you find a very, very cost-effective engine, or if you want to do batteries, lithium ion, whatever, however you do it, you find, you get all the costs, figure out what all the costs are, then you double the price, and then you just have a side hustle. You put pictures up every week, every 2 weeks on the internet. You always have 3 or 4 bikes for sale. Next thing you know, you got a side hustle, and you're pulling in an extra $10,000 a year, and it's all legit. And if you do it right, you don't even have to pay taxes on it. And anyway, but yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying is it's really good to have skills, but you can parlay that into another trade. And if you want, you actually have the skills enough to open up your own side business.
Yeah, and that's definitely something on my to-do list. In itself, it's just really trying to propagate more or less of a business-oriented mindset where I'm just constantly seeking opportunities and ideas, and thinking about what people need that I could in practical terms provide for them. And me being a supervisor, that's kind of like a stepping stone for me to kind of understand that mindset a little bit.
Yeah. Do you have any idea what other trade you might want to get into? Have you ever considered becoming an electrician, or, like I was saying, a trucker, pipe fitter? Oh my God, plumber! Oh my God, plumbers make like $60 an hour.
Oh yeah, I've heard of that before. And funnily enough, I mean, you mentioned truck driver. I actually, built a gaming PC on the basis of playing a truck simulator game. I mean, I have right now in front of me, I have the steering wheel, the shifter, and I've got 43-inch TV, all set up for my driving pleasure. And I did that on the basis of kind of becoming oriented towards becoming a truck driver, if that was in the cards. But I don't even have a driver's license at the moment. I'm currently in driving school, just taking care of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Talk about a late bloomer,
right? No, wait. No, listen. Yes, okay, yes, you are. No, but listen. Okay, that's fine. I recently learned, did you know that more women in America now have their driver's licenses than men? Did you know that?
Wow, it's the same thing with the college deal then. I didn't know that.
Yes. See, the thing is, I'm sorry to say it, in so many ways, we men we're falling behind. And I have this idea, I'm a Mgtow, I have this idea that it's not an accident. It's actually this is literally part of like an evil conspiracy to like chop men off at chop our feet off, or cut us down, from screwing us over. disenfranchising us, dispossessing us of power and all this. But little things like, not going to college, not going to university, not having certifications, not having your licenses, they make a difference. In this way, I can brag. Really, my father, he made a big stink about me, you know, learning how to operate machinery. My father from a young age, very young age. I remember being 5 years old, and he would say, "Okay, you're kind of tall enough now. You can use a walking what's that called, a lawnmower with like an electric engine." He's teaching me,
Hmm.
how to. My father taught me how to drive a car when I was 15, 16. My very first car, I got into 3 accidents with it in my first year. And my father told me that's okay. That's why I bought you a piece of shit jalopy so you can crash it up and get your skills. My father, the third accident that I got into with my jalopy, I got a huge settlement because it actually wasn't my fault. Side story for another time. I got a fat check from the insurance company, and I bought 2 things with it. I decided not to fix up the car, and instead I bought 2 things. I bought a safe and I bought a motorcycle. And my dad's like, "Well, I guess it's time to teach you how to drive a motorcycle." I was driving a motorcycle. Yeah, no joke. My father, he's got, I don't know, now he's got like 3 motorcycles. My father was he was a helicopter mechanic in the United States Marine Corps. He was driving since he was like 17. Yeah, I mean, I've had a driver's license since I was 16, a motorcycle license since I was 17. Now I have my A-class CDL. At this point, I have taught over a dozen people. No, probably more than that. Probably like 15, 16 people how to drive both cars and motorcycles. And all men. Actually, that's not true either. I tried to teach my sister Jessica how to how to ride a motorcycle. It ended up in a visit to a hospital. Very very bad news.
Mm.
Yeah, no. She apparently she mistook the brake for the accelerator, and she she caught the front end of the back of a garage door. Anyway, yes, ever since then, I decided I'd never teach girls how to drive motorcycles. But I've taught numerous men. The last guy I was teaching was a little punk at my work. He was 20, 21, something like that. Same thing with him. He didn't have his driver's license. Taught him how to drive. And I drive a stick shift. My car is stick shift. So it's much more difficult to learn how to drive a stick shift than it is an automatic car.
But it's so much
So
more satisfying. I'm playing this game called Forza Horizon 5, and I'm
sure.
forcing myself to learn how to use the clutch and the shifter. And,
Yes.
I mean, drifting aside, of course, you just get so much more control out of it. And I just don't understand how it went out of style the way it did. It was just maddening to me.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Again, I actually think that this is partial. I mean, partially it's just technology, but partially, I'm telling you, there is like an evil conspiracy among the people who run the world. Did you know? Did you know that learning? I shouldn't say learning, but driving, driving a stick shift or manual. For the purposes of this interview, I'm going to call it a stick shift. Um, Obviously, you have to learn it in order to drive it. So, obviously, you have to learn it. But driving stick shift is actually healthy for you. Like it's literally healthy for your brain. Like there have been studies that show people who drive stick shift all their life, as opposed to people who drive automatic vehicles all their life, they have like better I don't know, like their nervous system or something stays intact longer. They have like quicker reflexes. I think supposedly it staves off Alzheimer's disease or something like that. I don't know. You can look that up, but it's actually good for you physically, if that makes any sense.
Well, in principle, it's because you're engaging your body parts in correspondence to how you're using your mind. So it's kind of like when you're studying and you're actually writing down the notes as opposed to just,
There you go.
recording the lecture or,
There you go.
taking a
There is
snapshot
a
of the slides or
physiological.
something.
Yes. You're forced. I don't know how to put it. I would say something like there's a physiological connection to your brain where essentially have to force your body to stay in tip-top shape when it comes to like hand-eye coordination. Obviously, you're using your both legs as well, and it's just like, it's good for you. It's good for you. But at this point, I think like only 10% of American vehicles are standard now or stick shift. So and that number is going down every year. But whatever, there will always be a specialty market for it. I've always driven stick shift. Oh yeah, that's another thing. When my father very first taught me how to drive, guess what he taught me on? He taught me on a stick shift. If you learn how to drive on a stick shift, you can drive any car. Oh, another thing is 90% of people don't know how to steal your car if you drive a stick shift. So that's another small advantage there. Yeah. Okay. Would you ever consider maybe looking into trucking or into plumbing or, what you talk about the trades? If you were to go into a trade, where would you think you would find yourself being an apt pupil?
Well, I mean, as far as the opportunities that have presented themselves to me so far, it would probably be in the auto mechanic realm. I mean, just a few weeks ago, I was just telling myself, I mean, whatever comes along, all I need is a car to just get from place to place, and I'll just do whatever takes me to that next rung of, financial viability. So at the moment, I mean, as far as what I've been presented, it's probably going to be the auto mechanic. I even have an interview lined up this Tuesday with the head mechanic. So, I mean, things could certainly change. I could, I've certainly pondered on truck driving. I've definitely pondered on audio video configuration because I am passionate about, high fidelity video, high fidelity audio. That's definitely more passion
but there's no
oriented.
market. Yeah, but there's no market for that. There's no market. I mean, there's some people who do that, and yeah, they're getting paid, but it's kind of like being a musician. Like, I remember this is already an old survey. Was this like 5 years ago? Gallup or I can't remember if it was Gallup or I think it was Gallup. They performed a survey nationwide. They interviewed thousands and thousands of teenagers, not university set, but kids in high school, people who have not yet graduated high school, and they found some ginormous number, like 1 in every 6 students said that they planned on being a professional musician. And the problem with that is that doesn't equate. The numbers, if you look at the metrics, if you look at the data, maybe 1 in every 2,000 people, probably less than that. Probably 1 in every 5,000 people has the skills to be good enough to even be what you would call a professional musician. I'm not even talking about like a big time, rock star, you sell out crowds and stuff, just to be the guy in the background playing the secondary drum or the secondary, guitar, that guy, just to be that good. That's like 1 in 5,000 people. So, and again, because it's not just if you can play the music, are you good enough that people will randomly be willing to pay money to see you play? And the real truth is most people aren't that good. And I'm not saying that you're not. I'm not saying that you're not. I'm saying that the market is only so big. From my experience, the market is only so big. You have a ton of people that have this idea, and then what ends up happening is they turn 44 years old and they're like, oh, I wanted to be a graphic designer, but I'm still just trying to make it. Or you have some dumb bitch who's like 35 and she's like, oh yeah, no, I'm still an actress and I'm really trying to make, I was like an actress and like I was an extra in a movie like 3 years ago, and it's like, honey, but you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it because for all the people that want to become a famous actor or actress, not even 1 in every 10,000 make it. Not even 1 in every 20,000. Because anyway, I think you get my point, and I'm not beating you up. I'm just saying, like, have you ever heard of Aaron Clarey? Aaron Clarey talks about like it's not just about what you want to do; it's about what you're good at, what skills you have, and what the market what the market will bear. You know who Aaron Clarey is?
I'm subscribed to him. I
Okay,
am.
great,
Yeah.
great. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I think not just him. I've seen this before. He's drawn, I think, like a Venn diagram. If you know what a Venn diagram, and there's three circles, and where they overlap is where he recommends you get a job. It's like the first circle is like what you like to do or what your interests are. Excuse me. I'm drinking this cold beer here. The second circle in the Venn diagram is what you're good at, like what your skills are. And then the third circle is what people are willing to pay for. And then if you bring these three circles together, where you know what a Venn diagram is?
Certainly.
Okay, yeah, excellent, yeah. And then that's where you want to look. So we already know that you have a penchant for like mechanical leanings. Man, trucking is great. I'd recommend you get in the trucking. But what if you're even better than that? Have you ever considered being like a diesel, a trucking, a diesel mechanic, a specialized mechanic that only works on trucks?
Well, if I recall, that's what Mgtow had specialized before he passed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah,
Yeah,
that guy. He was making more money than a truck. Well, no, he's basically making about the same amount as a trucker, but his life was better. He gets to go home every day, and well, that depends on whether you consider that's good or not. I mean, in a way, actually, being a diesel mechanic is worse. It could still be dangerous. You're breathing in all them fumes. You're around, caustic chemicals. That maybe could give you cancer. um, it's you're dirty. There's always going to be grease and crap under your nails. Ask any mechanic. But the point is, you're really young and you're kind of at that stage still where you're so young you can kind of go anywhere.
yeah, yeah. And like I said before, I'm open to anything that's going to give me a stepping stone to that next rung in opportunity and in the things that I'll be able to provide for myself. So, you know, I'm long past being put down by notions of, you know, talent wise not being viable for a certain dream or long-winded aspiration that I've had as a teenager or something like that. I've grown past that.
Going past
And
that, yeah.
yeah, and I'm just more than willing to make the responsible choice and just making sure I got my bases covered. So
I agree. I agree.
like I
I
said,
agree
I'm just
100. I, I
yeah,
I agree 100%. I agree
yeah,
110%. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Be like Aaron Clary says. Be pragmatic. Be worldly wise. I mean, I'm sorry. As I tell all the young men that I come across, abandon all hope. Just find what works. Or have you ever heard of Donovan Warland?
no,
No, that's okay. I did a video on him. He's a God, what is he, like 50 years old now? He's this guy, whatever. I consider him a very, very well-informed geopolitical analyst. He's also a red pillar. He has basically he has not officially come out as a Mgtow, but he has mentioned Mgtow and red pill in his videos so much. And of course, he's not married, nor does he cohabitate. So in in all but name only, he is a Mgtow, and he says it all the time. He said what his catchphrase is: "Get in where you fit in. Get in where you fit in. Find out where you fit in. Find out what you're good at, and find a position in that field. In that segment of society, and rock it. So yeah. So
I'm
have you
looking up
ever?
his channel right now, and he seems to be pretty seasoned of age. Not exactly old, but he seems to have been around long enough to know what he's talking about to a sufficient degree.
Who are you talking about? Donovan Warland?
Yeah, I'm looking up his channel right now.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, if you ever want, you can find him. You can find him on my channel as well. I did a shout out video to him. I consider him oh, a prognosticator. he's good at taking like large trends in society and kind of seeing like where is this going to take us. Like for example, I remember randomly he was talking. This was years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. He's talking about like, we're becoming like Japan. He was essentially making the case that America is going to become like a sexless society. And he said, whoa, in a way, we're kind of like Japan, but Japan's more ahead of us. They're a full decade ahead of us technologically and socially, but that's where we're going. You want to see where we're looking? You want to see where we're going? We're going to look like Japan. Japan sells more diapers for old people than they do for newborns because they're a dying society. They're not having children. No one's having sex. No one's getting married. And that's just one example. He talks all about politics, but not just foreign politics. He talks a lot about American politics. He's red pill. Yeah, he's I don't know how to describe him. The word I would use is prognosticator. He's a good guy. He's good people. Yeah. What? Tell me what other interests do you have? What are your politics? Are you left of center, right of center? Individualistic. How would you describe yourself?
Oh, on one hand, I would be individualistic because, I can't really say that I'm affiliated with any sort of sect or religion, even though, as I've previously stated, I had a series of revelations when I was on my own in the January of 2021, when I was really starting to figure things out and understand the nature of the relationship I was in. And I was ready to just cut things off and let things, start to end so I could just move on. But on the other hand, I would consider myself right of center to a bit. I understand the values of upholding certain bedrock traditions and ideals because I understand the whimsical nature of humanity when it is subjected to certain cultural shifts. And in this case, when I say cultural shifts, that could be predicated to the novelty of the technology we've been exposed to. So because of the technology that we've been exposed to, that's allowed for certain, I would say liberal, but I don't want to be too narrow scoped in the vocabulary I used. It's allowed for a change in what we find as acceptable when it comes to human engagement. And because of that, we're in the midst of a snowball scenario where we're straying further and further from what at least I have designated as a more optimal human experience. I can't really designate as to what is the optimal human experience.
Okay.
Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, or some of it rings. Yeah, some of it I would say makes perfect sense. Other things you said, I'm not too sure, and I don't speak from experience. Can you talk about for a second the nature of your? Oh, talk about Mgtow for a second. You're coming to Mgtow. At what age would you say you started considering yourself a Mgtow? When did you start looking at the literature of Mgtow, or start watching videos, or what? Share with us a story. Have you ever caught your girlfriend cheating, or anything that brought you that sort of started raising red flags, kind of thing?
Well, yeah, like I said before, I've held on to these sort of blue-pilled oriented aspirations for a long time, and that really carried. Well, I'll just say this. I mean, I've only been intimate with one, like really, really intimate with one person before, and that was the person that I had cohabitated with. And
okay. Can you talk about her a little bit? Did you guys I'm sorry. Did you guys ever did the two of you ever end up having sex?
Yeah. She was the only female I've had sex with.
Okay.
Period. Yeah. Period. Uh huh.
Okay. Yeah. Can you talk about that? Who, what, when, where, why? Who is she? Where is she from? How long did you live with her? Did she go to college? How long? How long did you guys date? Everything.
Yeah. So it was an on and off thing, dating back to 2013. So I had met her at the community college I had attended
Sure.
during my first year, and we had. I found her as an interesting person because she had presented certain ideas and certain things that I had found novel enough to keep to continue engaging with her. And through that, because I was a virgin at the time, I was easily susceptible to developing a degree of infatuation. So
How
that's when
old were you? How old were you when you lost your virginity?
I was 18 going on 19, so not terribly young, but not terribly
No,
experienced
no,
either.
no. That's a perfect age. No, no. Yeah, that's great. I lost my virginity at 17 to a 16-year-old girl.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. People who are hypersexual or they're freaks or something. You meet these people. They're, yeah, I lost my virginity at 13, and you're just like, whoa, that's way too young. But then you got guys out here that are 40-year-old virgins, and it's like, whoa, buddy, come on, what are you doing? Let me share with you a quick story, a true story. Um, I have a friend. He's kind of my computer guy. He went to university. He was his major computer science, if I remember correctly, and kind of for his graduation gift, he had like a little graduation party. It was real cool, real shindigish. And then him and I started hanging out. He was done with university. He kind of took a year off and bummed around. Him and I were hanging out a lot that year, playing video games, this and that. Finally, I told him, so what's going on? I've never seen you with a girlfriend. And he confided in me. He says, Joe, I'm still a virgin, man. And I was like, you're like 22 now, are you not? 20, 23? Going, how old are you? I can't remember how old he was, but he was obviously, I think he was 20. I think he was at least 22, 22 or 23. And he was like, yeah, whatever. He's kind of a short guy. Maybe he was having trouble or whatever. So I basically told him, listen, I got this girl, and she's a friend of mine, and she does fun stuff for money, and and so I want you to meet her. How does this sound? He was nervous, but he was also very excited, and it was relatively cheap, and it was a win-win-win. He won, she won, and I felt really good, for him. So I won too. It was just a win-win-win. And I have this idea. I make no bones about it. I don't hide it at all. I have this idea that men need sex. I don't. I know they literally don't need sex. Like they won't die. I understand that, but I still like to use the word need. I see, especially for young men, I see sex as almost like a need. Um, I think that if men do not have sex and they remain virgins, definitely by the age of, let's say, 25, probably even before that, but just as a, I don't know, as a guess, as a guesstimation, 25. If you are not having sex, if you've never had sex by age 25, there's a problem. I see it as like a developmental problem. And I think that it can spark psychological problems and all kinds of things come into play. You start thinking, oh, I don't have what it takes. It just, you start thinking about it. You start overthinking it. You wonder what it's like. You start thinking, am I inferior? Girls, do they just, am I just, a big chump loser and no one wants me? It's not good. I really do think, I make no bones about it. I think prostitution should be legal. So, and I've made videos about that. Have you ever checked out my channel?
Yeah. I've been watching your videos for some time now, and with what you've mentioned so far, I also wanted to bring up Hormaxer because I know you frequently
Yes.
did his videos too, and we've kind of
Yeah,
met
where
up
is he?
at the comment section. He's back. He's back.
Oh, no. If you find him, because I've looked for him. Actually, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me shut up for a second. What? Who? What? When? Where? What? Wait. Have you seen him? Do you know where he is? Do you have his site available?
So I have to credit Hammerhand, the Mgtow monk, for this because he was sort of giving him flack on a community post about a couple weeks ago, and that's how I found out he was back. So,
Well, now hold on. I understand that he was back as Hormaxer, but he's been deleted again since then. And I heard he came back as Hormaxer 2. Is that correct?
that is correct. Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of
Okay.
spelled a little funnily, like whore with
Ah, that's
with
what it is. I looked. I swear to you, I spent at least 10 minutes looking for him.
yeah.
Okay. You're not subscribed to him, are you?
I am.
Oh my goodness. Can you possibly just as a favor, I consider it a favor, after the stream, go to his site. I think go to the channel and then it's like there's a top bar that says like home, videos, playlist. I think it's under about. If you go under about, it'll have his the direct link to his channel. If you can copy that and paste it on the comment section somewhere in my comment section, one of my videos, I would very much appreciate that.
Or do you want it in the StreamYards chat?
I would prefer no, not on StreamYard, on in the comment section of one of my videos.
Yeah, I can do that for you.
I would very much appreciate that. How many videos has he made since then?
Quite a
Since coming
handful.
back.
Quite a handful, and he's at I think around 230 subscribers at this point. So he's he's
Oh,
a
he's like a
massive
weed who
fan
keeps
base back.
popping back up. Okay. Just for a second, can I get you to excuse me? Can I get you to talk just for a minute on Hormaxer, his platform, his style, what you think of him? Because obviously, I'm assuming you've watched some of his videos. You know what he's about. Is that something you look down upon? You think men like him, or for that matter, I see myself somewhat similar to him. Do you think men like that, and by extension, men like me, do you think we're, you know, are we, you're a bad man. You're bad. You bad. Am I a degenerate? Is he a degenerate?
So I want to preface by saying that I am uh, affiliated in a subscription-based kind of way to many different factions of the Manosphere and the Red Pill community and all that. I'm subscribed to um, Undead Chronic and a lot of his War Band affiliates. I enjoy their content. I'm subscribed to Better Bachelor. I think I'm subscribed to Casual Bachelor.
Yeah,
You
me too,
a
me
lot.
too, me too. Everything you just said. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
also same here.
and while I understand that there's the occasional conflict between these factions of the Manosphere, I understand that I have an obligation to myself to amass as many different
Yeah,
perspectives as possible to come up with my own unique conclusion as how to
I agree.
handle different
I
problems
agree.
of my
I
life.
couldn't. Is it James? Right, James. Um,
Yes.
yeah. I'm sorry because I'm not looking at the screen. I'm having the screen face my television screen playing this video game. Yeah, James. Yeah, I could not give you better advice than that. That's perfectly worded too. Yeah, basically become eclectic. Become eclectic. Take as you go through life, experience everything. Experience all the food, experience all the women, experience all the culture. If you like a certain part of a certain type of culture, you can adopt it. You can bring it into, you know, into what you do or who you are, and then dump the rest. Take what's good and then leave the rest, kind of thing. I have found that to be very helpful as well.
Yeah, chew the meat and spit out the bones. So So back to Hormaxer. He is a very eccentric and enthusiastic fellow, to say the least. And I have a lot of respect for him coming out to the forefront and for him to say the things that he has going on in his mind. Um, that being said, I am not in favor for myself at this point in time of my life to just go out and blow my money on opportunities that get me an hour of pleasure here, an hour of pleasure there. But that being said, he did open me up, or rather convince me to indulge into the world of hormone augmentation, which I could get into if you want me to briefly.
Sure,
But
absolutely. I was going to bring that up if you didn't. Yeah.
okay, yeah. So again, I want to preface by saying, I'm not a doctor or medical expert. I'm just pretty much a kid that's kind of just shooting his shot and trying to get the best results as possible. I was attempting at some point about a year and a half ago to pursue testosterone replacement therapy because I've had behavioral problems, let's put it that way. And I thought that TRT would be a viable means of addressing that. But because of my, already satisfactory body composition and my age and stuff like that, I wasn't really able to acquire help from conventional doctors and conventional clinics. So when I started watching Hormax's videos, he was the person who gave me the resources and the motivation to kind of pursue those means on my own terms. And so I did that, and I've sort of been on this road for about, since the beginning of the year now. And it's not a one-trick pony. It hasn't really solved all my problems right now, and I'm kind of still working the kinks out up until this day. But it has opened a world for me in terms of optimizing my biology, and I've thanked him on occasion in the comment section on one of his videos, and I hope that he does a live stream so that I could speak with him in person and kind of address.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. So you're still really young. Your hormones are, if my understanding of biology, of male anatomy and biology is correct, at about 35, your hormones, your testosterone will start to decrease. It's very slight. It's about 1% a year until you're about in your early 70s. And then it kind of falls off a cliff. It basically starts going down even faster. And we now have, you can call it whatever you want. I think commonly it's called testosterone replacement therapy, or TRT. There's multiple ways that you can administer it. I think the most common by far is injection, but there's more than that. There's injection. There's oral. You take pills. There's buccal. There's sublingual. I think there might be one other way too. I just can't remember. But I'm
Anal.
sorry. I anal as well. Really?
Yes, you could.
You can get a suppository.
You can get an
Oh, wait a
injection of
minute. That's Chris
testosterone.
Mitchell.
The Emperor Chris Mitchell, thank you.
Slimy scumbag. James Barr, I'm sorry. I don't know if you had observed. I let Mr. Chris Mitchell in. Is that okay?
Certainly. I have an early morning ahead of me, so I probably have another 20 minutes before I need to leave.
Sure. Yeah, please. At least if you can give me another 10 minutes. Can you now again, this is personal information, but you actually strike me as a relatively open individual. In fact, almost too open. I noticed that you're sharing, you have your camera on. It's front facing. I mean, you're not worried about being doxxed eventually?
No, not really.
What are
Not
they
really.
going to do to him?
Yeah, I
Not
mean
really.
the lines of work that I'm currently affiliated with and will continue to be affiliated with in the future, I find that as a low risk factor. So I'm not worried at all.
Yeah, yeah, I understand that. I'd recommend the opposite though. You know, like if you ever decide to grow your channel and you know whatever year one you've only got 500 subscribers, but then year two you have 5,000. All of a sudden, some lady walks in and she recognizes you, and next thing you know, you're a woman hater. You know?
Fucker.
Yeah,
Pardon my
and
French.
that's what it is. Yeah. One more thing I want to kindly, if you can talk about this. You were saying that you were looking into TRT as like a possible, I don't know, remedy, or maybe you were talking about like maybe you were having some sort of medical issues. You care to talk about that? Share with the community.
So the reason I suspected I have less than sufficient TRT testosterone levels, even though when I had a formal blood test they were in range, is that um, I've experienced a lot of fatigue and a lot of mental distress. And through studying, I had come to understand that through TRT, it does have some anxiolytic properties, meaning that it has the potential to alleviate symptoms of depression and anxiety.
Absolutely.
And I figured that
Absolutely.
that would be a viable alternative over conventional SSRI medication,
There you
which has
go.
been documented to further reduce testosterone levels upon administration.
Bro, you're reading my mind like a book. I've heard all of that as well. SSRIs, or selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. You know, all that shit. Um, they screw with your hormones as well. And however, you know, there are people who experience anxiety. I'll be the first to admit, you know, I have felt depression before. You know, where you're just in the shower and you're just like, fuck, you know, I got to get up and go to work again, and like, you know, oh, you know, whatever. It's just what. Let me put it to you this way. I'll say it the way Hormaxer says it. Hormaxer, he put it this way. He said, "Man, you know, it's frowned upon, right? It's frowned upon. You know, we there's this idea that if someone is using testosterone replacement therapy, or you know, obviously men who do it, it's frowned upon. The idea that a man is building his body is frowned upon, and you know, they'll make jokes. Oh, you know, this guy's juicy. This guy's, oh man, his balls are going to shrink. His balls are going to fall off. But the real truth is, if it's taken responsibly, everything you just said, James. I'm from what I've learned, it's healthy for you. It's healthy. It's not unhealthy. It elevates your mood. You experience like when you're getting older, you know, you could experience like brain fog. It keeps your mind sharp. The real truth is, I think that if it's taken responsibly, it's more of a positive than it is a negative. And these horror stories that you hear of, like, you know, a guy's balls, you know, halving in size, that's just because these guys are running super low. They're running like 2 or 3 cycles at a time, and they're taking 4 or 5 times the recommended amount, and you know, and they want to become those huge, ginormous guys you see in the magazine. I'm not looking for that. I'm just saying, like, you know, like for example, I remember learning that if you take testosterone replacement therapy orally, they give you these super doses of like 400 or 600. I think they're called nanoliters of testosterone. 95% of it is destroyed by your what's called your GI tract.
Your gastric juices, your digestive enzymes, but you know, taking any sort of anabolic steroid in general orally can be very stressful on the liver. So that, you know,
right. There you see, I can tell you're well informed.
Yeah,
Yes,
in the
right.
case
Okay,
of therapeutic administration, I would generally discourage anyone from taking steroids orally.
Oh God, I knew you. I was actually going to get that. I was actually going to get to that if you did not get to that. Okay, well now hold on. Listen. Okay, I understand that. Okay. Again, to make my case, if I were to do it, I would probably do it orally. At least try it first. If I were to try it first, I would do it orally. 95+% of it gets destroyed. And yes, that's mostly the liver processing it. But it's a nice way to low dose. So I've learned testosterone replacement therapy, because some large percentage of it gets destroyed, but you still get like that last 5% or 4% that slips through. And the next thing you know, you're having elevated moods. You're happy every day. Your mind is clear. You're not getting tired. It's easy for you to put on muscle. You're having much quicker cycle. You recoup from exercises much quicker. So I mean, yes. Okay. So I can tell that you've looked into that. Well, what would you recommend? Please don't say injections. I'm looking not to. It just seems painful, and like I don't like sticking myself, and there's
Yes.
also like there's also like a gel, a topical. I'm sorry. There's also talking about TRT. There's also a topical version, right?
There is, and that's more or less obtainable through a doctor. I'm not aware of any alternative showrooms that would provide topical ointments that you would be able to purchase on your own accord. I myself do the intramuscular injections, but I use
you do them. You do them now? You're on TRT?
I've been on it since practically the beginning of the year.
Oh man, why didn't you mention that? Okay, never mind. So everything I'm saying is like that's now antiquated news. You're actually on it. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. In that case, can I cede the floor to you for a minute and just like can you please talk about your testosterone replacement therapy experience? How long have you been on it? How many forms have you taken? Are you becoming like a crazed like roid head where you just get angry and you just punch people out at the bar like Polska Bob does? Or
Well, if I may interject here, I'd like to ask a question because although I can't see them because you leave damn chats up there too well.
Oh, am I in the show now?
We're in the show. We decided to hijack
hello. Oh, yeah, me punching people out, huh, cowboy?
it. Sorry.
no.
What was your?
I'm
no,
sorry. Polska,
serious.
I'm sorry. Your testosterone is way too low for that. Don't worry. I'm not
You know
worried
what?
about that.
You know what? That's funny you saying that, being a North Sider. Do you even have any testosterone? It's all estrogen for you
Jesus.
up there.
The Chicagoans are together now, as you can tell.
As you can tell.
So
Right.
Anyway.
Yes, Mr. James Barr. Just for your information, I just let on. Holtz Kebab is now in. Chris Mitchell is in. One Fast Dak is in. I still want you to finish out your story, but
Wait.
Yeah.
Hold on a
Shut up,
second.
Bob.
Before you talk, we decided that you did a fucking live stream while we were live streaming, so we decided to raid your live stream. So we're all here now.
Yeah.
You
but
have the floor.
I got a serious question for
Well,
this
I am
gentleman
very-
here. Okay,
Yeah.
serious, and I am emperor, so you must obey. You don't seem like
go ahead,
a
Mr.
very old to be on testosterone replacement therapy at all. Like,
Yeah,
how old
so
are you?
I'm 28. I'm 28, and
Right.
as I've mentioned before, I mean, through prior reading and studying and stuff like that,
Mhm.
it has become apparent to me that more and more younger men have relied on TRT to sort of alleviate these problems we've been facing. And a theory that I've had, since I've started and since I've been reading up on this, a year or so prior, is that we are in respect to our environment, we are undergoing a profound change in terms of the composition of the air, the composition of the water, the
Day-to-day environment.
Yeah, the actual incentive for us to produce our own endogenous testosterone. I mean, be it from a sedentary lifestyle or poor diet or,
exposure
to endocrine disrupting chemicals.
We we are
My
in a
guy,
level of
yeah.
we are in a level of comfort that has never been experienced anywhere on this planet since the dawn of time.
Okay, Emperor. All right, hold
Yeah.
on. Let's retract and put our
No, but
tinfoil
he's
hats
right.
back on.
The
Right?
environment
No,
around us has
he
changed.
is absolutely right.
Yes.
The testosterone is being sucked out of all men basically, and why are females developing so early in life now? The soy,
Exactly.
there's estrogen in every fucking thing. There's estrogen that's fed to boys now, so that's pushing down their testosterone levels.
Well,
Hey,
our natural testosterone levels are going down. Like this young
Chris,
gentleman is saying, he's
Chris,
28.
the
Do you
system
live in a
is
city?
the system isn't broke.
Oh, it's very broke.
It was designed this way.
Yes. Okay. Yes. We can agree on that. But, sir, do you live in a city? Like
Yeah,
a big city?
I live in a pretty robust city area within the DMV.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, what does that
District,
mean?
you know, around DC.
Okay.
But I live in Maryland, Southern Maryland specifically. But
Okay. So, you're 28, you're in a city, a fairly bustling city. And do you get to experience any like outdoor activities that's not done in the city? Like, do you go camping, hiking, things of that nature? Do you hunt? Do you do anything like that?
within my familial circle, no, I've never been presented the opportunity to be about that sort of activities. Although I will say that before my adventure into hormone augmentation, I was already at a very favorable body composition.
Mhm.
I'm about 6 feet, and I was always hovering around 160 pounds. So about a BMI of 22. I was very adept into exercising and nutrition,
Right.
being on a bicycle. I am a bicycle mechanic, so there's a lot of lifting and a lot of
Right.
reaching involved in that. So I was already very fit. But what I was addressing through the augmentation was more or less a mental state.
Right.
My
So you're finding
physical
yourself
state-
more depressed, is what you're saying.
Oh,
Hey,
sure.
and what's your name again, too?
My name is James.
Hi,
James.
James.
I'm Polska Bob, and I am the exact same of you. I'm about 5'11". I fluctuate between 100,
Bullshit.
150 and 160 pounds, depending on what I eat during the week. And I've been like this for a long time. I'm 45 now. I don't work out.
Bob.
Sure.
I'm 5'10" and a half, and I tower over you like by 3 inches.
You wear a fucking 6-inch cowboy hat.
Oh,
And a
God.
dude, cowboy boots
That makes
too.
me taller on the top.
And you weigh like 300 pounds. It's time for you to go back to the gym, cowboy.
Well, I was
Well,
going to
that-
have a
that part's
serious
definitely true.
conversation, but seems how we're gone here. Let the fucking
No.
two Chicagoans duke it out.
Yeah, we like to break each other's balls. Sorry
If
about
I can-
that,
if I
James.
can
Go
bring
back to
up-
what you're saying.
Yeah, I was going to say, if I can bring us back to order, James, can you please expound upon your experience? What's the good? What's the bad? Do you get real angry? Do you find that overall it elevates your mood? Does it increase your libido? Have you noticed a difference in size in your testes? Anything,
Jesus
honestly.
Christ.
That's
Hey,
just weird,
I'm talking-
cowboy.
I'm
Why would
talking-
you ask that question?
Because he's from the north side, I guess.
Yeah, because he's
Because
from
I-
the north
because
side.
I
Because
don't
they're all
wanna-
gay over there.
No, because I don't want to become like you, Bob.
No, shut
I'll be
up.
right back. I'm going to have a smoke break, all right?
Look,
Okay.
you know what? We're not going to worry about what he's got or don't got. We don't want to know, man.
Right.
Don't break out
anyway,
your
I'm
nut.
sorry,
Okay with
James.
us.
James, if I could cede the floor back to you, can you just share with us more about your experience using TRT?
Yes.
Okay, well, just to start from more of the behavioral side of things, I mean, like I said, it's not a one-trick pony. It doesn't fix everything all the time. I mean, I have my good days and I have my bad days, just like everyone else. I mean, that's not going to change. That's not going to really go away, unless I muster up, a profound amount of willpower on any given day. But more or less, I find myself more resilient more often, where I can just kind of eat shit more proficiently and just kind of take what the day has in store for me. I can do that, and I'm not as worn out and as beat up towards the end of the day as I was before.
Okay, so you're dealing with stress very well then.
Yes.
Stress and pressure.
Undisputably.
Okay, so you're taking testosterone with that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I would, in more technical terms, I'd say about 200 milligrams a week.
Okay, you
I
know
was
what
just about to
happens?
ask.
You know what happens when a human male deals with stress, right? Stress is cortisol, and it mixes with testosterone, right?
Well, I was going to ask about like you're familiar with the flight or fight
Yeah, you
concept?
know what the side effect of that is? The side effect of that is either focus or flight, like Chris said.
Yeah,
You
but
can either focus on it or you could walk away from it.
the experience of it is what I'm kind of getting at. Like the more often we experience that fight or flight feeling,
The better
you know,
we get at
the
it.
more it gets triggered, the more testosterone you'll produce. Whether it's a fight or flight, it doesn't matter which way it goes. But it's the more we trigger that concept or that reaction in our body,
The
the
more
more
testosterone.
testosterone you will build up, because fight or flight can be even excitement, or not exactly a danger, but like an exciting experience, whether it be catching your first fish, I guess in some people's cases, you know what I mean? But that was
Sure.
something we experienced all the time. And
You don't
even here in the north, like I can walk out my backyard and I am literally in the fucking deep of the forest. So bears are a reality, large moose are a reality, fucking mountain lions are a reality, and I know this. So my fight or fight is always on. You know what I mean? If I hear something, it clicks in. And that happens usually if I go on a hike like 4 or 5 times. So, I'm generally fine, but that's something we used to experience a lot, all the time. We didn't have a comfort zone.
you don't want
That is definitely contributing to a lower testosterone population
Chris,
and to the depression.
this
Sorry,
is this is a thing like here living in the city in Chicago that I got to experience like all throughout my 20s and in my teens and shit like that, going to concerts, being in mosh pits, or getting into fights, right?
Yeah.
When you're that young, what do you want to do? You're so pumped up with testosterone, you want to fuck or fight, right?
Fuck, fight, meat. That was it.
Yeah,
Fuck,
fuck,
fight,
fight,
meat in
me,
those orders.
right? Exactly.
Yeah.
And the more you did of it, the more and more you got the testosterone, and you'll be able to notice this now in men you see. Like I can walk up to a man and I can tell if a man has been punched in the face, has been in a fight, you know. And nowadays, the young boys I see now, they've never been in a fight. They've never been in a mosh pit. They've never been in a situation that heightens their fight or flight instinct to trigger more testosterone. I
Well,
think that's the problem now.
fight or flight when it comes to dealing with other people is a little bit different than dealing with the elements,
You know, yeah, right. But you know
right?
what? No, nobody really wants to get in a fight, right?
No, not really, no.
No,
But
no.
Okay,
I'd
I'm
rather
sorry. I'm sorry.
not get
If I
punched
can
in the
interrupt you
face.
guys, if I can interrupt you guys and bring us back to order, I'm sorry. Fighting is also very fascinating, but I'm very, very. I've spoken with Hormaxer, and I have expressed interest in TRT. In fact, I told him I was probably going to wait till I turned 40, and that's in 2 years or a year and some months. Who knows? Maybe I can try it even sooner. I'm very interested in what Mr. James has to say. Can we let Mr. James just talk for another couple of minutes?
Sure.
I mean, fighting is very interesting, Polska, but can we talk about the TRT first?
Definitely let him talk about the TRT, and then I'll tell you my experience on it.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're on TRT too?
Not now,
I
but
didn't
I
know.
was.
I didn't know you were on it.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you about it after James is done.
Okay. Yeah. Yes. I very much want to hear about. Okay. James, does it I'm sorry. I'm just asking you. Does it shrink your balls?
No. God damn.
Okay, but you understand that there is a common misconception that like you're gonna have this guy and he's got like ripped jeans and he's got like a Dago tee and he's got his face.
Wait a second. I heard that comment. Does it shrink your balls? Cowboy, ask your mom.
Dude.
Bob,
Okay,
come on, man. All right, things are dropping when Polska. But anyway, you're all roided up and you're all angry and you have really bad acne. You have really bad acne all over your face and your back, and you're all angry and you got road rage. Yeah.
That is an old misconception from steroids that guys were taking that were fucking for horses and cows. Those shrunk your balls. That's what I'm saying. Same steroids he's talking about don't do that.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That is a misconception that I actually believe is purposely pushed by our enemies in the media.
When you heard the word steroids, everybody thought, roid junkies, right? They were shooting up shit meant for horses. I've watched them do it. And yes, they bulked up like fridges and their nuts went to fucking, raisins. I took steroids for my lungs that were prescribed for me, anabolic steroids, and they didn't shrink my balls, but they drove me a bit insane. I won't lie there.
Okay.
They definitely did do that. What he's on is not going to shrink his balls.
Can you talk about again? I'm sorry, I don't mean to keep you. I know you said you have to go soon. If you could just give me 5 more minutes. Any other observations? How long have you been taking testosterone replacement therapy? Do you find that it elevates your mood? Does it elevate your libido? You already said you sort of bounce back. You bounce back quicker. You handle stress better. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the physical stress and the day-to-day like mental stresses that come with interactions and obligations and responsibilities. I mean, I'd already been conditioned to a point to kind of accept those things as they came beforehand, but nowadays I seem to be more robust and seem to just bounce back a little more quickly from it. With the libido aspect, yes. I mean, there is, I would say, more or less an acute response with your libido with the administration of external testosterone. To my detriment or otherwise, I mean, I've wasted a little bit of time just trying to alleviate that symptom, but you got to take the good with the bad sometimes, and I'll call that a good symptom. On behalf of all the exogenous testosterone users. And sleep has been a little better. And I would say that, I've been reading some comments saying that, hey, you should go outside, take up some boxing, go out camping. And I'm not saying that I'll be on this stuff forever. This might just be a stepping stone.
No, I
teach me how kind of this feeling is like, because with the experiences that I've missed out on my most crucial developmental years, this is going to give me some foresight as to what I need to aim for going forward once, if ever I decide to just get off of it and just go natural.
Sure. If I may add, when you had first started talking about this, or when you had first revealed that you were on TRT, I think you made a very strong case. You basically said, if I understand correctly, you said, with you were talking about like endocrine disruptors, and I was like, oh my god, this guy, okay, he's you're well informed. I know exactly what you're talking about. Estrogen in the water supply, and there's many examples. Read the book Silent Spring. So you basically made the case that yes, you wanted to take it for a number of reasons, and one of them was to, not to put words in your mouth, but you said to basically offset, the growing. How did you put it? Basically, to offset all the other chemicals that are floating around in our environment.
Sure. And like I mentioned before, I mean, I was already at a favorable body composition. Like through riding, through commuting to work on the bike, through working the way that I work, I have forced my body to adopt a composition that would,
that would receive it well, that would
otherwise.
work with it well. Yeah, no, I thought you made a very good case. I mean, you said, obviously you're still very young, your body's in good shape. You're doing constant, light level lifting. Okay. One last question. What if you were like a weak, pathetic, sniveling, skinny Polak who drinks too much and you didn't have a lot of muscle?
Okay, you know what? I just got back from my smoke break, so you were burning me while I was gone. All right, cowboy.
Oh my god!
Are you guys having fun at least?
Oh, cowboy, that was fucking perfect.
I'm sorry. What I meant to say is, James, do you think a middle-aged man at 45 years old, who maybe is a little lightweight, think like 110 pounds, 115 pounds soaking wet, would that help someone like that?
I'm gonna let that go, cowboy. Well, at least I'm now 230 pounds. You need to go hit the gym, by the way.
It would do a little something,
okay.
But I would always convince someone just to exhaust every single conceivable option before they do this.
Hey, guys,
I would just.
All kidding
I was
aside.
just kidding.
All kidding aside, John, what's your channel called? Cowboy doesn't know how to link or make people wrenches because he's stupid when it comes to technology. Give us your channel name and let us all sub to you.
Yeah, and you're welcome to
speaking of
join us
stupid,
anytime.
his name is James, not John, but okay, go ahead.
Okay, James, I'm sorry, my bad.
Oh yeah, well, it's as my name is stated, James Barr. I mean, if you type it in the search section on YouTube, I'm sure it'll pop up, and like the thumbnail or the picture's just going to be a mugshot of my face, and that's about it. I mean, I don't have like too many videos as of yet. I mean, I haven't had a whole lot to say, but I mean that could change in the near future. There's been a lot of things in the works now, and I might have a lot of things to relay to people. So
how do you spell your last name? Spar?
B as in boy, A-R. I mean, my real,
okay.
Yeah, that's just kind of like a shortened version of my real name.
Bob, you know, like that place that you go to every day and you waste your life at? The bar?
That place.
You mean the place you would be at right now if it wasn't closed?
You mean the place that you come up and hang out with me at all the time?
You Yeah, whatever you said.
Cowboy,
James,
you know what? I got you your Vax Pass too, didn't I?
Well,
no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, right.
Right. Anyway, James, one last question for you. I'm sorry.
Find your channel.
James, if I can ask you one last question. So you take TRT. How do you do it? Do you go through like these underground labs out of Russia? Do you consult a doctor? You do it under the professional observation of a medical professional, or what do you do?
For the purposes of this discussion, I'm just gonna kind of go a little rough around the edges. You know, I confide in someone I'm very closely affiliated with, and
Got you.
He's offered me, the resources to pursue this on my own terms.
I like how you answered that. You very yes, yes. Correct. Great. Excellent. Okay. Cool. Cool. Yeah. Do you have any questions for Polska Bob before you leave?
Oh, not in specifically. I mean, I've kind of listened to all of you guys in prior live streams, and I think you guys do a hell of a job relaying whatever information comes up at the time. So, I hope this live stream is, I don't know, recorded to your channel later so I could watch the rest. But
Yeah.
all
Yes,
of you
it
guys
will.
kick ass, and just keep up the good work and relay the good information. Thank
Yeah,
you.
James,
Yeah,
James,
listen.
you could ask me anything you want.
How many dicks have been in your butt?
First of
Oh,
all,
God.
if you ask Cowboy, I would say numerous amounts.
Anyway,
No, I gotta bounce, guys. I was hoping to stay longer and be able to harass everybody, but I can't.
All right,
But,
Viva El Presidente, Chris.
okay, buddy.
amen, sir. I
Yeah,
will talk
Mr.
to
Mitchell,
you guys later.
thank you for stopping by.
You bet, buddy, and I'll definitely pop back again to harass you, or try to have a serious conversation, maybe.
Oh, this
But-
was
Yeah,
fun
no, we will,
with the
we will.
raid tonight.
Yeah, the raid was kind of
Yeah.
my idea. I'm not gonna lie,
We rated him.
but I appreciate y'all. I'm out.
All right, take
Okay,
care,
man.
Chris Mitchell. And then I'm sorry, James, one last question. I'm sorry, James, are you still here?
I'm here.
Okay, yeah, one last question. So you take TRT? Host Bob was wondering, does TRT will it help you grow taller?
No,
No.
I'm set in my bone structure here, so I'm not gonna get any taller. But hopefully
Okay.
a little wider if I work hard. at
Yeah,
it.
you know what, Cowboy? Go fuck yourself, all right? I can't grow any taller, but you can still get fatter.
All right, and with that, yes, James, thank you very much for stopping by, good sir.
Hey,
Yeah,
James,
if
thanks
you
for
run the
being a good sport.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate hanging with you guys. It's gonna put a little hair on my chest there. So thank
Right
you.
on. Thanks, buddy.
Cowboy, if you leave the live stream running up a little longer, I'm gonna put all those links that you wanted on the live chat so you could take a peek.
Okay, if I can interrupt you and if I could petition you to not do that. The reason
Okay.
why I asked that you not do that is because as Polska Bob had stated, no joke, I'm not very proficient, or how can I put it, with technology. I'm not very tech savvy, but I do know how to retrieve comments from posted videos. So again, and there's no hurry. You could do it in a day, in a week. It doesn't matter. If today, tomorrow, whenever.
You don't want James.
One second, Polska Bob. If you can paste or whatever, paste and copy whatever his website, and then just put it in one of the videos, one of the most recent videos, because I've been looking for this. I've been looking for Hormaxer for the last couple of days, and I can't find him. But you're saying it's spelled differently. I don't care what anyone says. I understand that a lot of people don't like him in the community. I think he's an okay guy. I think he's misunderstood, and also I think he's very nasally. If you notice the way he talks, so I think he just comes off. I think
sounds like you, asshole.
Oh yes. Okay, James. Again, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to expose you to such ruffian, salacious individuals. But thank you again for stopping by.
Well, it's a good change of pace, and I hope to join you guys again soon. Thanks for having me on.
Oh yeah. I'd love to have you on again.
Absolutely. We'd love to have you back on.
All right.
Right on, man.
Good night, guys.
All right, bro.
Good night.
All right, James. Peace out, bro. I'm trying to drop
Then there
it. No,
was
he dropped
three.
himself. Wow, cool. Okay, and then there was 3. Yeah. So Dak, I had no idea you're also on TRT.
I was. It was I'm 47 now. I was on it 3 years ago. When I was-
Please do tell.
Yeah.
Who, what, when, where, why. We know the who. It was you.
Yeah.
When did you start it? How long did you take it? Did your balls shrink? Did your muscles start growing? What happened?
Sorry. So no, I think it was longer than that, Cowboy. Back because I was. What happened is I was, of course, prescribed by a pill pushing doctor a shitload of OxyContin. So when you take OxyContin, basically it dumps your testosterone levels down to nothing, right?
It
So
kills
what
your
ends,
stomach too.
yeah, what ends up
Yeah.
happening is you just, without testosterone, you don't have any energy at all.
Right,
Zero,
right.
zero of anything. So, did a blood test, and of course, they saw that it was going way down there. So they gave me the topical stuff. You can see in the camera here.
Dak, you'll not believe this. Good Mother is live streaming again.
Wow. Wow. So after I started taking it, they did the blood test and the testosterone levels started to come up, quite a bit. Probably more than before. So basically what happens is, you get a ton more energy. You feel way, way better. Your concentration's better. Like James was saying, your patience is actually better because you could think more clearly, kind of thing, big time. You do grow a lot of hair on your back, like you will get pretty hairy. Hair will start growing kind of every place. You will hang real low, buddy.
You will hang really low. Are
Oh, yeah.
you insinuating that like things get bigger and heavier until they drop further?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, they get bigger. I thought they get smaller. They get more
No.
diminutive.
Not on testosterone. No.
Oh no. Okay. And you did this. This was all administered to you through a doctor.
Yes.
Okay, and you said that you took.
Jack, are we talking about pills or an injection?
No. It's here. I got the bottle right here. It's topical.
Topical.
Oh,
It's
topical.
a gel.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's called androgel. So what you do is you take like 3
On your
squirts.
belly,
No,
on your
yeah,
arms.
Put it on your balls.
Yeah, the balls, on the balls. No, on your upper arms and your torso. So yeah, your belly.
Really?
Okay.
Why didn't you put it on your balls? Wouldn't you think that'd be the best place?
I don't know. Maybe we'll try.
I don't know, Bob. I don't know that you would have enough surface area in that area.
Oh, are we doing this again now, Cowboy? You want to keep breaking balls now, or you want to talk serious about hamster
No,
next
I'm
week?
trying to talk serious. I'm trying to listen attentively to what One Fast Act says about a very serious medical issue that I'm thinking of undertaking in the near
Yeah,
future.
which obviously
you
you
keep
don't have
interrupting.
enough.
You
You don't
keep
have enough
interrupting with like
testosterone.
with nasty nut jokes.
So Cowboy, go get a
I'm
blood
trying to
test.
keep it with some levity here. You're the serious one who can't fucking stop waffling and asking questions. Have some fun on these live streams. That's what it's about.
He is. He's having fun. So, Cowboy, make sure you go get a blood test first to see where your levels are at. Okay? You have to see where your levels are at first because you don't want to over testosterone yourself because that could cause problems.
Yeah, you might want to get a prostate test too.
Yeah, well, you got to get one.
Preferably by a dude because you're on the north side.
Well, that's interesting. My primary care physician is a Polish doctor, so he probably would enjoy it more than I would know, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I guarantee he takes no pleasure in sticking his hand up your asshole.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like Terrence
Anyway.
Cobb's doctor. Terrence, you're going to die.
Yeah. So, hey, Cowboy, you there?
Yeah.
About that Whoremaster guy, man. Did you ever see his videos where he took one of my videos and he tore apart Bench and Mgtow, and that video he did about Hammer when he tore apart Hammer and accused Hammer of some child stuff and stuff like that? Did you ever see that, man?
No. Yes and no, and yes and no. Let's go piece by piece. Okay, so
I saw it there.
Yeah.
Before all of that, I knew him as a hard-hitting health truth J.
Yeah, okay.
And I understand that.
You don't want Cowboy. I recognized him when you gave me the link to him as Whoremaster. I recognized his voice, and I'm really good with fucking voices. And I recognized him as a previous guy, and I couldn't pin it down for like a week or whatnot. And then I found one of his old videos, and I realized it was him. That guy's a shill, dude.
A what?
A shill.
Yeah, no, he's like, whatever. I'm just saying, like, all over the Mgtow community, like, he's pretty hated because, we spread a bunch of those videos all over Discord, and a bunch of the brothers saw it, and that's probably why his first channel was taken down, because I know a bunch of us went over there and, like, reported him and all that shit just to get him down. So just to let you know.
No, wait, hold on. Let me interrupt you. I actually want you to explain that in a little bit more depth. Okay, first off, let me preface all this by saying this is what I know of him. Hard-hitting Health Truth Jay. He had his channel. He had it for months and months and months, probably close to a year. At one point, he had gotten relatively big.
Yeah, he did, actually.
That's going to be kind of like a reoccurring theme. Like he wasn't just some small channel. He had more subscribers than Hammerhand. He had tens of thousands. He had like 30,000.
Before he was Black Pill, when he was Mgtow, he had a huge channel when he was Mgtow, long before he went Black Pill.
Right. Okay. So then fast forward, they axe his channel. Fast forward, he reemerges. Fast forward, I had not seen him or heard of him. Then I'm watching E-Man67.
Yeah.
E-Man67 makes a how can I describe it?
A response video. A response
video talking about Hormaxer, saying, Hormaxer, he is taking some jabs at Vention. I had no idea who he was talking about, so I went, I looked, I found him, and then I watched the video that he was talking about. I watched the whole thing.
Yeah,
and
I know.
I consider myself a big fan, or not a fan. I shouldn't say that. I respect Vention a lot. And he was saying some very not nice things about Vention.
Well, I know, and about me too.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, and about me too. He used one of my videos on Vention to burn Vention, and that's not to mention the video he came out about Hammerhand. Oh man, he's not well respected at all, man. I'd be careful, talking about him. I really would.
Okay, no, I hear you.
When it comes to Hormaxer, right? He got burned before, and I remember his voice, and I remember his New York accent. He's from fucking the East Coast. He's either from Jersey or New York, because he says the word water as water.
Yeah.
With the D.
Yeah. Okay. That I'm not particularly concerned with that. What's it called? I'm sorry. I actually forget.
You're missing the point. That's what I told you before when you first introduced me to him. I recognized his voice before, and I'm really good at zeroing in on that shit. And I knew he was the other channel, and he got outed. And kind of the same way Angry Mgtow got outed. They're grifters, man.
Mm-hmm.
A grifter is someone who does something for money. I don't know that that's the problem. I think the problem here is
I don't see that as a problem at all. You can make money doing what you do. I don't have a problem with that at all. It's capitalism. I don't care. All right, but if you're in conflict with where we are going down with our philosophy, that's a problem. And that's why he got booted out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That being said, I want to let I'm trying to let One Fast Act talk for a second though, because he's only given me half of the puzzle, or half of what the information I'm asking for. Dak, you're also saying that he made some sort of attack video or a video critical. Okay, listen very carefully, because I don't know what you're talking about, but it sounds actually rather damning. He made a video critical of Hammerhand, alleging pedophilia or something? Is that what you said?
Basically, yes.
Yeah, but he was joking, right?
Forgot about that.
Was he joking?
No, I'm not joking, Cowboy. I'm not bullshitting you, buddy. He made a horrible video about Hammerhand, and he referred to children and stuff like that. It's long gone now. I wish I would have put it on a stick or something, but it was spread all over Discord. Of what he was saying and everything. And ever since then, man, he's been like just a black plague in the Mgtow community. Like,
Yeah, Cowboy, get off of his channel.
Yeah, buddy.
He's a black plague.
Well, I'll say this: I had not heard any.
Cowboy, I respect what you do with the ladies of the night. That's fine. Nobody has a problem with that at all. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. I'm pretty sure the rest of
some people
the rest
do,
of
though.
the rest of Mgtow don't have a problem with that at all. I told you my story and how I became a pimp, an accidental pimp. Okay. I didn't want to do it. It just happened. It was circumstance. It was happenstance. Okay. But don't suck into this guy. He's a shill and he wants to take your money.
I don't see that. I think you're misusing the word shill. A shill is someone who works for someone else and promotes someone else's agenda. Whose other agenda is he promoting?
Okay, let's talk about Undead Chronic and Warband, right? They all work for Undead Chronic. You got Sir Yeetus, all these guys, okay? And every time I pop into Sir Yeetus's live chat, all right, I see wrenches that aren't wrenches across our channels that are wrenches there. And what's the pinned comment? Sir Yeetus is his PayPal.
Yeah.
Undead Chronic, his PayPal. All of it is his PayPal. All right.
Okay.
They're all, you know what? We're all capitalists, right? We're working to make money. In fact, if we could, be YouTubers and not have to go to our regular jobs today, why wouldn't we do it, right?
Yes. Okay. What's your point, man?
My point is they're all capitalists, but they're all capitalizing on our situations. Don't fall into it. That's all I'm saying.
You're saying that the war band is capitalizing on, is piggybacking. I'm being very careful with the choice of my words. Is piggybacking or using, if you will, the Mgtow community to make money?
No, not the Mgtow community. They're using, because they're younger than us. They're in their early 20s, mid 20s. They can't use us to exploit for their gains, but they are recruiting younger men.
I have no problem with that. I think that's great.
Yeah, I have no problem with that at all. It's capitalism at its best.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. It's the same thing. When you see a young girl who turns 18 and she opens an OnlyFans and gets $10,000 a month, that's fine. She's a capitalist. She knows what the fuck she's doing. I don't have a problem with that at all. But there's consequences when it comes down the road, when these broads want to get married and settle down and stuff like that. But
sure. If I can direct the conversation back though for a second to Hormaxer, I wanted to finish out that idea. So
I don't even want to talk about him, Cowboy.
What One Fast Act was just saying, and again, I haven't seen this video, but based on the level of credibility that One Fast Act has within the community, just his word alone is going to be on some level very damning for Hormaxer. Dak is telling me that Hormaxer is essentially saying things that are not true about someone who's a highly esteemed colleague within the community. And did at any point Hormaxer directly say that Hammerhand is having sex with underage girls or something?
No. It was nothing like that, man. No. He was
he insulting him? Was he saying it in jest? I mean,
he implied something worse. he implied something worse, that he was sexually abusing his oldest daughter, who is in her 20s now.
I see.
Yeah, he
Did
just
he say that explicitly, or did he say that implicitly? Was he implying it, or did he say it outright?
I believe he did both, actually.
yeah, he did both. As far as I remember, it was a while ago, man, and it's
Yeah,
Okay,
like I
so
said,
he
Cowboy,
explicitly said that.
Cowboy, this is going back like 5 years ago, and Hammerhand's relationship with his daughter is estranged. She doesn't talk to him at all.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. What I'm saying is, I'm trying to build a case. Look, like I was talking to you just the other day over the phone, and I was explicitly telling you there's a difference between spreading rumors, or illegally it's called hearsay,
Yeah,
and
when we're
something
talking
called
about
libel.
slander and stuff like
Slander and
we were
libel.
just talking about it last night about that fucking video Rip Grunt put about me.
Yeah,
video-
right, exactly. So,
Mhm.
Is that video
if he
even
makes
still
the
up now?
I have no idea. I'm sorry, I haven't checked. So, if this guy Hormaxer has made a video explicitly stating something that's not true or unproven, then that's a form of slander. Or
Yeah.
if he wrote something like that in the description, that's libel. And so
Right, Cowboy. We were talking about it last night. It's either liable. It's liable if you do a video about it, and it's slander if you do a written article about it.
no, it's the other way around. You just confused yourself.
Okay, you're probably right.
well here's
Anyway,
the,
the point is, I just got one fast Dak, or I'm just gonna, for purposes of conversation, I'm just gonna call you Dak. I like calling you Dak.
yeah, go ahead.
When we
Everybody else
converse.
does.
Yeah,
Dak.
I refer
Dak.
to Dak in the chat as Dak.
Dak said that in the video, Hormaxer explicitly said that what you just said, that he was having some sort of weird relations with his own daughter. I'm not even going to go. It was already said. I get. So that's basically slander in the form of a video. I did not know that. I've never heard of that. But based on Dak's reputation within the community, that doesn't sound good.
No.
But the thing is, I was listening to Hormaxer, and most of my experiences listening to him were very, very favorable.
Okay.
He was hard hitting Health Truth J. He was
Yeah.
he was a hardcore Mgtow. He brought
Yeah.
a lot of red pills, and so I had a very positive opinion of him. This new information that you're dropping on me is not now. Now I feel bad.
Okay, no,
Cowboy.
hey, listen, hold on, give me a second here, guys. Cowboy, you could tell him, ask him directly. Do you see in your chat comment by, pardon me, I hope I pronounced this right, Nigabo Enrichment in the chat there? Do you see that?
Yeah, let me
So
take a look here.
Cowboy, the cult is looking.
So there's his new there's his new channel, Hori Maxer 2. No, not
Oh
that
man,
one.
I'm gonna have to take a look. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that
There.
I'll just come out and say it. Like I don't necessarily agree with everything that Hormaxer says, even before I knew any of this new information. However, as a if a person, whatever, red pill, black pill, MGTOW, this, if enough of what you think or how you think overlaps with how I think, then we're going to have things in common. And I just, frankly, prior to knowing this, I thought, Hormaxer was a pretty cool dude.
No,
in fact, I feel very disappointed with him, and I'm going to have to go yell at him and say, hey, even if it was just a joke, even if you were drunk, you should not be spreading lies about people, because that's not what we're about, right? That's not what we're about, right? Mgtow community is about truth and getting to truth and justice.
All right, Cowboy. Settle down a second here. Let me corral you for a second. All right. This all goes back to being lied to, right? You've been lied to. You feel angry about it, and then you go through the goddamn 5 stages of the death, the bargaining, the denial, and all this stuff. All right, this is called the valley through suicide and stuff like that. You come out the other side as indifferent. Cowboy, you gotta walk through the valley of suicide and come out indifferent.
Bob, I don't know what you're talking.
Neither do I. I don't know.
Listen to me. We need to get out of here. They're trying to kill you, Bob. Bob, who is your daddy, and what does he do?
I know you and I like to joke back and forth between each other, all right? But this is a very serious thing. Like, when you've been lied to your entire life, it destroys everything that is your mental programming. It dissolves
I agree.
your brain fucking meat.
And you can deprogram yourself. What I'm doing is I'm constantly taking, after about 11:30 at night, almost every night, what I find myself doing is taking constant jabs at you because you get so slurry with your words.
Okay, you know what? I appreciate that, you pretentious motherfucker.
No. I'm not being pretentious.
And you know what? I'll send it back to you. Listen. This is a one-way street.
I'm not.
No, it's a two-way rifle range.
Okay.
Sorry, please listen. I'm not being pretentious, and especially in this particular issue, I drink all the time. I'm drinking right now, but I'm only drinking beer. I'm only drinking beer, and I'll drink.
Cowboy, I thought you bought me a thing of Fireball and something for James Van Maxwell.
I gotta go drink beer after this.
No, I have not. I have not yet bought Maxwell anything. I bought you a number.
Go get a beer and come back in, because this is gonna get much more fun.
Okay, well, you guys talk, guys. I gotta go to bed, man. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, see, I wanted to hear more from One Fast Act. Bob, you gotta. All right. One Fast Act. I'm so sorry. We'll have to catch up another time. But I wanted to hear more about.
Stop fucking waffling, Cowboy.
Okay.
I'll do a stream, Cowboy, and I'll have you on, and I'll somehow get Bob to give you the message when I'm having the stream and stuff like that. We can touch.
Yeah. We'll hash it out. I gotta look into this issue. I think I may have to send a Hormaxer a very wagging of the finger.
Well, okay. Well, now you have his new channel, right? You got his new channel in the chat here. So, yeah, go find out for yourself. Ask him for yourself what he said, go ahead.
Hey, Dak. Yeah. Have a good night, man.
All right.
I love you, brother.
Yeah.
All right, One Fast Act. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. If anyone else wants to call in, call in. You know what?
It's just you and I now, Cowboy.
That's right. And then there were two. I'm going to drop the link again. If anyone else wants to come in, I'll probably be on for at least another 20 or 30 minutes. I got a couple more beers here. Let me figure out how to paste. Paste, right? There we go. That looks like it worked. Very good.
All right. Anybody jump in? Who's left?
Yeah, feel free. Anyway, Bob, I'm not kidding, man. I really think I'm going to look into, and most likely I'm going to try out this testosterone replacement therapy. I would actually recommend the same for you. I don't know what you think. Personally, I think that your testosterone, your testosterone starts to drop, and you want to keep.
Well, you know what? Honestly, Cowboy, I haven't been in a fight in a mosh pit in a long time, and crowd surf in a long time. So I would agree that my testosterone has dropped.
No. Listen, man, I'm not talking about getting into fights. Yeah, that's like a fringe benefit. I'm talking about just like everyday living.
Cowboy,
your ability to focus
and stop
how well you bounce
waffling. All right, you know how men become men.
This is my channel. I get to waffle. You understand that?
Yeah, you okay, and I get to stop you and put you in your place, dude.
There you go.
Men get forged in fire and in battle. All right. Yeah,
Right.
we don't get fucking stronger by waffling on YouTube.
Right, and that's why you're wrenched in on more channels than I know.
Master Wrench, no.
I just wrenched in general. You know what I'm saying? You're
You know
on
what?
YouTube. You're on YouTube more than anyone I know. You're wrenched. You're wrenched to more channels than anyone I know, and you're telling me that that's bad.
When you gonna wrench me on your channel? By the way,
As
have
I've
you
stated
figured it
multiple
out?
times, as I've stated multiple times, when you show me how to do it, I've given you my phone before. You have failed to do it.
All right, I'm fucking on. I'm talking with you on multiple devices. I'm talking through you and StreamYards on my phone, which I can't see the chat, right? But I'm still talking, and I am on my pad, and I can see all the chat in real time.
Okay.
So I'm using two devices to actually, broadcast with you, right? I could actually
Okay.
go through. I could actually go 3 devices and activate YouTube on my PS4.
That's see, that's why I told you that's why I gave you my phone, because I told you I think you're a little bit more tech savvy, so I wanted you to figure out, how to do all this, but whatever. You already gave me the answer to that. You already gave me the answer. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm letting someone else in. I think it was Supreme Cannon, who I've never spoken to. I've never heard your voice.
Okay,
Supreme
let's
Cannon,
see
are you
where
there?
this goes.
Yeah, Cowboy Bob, how you guys doing?
Who are you?
Oh, I go by Supreme Cannon.
Hi, Canada.
Yeah, yeah, I'm up in Canada actually. Yeah,
We're in Canada, sir.
British Columbia. Actually, I don't think I'm too far from Chris Mitchell.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's in the same geographical area I am, probably a couple towns over.
Okay, so what do you got to say, man? We'd love to hear you.
I haven't actually jumped into one of these live streams before, and I thought, well, what the hell? It's on, so yeah, I've got a headset.
Wait! Hold on. This is your first one?
It's my first one. Yeah, there's a.
Oh my God, a cowboy! We're gonna pop a cherry.
Got to pop a cherry, you bet. Well, I got a friend.
Thank you and welcome, Supreme Cannon.
Oh, it's great to be here, Cowboy. Absolutely.
What do you like to be called? Do you like to be called Supreme, or do you like to be called Cannon?
Supreme's fine.
All right, Supreme. Right. You're talking to two Chicago guys, North Side and South Side.
Wow.
Yes, and Supreme. If I may interject, I want you to take note that there is in fact a difference. Of course, you cannot see us physically, but I think you can deduce mentally where the north side might be, where the south side. Try to pay attention to our speech patterns and everything. You'll figure out a lot about the city by just listening to how we talk.
Yeah, the North Siders are fat cats, and the South Siders are tall drinks of water.
There you go. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Cowboy, you sound kind of Midwestern to me, and Bob definitely sounds like a classic Chicago accent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Supreme,
what do I know, right?
No. I mean, map. Everyone has maps these days. Supreme, can you please introduce yourself? I've seen you all over I was going to say the internet. I've seen you all over the manosphere. Can you please give like a quick 2 or 3 minute synopsis of yourself? Who, what, when, where, why?
Sure.
Again, where are you? What do you do? How many kids do you have? What brought you to Mgtow? You know, how many minutes go by until you become perturbed by you know, drunken Polacks? Anything you want to share?
You know what, Cowboy? Shut the fuck up and let him tell a story.
Well, I come from a logging family, so I'm used to being around drunks. Yeah, well, the whole red pill thing, guys, I found it just a little over 10 years ago, back when it was all still blogs. I've been married and divorced twice. So I had just separated in the dead of winter from the second one. We'd finally just called a halt to it. And that's about the time that I found that stuff. And I was just about to turn 40, 46 years old. So
Okay.
I'm
When
kind of an old man here. Yeah.
when was this? When did you get divorced last? A year ago? 10 years ago? What are we looking at here?
Oh,
Cowboy, stop waffling. Let him tell his story. He's on his
Bob,
second marriage.
Bob.
Yeah.
This is my stream. I get to moderate the way I want and to format it the way I want. Please.
You want to wrench me because I hate you. By the way,
look, Bob, you're gonna be my first wrench. I'll tell you what. Go ahead, Supreme. Oh, by the way, Supreme,
go ahead, tell your story.
By the way, Supreme,
I'll just
you don't smoke.
You guys
you don't smoke by any chance, do you, Supreme?
I am smoking. Yeah, I'm also getting over a cold, so yeah. I sound like a frog right now, but
you do sound like a frog. Go ahead, tell your frog story.
Real cool frog, I hope, anyway. But yeah, so it was shortly before Christmas in 2010, and I found myself living in a little fire trap apartment above an old general store in the middle of nowhere in the dead of freaking winter.
Oh my God, this sounds like a bad story.
Yeah, it's quite a story. Yeah, I'll tell you, it was a real. Every man sooner or later has, I guess, what you call a desert experience. Well, that was definitely mine, or the beginning of it anyway. But yeah, I have 2 children of my own, and I had 3 stepchildren for 10 years as well. So yeah, I touched that hot stove too. But that was the year 2000, 2001. Nobody knew about any of this stuff. You know, nobody knew about it. I was still idealistic.
Right. Plus you were half your age. You didn't know.
Well,
you didn't know anything.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, nobody told
me.
Okay,
so you were saying you were just blue pill at that time.
Yeah, I was blue pill. Yeah, absolutely. All of those things that you talk about, what not to be. Yeah, that was me. I was that guy.
Okay, we were all that guy. Go ahead, tell your story.
Yeah, we were all that guy, exactly. So anyway, so that's about the time that I found the blogs, the red pill blogs, and you know, so the relative masses of the time, right? Heart East, Roosh V, mostly pickup artist stuff. But the way I see the PUA thing is, they're the guys that actually went out in the field and did the science and did the reverse engineering for us all to be able to understand basically what we call the red pill. So it's not that they didn't serve a useful purpose. And the thing is, PUA was something that actually kind of half-assed worked 10, 12 years ago. Everybody knows what the hell game is now. So, you know, it's kind of redundant, right? And then around about 2014, early 2014 is when I found Sandman and really was introduced to the Mgtow concept. And from that time, I followed just about any channel that came along on YouTube. I kind of kicked the blogs off to the side. I was power reading that stuff for, God, by this time, 4 or 5 years. So, yeah, so hard-hitting Health Truth Jay. I definitely saw him, you know, 2016, 2017. Mgtow Philosopher, Turd Flinging Monkey. Who the hell else? Mgtow 101. This guy was well over 100,000 subs. There should be massive Mgtow channels on YouTube by now because there already was in 2017. But Smiling Susan whacked them all, right?
Yes, yes, I couldn't agree more.
Stop
if I can inject,
let the man talk.
Yeah,
come on, man, be cool, dude. Yeah, no, I couldn't agree more. We should have channels at this point. We should have channels in the hundreds of thousands, maybe even in the millions.
If we do have any, then they're hiding.
Stop waffling, Cowboy. Let the man talk.
Yeah. So Sandman, last interview of his, I heard at that time he was sitting around $250,000, but he hides his numbers. So, you know, that's kind of how you have to do it now. Is you get to that size, you got to hide your numbers. You know, Big John, Mgtow's Freedom. I think he was, you know, 50 or 60,000 when they gave him the chop. Chris Cantu, you know, Ronan Man is still there doing his thing. I remember there was a big ass meetup Christmas Eve 2017, and all the big
I
names
remember
called in.
that, by the
Remember
way.
that? Yeah, yeah, that was a hell of a show, wasn't it?
Okay, Barbarossa.
Barbarossa, yeah, Stardust. Who the hell else was in that group?
Spetsnaz.
Spetsnaz is on BitChute. He said he was gonna duck out a couple years ago, but I've seen some newer videos of his in the last year or so.
He hasn't posted anything in a long time, and he is one of my favorites.
Yes, Spetsnaz
Barbarossa is more. Where the fuck did you come from? You're old school.
Oh, definitely old school. Yeah.
Look, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How old are you?
I am 56 years old.
You are 56, cowboy. Did you hear that? He is 56 years old.
Yeah.
I am 45.
Yeah, yeah. No, you're a good age. I think because we use that old red pill, blue pill, rubric, right, from the Matrix and whatever else. They say that when you're long enough in the system, you don't want to wake somebody up because they can't deal with it, right? I think I was right on the cusp of that.
Hey, can I ask you a question? Did you get processed through the meat grinder, the family court?
Well, they actually, I didn't do too bad there, all things considered.
But you did, though.
Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. I definitely
So
got
you
hurt.
were
Yes.
married.
I was married twice. Yeah, and my first wife, the one I had the 2 kids with, at one point in time, about a year later, I don't know what she said to them, but they both bleeped me on Facebook one day when I got home from work and said they didn't want to talk to me ever again, and then they blocked me. And that was yeah. So that was another part of the long desert experience.
Oh my God! How old are they?
Well, my son, he'll be. My son will
From
be.
that first marriage. Let's talk about that right there.
Yeah, the son from my first marriage. Yeah, he'll be 28 in a couple of weeks, and my daughter will be 27 in another month and a half. I'm in touch with my son. He did come around, so we visited many times in the last 3 years, and we're regular touch on Discord, and
Okay.
we have
Okay.
a good relationship. But
Okay.
I haven't heard from my daughter in over a decade.
Okay, your
Wow.
oldest daughter
Yeah,
from
it's not
your
good.
first marriage has no contact with you, but your oldest son does. All right,
Yes, he does.
let's talk about the second marriage.
Yeah, well, where I was living, I was a partner in the family business, and of course, I'm paying a little bit of spousal support. I wasn't making a lot of money in those days, so consequently, it wasn't actually costing me a lot of money. But I mean, for my income, it was still a lot of money. But I did have joint custody. The system doesn't favor men, but she was so bad that they actually gave me joint custody. So I didn't get my kids half the time, but what I
How
did was
the fuck
I
did
took them
that
every
happen?
weekend. Oh shit. I just call it a fluke, I guess. But in any case, I was kind of stuck where I was. I had a mortgage and I had these payments to make, and the little area where I live in, I mean,
How did
you're
you
either going to
deal
be
with
single
all that?
or you're going to be a stepdad. Well, I mean, I've always had faith. That's part of it. And the good thing about that is it allows you to look at things like this, and you can kind of displace it and look at it with almost like a kind of objectivity, which sounds strange, but I just look at it from the perspective that we're living in a collapsed world, and shit happens. And like most naive guys, I had no idea how bad it could get. Nobody talked about these things. I mean,
You went through it all.
I went through it all. Yeah, I mean, there were guys like Angry Harry and Paul Elam with the.
I was just about to bring up Angry Harry. I'm sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. You remember Angry Harry? He unfortunately passed away. He
Yeah.
was actually doing all this like maybe not 30 years ago, but like over 20 years ago.
Yes, he was. Yeah, he didn't pass away that long ago. Within the last couple 3 years. Yeah.
Year or two. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you remember? If we can go down memory lane for a second, Supreme.
Sure.
I'm gonna spout
grab
off
a beer. I'll mic out for a second. All right.
Yes, please pass out. Or wait, what? Mike out? Yeah,
Mike out, and I'm
whatever.
gonna go grab a smoke and some more vodka.
That sounds about right. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Now that I have you for a second, Supreme. Okay.
sure.
Oh, do you remember? Do you remember Messenger Rising?
Yes, I do. He's Lazarus now.
Yes, he is Lazarus.
Yeah,
Lazarus. Okay. Do you recall? Let's see. I saw. I listened. You said you were cognizant of Ronin Man. You
yeah.
remember Barbar?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Once I
Man,
found
woman,
Mgtow, man, woman, myth.
man,
Oh
woman,
my
myth. Yeah,
god!
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god! You go back that early? Do you remember Razor Blade Candy?
I watched a couple of his videos. There was kind of a dust up in Mgtow about 2013, 2014. And there were a lot of guys that were kind of going their separate ways. And it seems to me that Razor Blade Candy was one of them.
Okay,
They,
but you remember like Spetsnaz and shit like that.
yes. Yeah, definitely.
Oh my god, Spetsnaz was the best.
Yeah. Spetsnaz he's the shizzle, man. He really is. Yeah, he's a really smart guy. What I like about
Do you
these guys is
remember? Do you remember? What's his name? Sorry, I can't recall his name right now. He called himself a wandering cauldron of politically incorrect discourse.
Yeah, that's Bernard.
Bernard Chapin.
Yes, Bernard Chapin.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
no
don't remember him at all.
Yeah, remember Truth
Okay,
Over
wow. Okay, so if you can answer, if you can finish my sentences, okay, I can tell you're one of us. You're like you're deep level agent here. This is
Oh
this is
yeah.
not you're not FBI. You're CIA.
Oh yeah, definitely not a Fed. No.
Hey,
No.
feel
I'm
free
not
to
saying that you're a
email
Fed.
us, by the way.
What's that?
I'm not saying that you're a Fed. I'm saying that you're
Oh, I know.
within the community. You're very well informed.
Yeah. I've been in the Mgtow, in the Mgtow orbit for since early 2014. So going on 8 years now. Yeah.
Oh my god!
Okay,
You know
I would
what?
say
I clicked on your icon earlier, and I didn't realize who you were.
Oh,
You have
yeah,
a ton of videos.
Yeah. Well, I'm not really a content creator. I'm just more of a commenter.
Yeah,
I like that.
Same here. We're more on the passive side. I myself, I barely have like 40 videos,
Yeah.
but I'm on the active side. I have fucking 30 wrenches across channels. I don't know
Oh,
how.
geez.
I don't know how I got there, but it happened.
Oh, you're reliable. I mean, that's the thing. When someone's running a stream, they know who they can count on and who they can't. There's one guy 2 towns over from me in Merritt that was streamed on YouTube regular for years. YouTube gave him so much trouble. He streams over on Odyssey now. But yeah, I'd known him for probably 6 months, and I got a wrench out of the deal. So, and I consider him a good friend now. So, yeah, the thing has evolved, but the thing is, as you've seen yourself, there's dust ups, right? Like you remember the red pill coin during that first crypto eruption.
But yeah, and
Right.
Angry
Yeah. So
Mgtow and stuff like that.
that's right. Angry Mgtow. I think Chris Cantu was flogging it for a while, and Mgtow 101, and things kind of blew up for a while after that. And now there's just a lot of these guys, if they even have channels, they don't talk to each other anymore. But that's too bad, because that one Christmas Eve stream, man, that was some serious energy.
You know what?
That was really enjoyable.
I totally checked your channel out when I was just scanning, to get Russian bots out,
Sure.
and I was gonna sub to it, but I seen your icon, and I'm totally gonna be a sub to you now.
Oh well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, one of the regular contributors on my other buddy's channel, he does Grindhouse cartoons. He does Grindhouse kind of artwork. Yeah, so he designed that logo for me, which I thought was awesome. Yeah, he's based down in Los Angeles, and yeah, he just sent that to me one day, and I thought, shit, Dano, you're kidding me. So yeah, that's over the years, I've interacted mostly just through text, in cyberspace here, but just meet some real cool people, and it's been worthwhile. We live in this atomized, collapsed mineshaft of a freaking society, and it's like we're all groping around in the dark trying to just keep each other from losing our shit, right?
Yeah,
Hey.
trying to find each other, right?
Yeah,
As
that's right.
blind
Trying to encourage
people,
each
right?
other. And it's
Hey,
tough. Like this.
Superior. I tried to jump in and save you earlier.
No.
Chris Vivo Presidente is back.
Fucking cowboy can't figure out how StreamYards works. Thinks I
Yeah.
can move myself in here. I can't. You have to drag me.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. You had to walk me through it. I didn't know that I had to drop the link again. I apologize.
No, you don't have to drop the link. You have to pull me in from backstage.
Cowboy, pin the
right.
goddamn StreamYards link so we can all just jump in whenever when we pop in and out.
Well, can you do that?
I did, but then some dumb Polak hacker hacked in and erased it.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, you know what? You're an oof and don't know how technology works. Maybe next time I see you.
I'm kidding. Most Polish guys are not smart enough to become hackers. But go ahead, continue.
You know what? Sorry, guys. That's our Chicago banter. We like to go back and forth between North Side and South Side.
Yeah, we know.
Right. So, I'm sorry, Supreme. If you can, again, I've seen you all over the internet. Can you talk a little bit more about your situation? So, obviously, you were. I'm sorry, if I remember correctly, you said you were married first, and
oh my God, Cowboys!
That's right. Yeah,
you were married a second time. Was it divorced in what 2010? So you basically have been effectively Mgtow for over a decade.
Basically, yeah. Over a
Okay,
decade.
so
just over a decade.
You still, I mean, of course, these are all personal questions. You don't, if there's anything you don't want to answer, you don't have to answer. You still bang. You get prostitutes. What do you do when you get lonely? You travel. Were you cleaned out?
I've been on the odd date over that time. I'll be honest with you. I'm so freaking traumatized that I still got the same. Maybe it's just a function of being more middle aged now. But I mean, it's not like I don't get urges. But it's just something you deal with, right? I mean, let's face it. That's part of the hell. Testosterone is the god chemical. There's no question about it. It gives us all of our powers as men. It also gives us this auto-loading protein cannon at the age of 13 that drives us nuts until we're dead, right? It is what it is. I have some moral issues. I have some moral issues with using escorts. So I haven't gone there. I've come close a few times, but
you'd be surprised how fast that goes away.
Well, man.
You'd be surprised how fast that goes away, my friend.
I mean, I was nervous my first time.
Yeah.
I was nervous my first time. I thought about, oh fuck, I'm actually paying for it. It's like, what the fuck's the difference between paying this broad to actually fuck me and leave and paying to have some broad around me that won't leave?
You got it. I couldn't agree more.
Exactly. You could go out on a date with some chick, drop $200 and get in her drawers too, and it could still end the same way, right?
Yeah.
I get it. It ends
worse.
Or it ends worse. Exactly.
I like happy endings.
I do too. Yeah. I got daughters that age. I can't get over it. Can't get past
I understand that.
I might. I've thought about going to the freaking Philippines and doing all that shit too.
What's your channel called? Because I want to sub to it right now.
It's just called Supreme Cannon. Same as my handle.
So, hey, if you want, you can pay for my way to the Philippines, and I'll tell you what it's like when I get back.
Well, that's very generous, Chris. I appreciate that.
I appreciate that too, brother. And anything for a local guy, okay?
Absolutely, yeah.
It's called Supreme Cannon.
I ain't judging anybody who does it. It's not about that at all. I mean, there's plenty of times it's like, what freaking difference would it make? I just can't quite clear that ledge yet. But I'm not going to tell any man.
Okay, well, if I can interject right there, I'd say, Supreme, you're not getting any younger. If you want to cross that bridge eventually, it opens up a whole new world. I understand, I understand what you're talking about.
Cowboy, stop fucking waffling. I'm trying to find his link. All right.
Well, I'm telling you, I'm giving you wide berth here. I'm giving you wide berth, but I'm gonna have to hit that mic button and put you.
Well, you know what? I got Viva Presidente backing me up, and we will take you out.
Yeah.
All right.
Why did you drag me into this?
Red pill.
How do you spell cannon? I spelled that wrong.
Cannon. Yeah, if you search it, I can't put the link in here, can I?
No, you
No,
need to
I don't know.
write it.
I don't know.
Can't put it in here. Yeah, I could drop it in the comments afterwards, maybe. I go searching for it on just regular YouTube search, and there's like 22. I had no idea it was some freaking cartoon thing. It's just a takeoff on an old nickname I used to have. So that's why I used it. But yeah, it's apparently some freaking anime thing or something too. I don't know.
I don't see you on it. I searched it, but I can't believe I'm talking to you now, guys.
Oh, it's great to hear your voices. It's great to interact, man. It really is. Yeah,
So, hey,
check this off on your bucket list.
Cannon, whereabouts are you? You say you're not far from Salmon Arm, right?
Yeah, I'm in a little shoe swap. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, you're between Salmon Arm and Vernon, I gather.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a beautiful area.
It's boring as fuck, but it's nice.
Yeah. We moved down here from Terrace. I was born in Terrace. We moved down here in '76. So I was up in the Caribou for 6 years working at a copper mine, and then I came back, and the family logging business just wrapped up just over a year ago. I took a buyout. I didn't get enough to retire, but I said, the hell of it, I'm out. I'm done with this. So I'm on a nice long hiatus right now before I figure out what I'm gonna do next. For once.
Okay. So it's a perfect time for me to go to the Philippines for you.
Well, there you go. Yeah.
There you go. There you
this
go.
Is working out, guys. I like where this is going.
Yeah. Send me lots of pictures. Cuck the shit out of me, I guess.
I totally will then.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, count on you.
And I won't even involve any lady boys or nothing. They'll be straight up.
Keep it straight.
No, that's no, not around here.
Don't cuck me with lady boys, Chris. Just do me that favor, would you?
No problem.
Well, he is the new emperor of Canada.
Well, to them, I'll seem like a big man.
Well, that's right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You'll be a rock star over there. I spent a week. I did a week in South Korea on a business trip, and then about 5 or 6 years after, I spent a week in South China. And yeah. If you're blue eyed, you're a freaking rock star. You're an exotic item there.
I'm green, Irish.
Yeah. It still counts.
Still counts.
You're a round eyed barbarian. That's all that matters.
That's true.
Yeah.
A round-eyed barbarian.
That I can't think of any other reason to go there.
Well, me either. Either a cheap place to retire, but if I can't afford to retire, my kids are here, my folks are here, everything's here. And it's hard to travel right now. I haven't taken any of the tests. I haven't definitely not taken the freaking job. So if I leave Canada, I don't get back in until this crap's over one way or the other. So I'm stuck here for now.
Well, we're fucking working on dropping all that shit.
Guys.
Yeah. Well, if truckers are, that's what they need to do. They need to empty the shelves. I mean, the whole world was spinning out of financial control in 2019.
Hey, guys.
I think that's part of the reason why we're going through this right now. They're trying to buy
this is an amazing thing that Canada did. All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
you motherfucker, Viva el Presidente.
Amen.
You drew us all together, and
yes, I'll take credit.
These mandates are going to go away.
Well, like I said, that was a good announcement.
And Chris, El Presidente, you know what has to come next, right?
Yes, I absolutely do know what comes next. First, we get all our guns back. Second, we get all our fucking children back.
Amen.
Third, we take as a celebration party for my coronation, we will be executing every one of the fucking politicians around us.
Nice.
In the public square.
In the public square, baby. Yeah. It'll be hanging and hot dogs for everyone.
Yeah.
Hangings and hot dogs.
Good old fashioned hanging in the town square.
Yep. You betcha.
That works for me. Yeah. It's time for the Wheat and Terrace to go their separate ways.
Oh my God, you got the coolest voice ever.
Oh, thank you. Like I say, I'm a little hoarse. I'm just getting over a cold, but a pack a day probably save me from the coof. But yeah, it doesn't.
I would only have to say the hamster would have a better voice.
Hamster has a radio voice. Yeah, it really does.
That's why he worked in radio.
Yeah, I thought about it, but I run into an old DJ. I sent in the Columbia Broadcasting Academy. I was about 22, 23. I actually sent in
come on, give us your pitch.
I sent in a demo tape. And,
all right, give us your pitch.
And I was about to go down there, and then I actually ran into an old DJ, and he talked me out of it. He said there's no money in it. And
let me I'm sorry, gentlemen, let me interrupt all of you.
Sure.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, 1 second. If I could interrupt all of you. There's another person.
Stop waffling. We're having a good time here.
Moving on. Okay, I was going to ask you guys. So there's a guy trying to come in right now, and I've never seen him before. And
who is he?
I don't know. Have you guys heard of Mgtow Buy Low or something?
Yeah, sure. Let him in.
I don't know. That's the thing. It's happened to me more than once where I let some guy in, and he
don't let him in. You're in charge of the stream. Don't let him in. Say no.
Well, I'm asking you guys. Do any of you guys recognize this individual?
I can't say as I do.
His name is Mgtow by Logic.
Mgtow by Logic.
Oh yeah. I do recognize him. Let him in.
He's been in the stream.
Let him in.
Yeah, let him in.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Mgtow by Logic. I'm letting you in 3, 2, 1. You should be in now. Mgtow by Logic. Are you with us?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Yes. Hello. Mgtow by Logic. Are you there?
All right, kick him out.
Right.
He doesn't have his equipment set up.
Yeah, just try again, Logic.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna second that. I'm gonna bump you out. Mgtow by Logic.
Yeah.
Hey, Cowboy. Let's talk about the hamster logic or logistics. I can't do anything Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday because it's fucking Valentine's Day.
So what's your day?
I'm free from Monday to Thursday, Friday.
Okay. I mean, I'm basically available every single day after about 10 p.m.
Yeah, right. Because you work second shift. So let's schedule something for a hamster if he's going to be in town.
Yeah, that's fine. Like I had reiterated to you, if you want to do me a favor, just contact him. Of course, I speak with him occasionally when we're online, but you have his number, and so you're sort of quarterbacking all that. So just let me know. Let me but preferably not like the same day. Just give me like 1 or 2 days advance.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I quarterback it, and I'll leave it the floor open to you guys. What do you want to talk about?
I wanted to hear more about Supreme and like his just everything. Okay, like Supreme, I have a couple questions for you. Okay, so you are in the logging industry, is that correct?
I was, yeah. I got bought out just over a year ago. I was in the family business for just about 30 years.
Okay, so is it fair to say that you know how to drop a big log?
God damn it! Really? Really?
Yeah. Well, it's been a long time since I did that, but yeah.
Okay, you know what? Don't let him do that to you. Burn him instead.
Better yet, don't let him asking him about your balls.
Why? Why?
No ball answers tonight. No. Zero ball. I'll just save you the time. 0 ball answers tonight.
Okay.
I'm new at this.
You don't want to.
Is it accurate to claim
that?
So what was the question?
Oh, okay. Is it accurate to say when you cut down a tree, you fall a tree instead of cutting it down?
Yeah, you
fell a tree.
Yeah.
No, Bob, that's past tense, Bob.
Shut up, cowboy.
If you cut them, If you cut them mechanically, it's called cutting. If you cut them down with a power saw, yeah, it's still called falling.
Okay, so it's fair.
Basically.
It's fair to say that for a living, you would fall trees.
Well, I worked. I did some of that in my younger days, but I wound up working mostly in the office. So I was doing a lot of the administrating for 7 or 8 years, and then we got somebody else in to do that, and we had a little sawmill
Oh my
going for a
God,
while.
I'm trying to find the live stream.
So I spent 6 or 7 years at the sawmill until we had to shut it down. Then I was a realtor for about 18 months, right before the big crash, and then I got out of that just in time to go
What?
copper mining. Yeah,
What
yeah,
a bizarre
2007,
jump.
2008.
Whoa,
No
whoa,
kidding.
whoa, whoa, whoa! You went copper mining after that?
Yeah, yeah. I had a couple of guys that were electrical supervisors at a copper mine up in the Caribou. I said, "Screw it, we're out of here. I got
How
nothing
did
else
that
to do."
work out for you?
That worked out pretty good. I did all right.
How much copper did you mine?
Well, it's a big outfit, right? I was just working for them, but they did, probably, I don't know, 900,000 pounds a day of concentrate.
Oh my God, that much?
Yeah, it's a huge mine.
900,000 pounds?
My
Yeah.
dad.
Supreme, when you say, I'm sorry, can you say that again? 900,000 pounds of what?
Copper concentrate.
Copper.
When you say
cowboy.
concentrate,
Are
you
you
say
fucking stupid? Did you not hear it?
Bob, shut up, man. I'm trying to have fucking intelligent conversation.
It's all
Oh,
good.
you brought the wrong guy.
Yeah, yeah.
You
The
got
thing is,
drunk, Bob. I got
No,
sober,
no.
Bob.
No, he still adds to the conversation, but it's just Anyway, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I got him
Yeah,
sober.
I'm fucking with you all night, by the way.
I know, and it just becomes more fun as the night goes on. So what I was going to ask,
especially for the viewers.
Yes, I agree. Supreme, can you just I love learning about stuff. What do you mean by that? Concentrate? Is that like ore? When you say that, you mean ore?
Well, the ore goes through a grinding process, and it
So
goes through
guys,
what's called a flotation process, where they add all kinds of funky chemicals, and it actually makes the concentrate. It kind of turns it into a foam, so it's actually lighter than the water. And then they float that off, and they do that 2 or 3 times to increase the concentration.
Wait. No, wait,
It's
please.
like a slurry.
I gotta wait. Say
Okay.
all right.
If you can back that trolley up, Supreme. Oh God, Bob. Yeah, but
It's like a slurry,
Supreme,
guys.
Shut up,
yeah.
cowboy. How
Yeah,
do you say water?
They dry it off. It gets to a certain concentrate. They pour it off, and then it goes through a dryer. It looks almost like a tumble dryer, right?
Okay,
It's just
just
powered
say
by
I
the
was
natural gas.
going to
water.
streamlined version in a minute or 2 minutes, like you show up, the whole process. I mean, rocks and
Sure.
all.
Okay, so you go out to the pit and they drill according to a certain pattern, right? And then they pack the holes with explosive. The holes are about 50 feet deep.
Oh, no, wait,
Yeah.
no, stop. No, wait.
Okay.
A pit? What? I thought you were talking about like an alluvial deposit. You're talking about copper here.
Oh yeah, no, this is solid rock. It's hard rock mining.
Never mind. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Have you ever heard of the
open pit mine? If you Google open pit mine, you'll see 100 pictures. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. No, yeah. Okay. Have you ever heard of the Kennecott?
Yeah, that's down in Nevada, isn't it?
No, I believe it's in Chile.
Is
It's
that
the
that's
world.
the one in Chile? Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's the world's
They're
the world's
yeah.
single largest copper mine. So it's
Okay.
Oh,
yeah. Okay,
There's a lot
I'm
of
sorry.
that.
Okay,
There's a lot of that in Nevada and Arizona, and of course.
sure, absolutely.
But yeah,
Gold,
Chile
too.
is
Nevada
that's
also
right.
still
Yeah,
has gold.
and silver. Yeah, you bet.
you know what? Cowboy is waffling now.
Mm.
Get to the point.
Bob, I'm telling you, man, this is high-minded stuff. This is how you learn, man. You have to let people sit and talk. I'm sorry, please, Supreme, continue. Okay, so this is open pit. So this is like big, huge Tonka trucks, the size, like 5 foot tall tires, things.
Oh, they're 11 feet tall. Yeah, I drove those for a year.
Right, that's
Yeah.
awesome. I wish
They're
I could.
pretty,
Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead.
They're pretty cool. Yeah. Yeah,
Oh
no,
my
I do
God,
No, yeah,
your
I have a
accent
CDL.
is
I have my
amazing.
CDL. That wouldn't even be a job. I'd probably do that for free on the weekend. I mean, anyway, go ahead. Please continue, Supreme.
It's a long day sitting in a seat, so you're happy they're paying you for it. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, it's like any job like that. You're running big stuff like that. It's mostly boredom with the odd moment of punctuated with extreme terror. But it's just like anything else. You get used to it.
So
Long haul
it's kind of
truckers.
like so I'm sorry, can you repeat that? It's like it's mostly just boredom,
Yeah.
coupled with it's instantaneous or rare, but a very rapid. Say it again.
Yeah, punctuated with the odd moment of extreme terror. Right.
No, I just really.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, that sounds
but
terrifying.
it's
I was
like
going to say, I just really like the way you said that. It actually reminds me of how I comport myself when I'm hanging out with Bob.
well, that's probably a fair comparison. Yeah.
Yeah.
Most
Oh
of,
my God,
most of the
this
time
motherfucker is still
It's usually
really
very,
cowboy.
very boring. It's usually
Most of
very
the-
boring, and then
Yeah.
punctuated by extreme,
That's
craziness.
right.
But I'm sorry.
What
Go
the
ahead, Supreme.
fuck is he doing now? Yeah, that's right. Freak you out. So anyway, yeah. So the big ass shovels load that stuff into the trucks. You take it to the crusher, and it goes through a series of rotating drums with steel balls in them. And as the stuff goes through that system, it gets progressively smaller and finer. Like it turns into like a dust, right? And
Okay.
and then they add the chemicals in the flotation tanks, and they've got these huge stirrers that keep everything stirred up, and it just floats the stuff to the top. It's this gold colored looking foam, and then
I
they
was going to
pour
say,
that.
no, stop
They pour.
again. It floats
Okay.
it to the
Okay.
top. No. I thought it drops it to the bottom.
No.
Yeah,
No.
you know what? I would think at this point it was Cowboys bullshit that dropped
different-
it to the bottom because you're an asshole.
There's
Yeah,
different ways to sort out metals from other materials, guys.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
If
right.
you're talking like heavy
understand
concentrated,
that's counter to me. That's counterintuitive. Copper is a heavy metal, so
Chris, I love how
you're telling
you're
me-
negotiating this battle between Cowboy and I.
So I'm sorry. So Supreme. No, I thought since copper is a heavy metal, it tends to fall to the bottom. You're saying
Yeah,
we
and
now
then
have
gravity falls in
Bob,
and
Bob, please, man, let me
smashes.
speak. Bob,
Yes,
I'm going to
it
mute
would.
you, man.
powered by
So we have the
vodka.
technology. We have the technology now to make the
To
copper
what,
float.
Cowboy? To what,
Well, you
Cowboy?
pound it into a fine powder.
Yeah, you
Right,
powder
but
it
it's still
pepper.
made of metal. It's still made of
Yes.
metal, so it's going to
But you gotta-
to sink in water,
Yes.
not float.
It's a really
Shut up and let Chris talk.
it's really low grade ore though. It's like 0.5% copper, so it's like 99.5% rock. So the way that they pound it into a fine powder, so as much of it is exposed to the chemicals as possible, the reagents, and that causes the copper to react, and it turns into a literal foam that rises to the top. And so as it stirs around, it gets as much of it as possible, and then that foam pours off into the next one down. It's a stepped series of these drums, these big ass vats, basically. And by the time it gets to the end, it hits a concentration of about 27%, is what they're targeting.
That's
So when
pretty
it comes
high.
out, the other end. It's just this heavy black powder, but it's 27% copper by weight. And that's where
Okay.
and then they load that on trucks, take it to the rail siding, it goes on a
Okay,
ship. And then,
who are you, by
It's
the way?
almost like the exact same way you
Who are
would do
you, by the way?
gold and silver, but gold and silver stays in the mercury.
yeah, that's right.
Right. Of course, yes.
Yeah,
I remember.
who
I
are you,
remember
by
learning
the
that in
way?
university.
I want to know. I'm
Mercury.
Post Kebab. I want to know who you are.
Oh, post kebab, you dumbass.
Is this Stumper?
Oh, excuse me. Anyway,
I'm sorry. Okay, so I'm trying to add Mgtow Biologic again. I just put
Shut
him in.
up,
Mgtow
cowboy.
Biologic,
Who's the
are you
guy?
there?
Who's the
Yes.
guy I'm trying to reach?
Oh, we got him.
Yeah,
Is
it looks
that
like we got him.
Stumper?
Looks like-
Hello,
Bob, I'm
everyone.
telling you, man. I'm
Hello,
giving you
sir.
a wide berth here, man. Come on. I don't want to mute you, bro. All right. I'm sorry. Mgtow Biologic, are you there?
Yes. Hello.
Yes. Hello, sir.
Hello there.
Welcome.
Who's
Can
the
you
fucking
please
guy
talk for
I
a
was
minute?
talking to?
Can you please talk for a second, Mgtow Biologic, and introduce yourself to the group?
Sure. I am Mgtow Biologic. what I've just been listening, enjoying your guys' discussion, learning about copper mining, and
Okay, now
thank you for
you're
that.
in for a penny, in for a pound. Good luck with that.
You're all the way in now, yeah.
So if you ain't got some good claims nearby that I can jack, then yeah, you got nothing to add to me. Gotta go
Yeah,
harvest
this
some
might be a
gold.
wrong discussion that you wanted to get into. Who's the fucking guy I was talking to?
I don't know. Who
Are
was it?
Are you talking about me or the guy in the mirror?
I would imagine it's the man in the mirror, and I'm
The man
gonna
in the
let it
mirror.
go.
That's actually Bob's favorite song. He loves to moon dance as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say Michael Jackson, strong Michael Jackson vibe there. Yeah.
You know what, cowboy? Don't ever talk shit about me about my dance moves. You haven't even seen them in real life. All right?
Yeah, no, but I can tell by the shoes that you wear. You always wear the same pair of shoes. You're probably very prolific dancer, I assume.
Oh, what the fuck is that supposed to mean?
That's a compliment, Bob.
Yeah.
What have you got against people that only own one pair of fucking shoes?
You know what? Viva el
Hey, that's right.
Presidente. I think that was an insult.
Feeling
I think
attacked
so
right now.
too. I
Feeling
use
attacked
my
right now.
very nice suede fucking Doc Martens to do my shopping and to sometimes, paint and do drywall in. So, they're versatile.
All right, you know what, Chris? I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt on this one. This was such a fun live stream, and we rated fucking what's his face, and this is amazing, man. Viva el Presidente.
Hey, man.
But what? But what? It's getting late. You gotta. Let me guess. You gotta get to sleep, Bob. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
I feel you,
I
man.
gotta get some
All right,
fucking
cool.
sleep, cowboy.
That sounds good, man. Yeah. Go rest.
Yeah, whatever, you piece of shit. Seriously? Are you gonna challenge me to the game of drink? Because I will keep playing.
Do it.
Hey. All right. Yeah. Well, we're gonna have to rain check on that one. Okay. All right. That sounds good. It was a pleasure, Bob. Okay. And Mgtow
Cowboy,
by
this
Logic.
is your
I'm sorry. Are you
stream,
still
by
here?
the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had passed out by now. I'm sorry. What? What do you mean?
Oh my god. Next time I see you, I will put a knife in your back.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm just
Turn it
kidding.
on your brothers. Turn it on your
telling you.
brothers.
I'm
I
j- I'm
cannot
just-
have
telling you.
that.
I'm just kidding.
No, it's okay.
I will metaphorically put a knife in your back.
Right.
You're
No,
fucking
listen, I'm just trying to
short-sighted.
say it.
If you
here's my
would at
only.
least pay somebody else to do it, I mean, I can accept that.
Yeah, that's right. Don't do it directly.
Hey, shut up, Chris. Nobody
Hey,
asked you
don't
to
tell
get
your
into.
emperor to shut up.
Nobody asked you to get into this battle between
It's a little friendly
Cowboy and
fratricide.
I. All right, Cowboy, what do you got to say?
Oh yeah, no, nothing. I wanted to.
Yeah,
I wanted to see.
nothing. Yeah, nothing.
I
Because
wanted to see the floor.
Yeah, because
all right.
you're
I'm
not-
muting you. I'm muting you. Bob, I'm
Yeah,
muting you.
because you're an asshole. Chris, I love you.
I love you too, brother.
All right. No, I wanted to see the floor to Mgtow his Logic and have him introduce himself. I feel like I've seen him before, but I can't. I'm sorry, I can't really recall you. Mgtow by Logic, are you there?
I am.
Yeah. Can you please speak on? Or if if I could just turn over the floor to you for a second. Can you introduce yourself? Who are you? Where are you from? What do you do for work? What led you to Mgtow? Do you have any good Mgtow? Do you have any red pill or Mgtow type story?
Shut up. Seriously,
Damn it.
just let him talk.
You dumb fucking Pola. All right. Mgtow by Logic. Are you still there?
Yes.
Excellent.
I
Please
live in
go ahead.
I live in the northwest of the United States. Lived here my whole life. I have plenty of red pill stories. My first set of education on that, I guess, came from my grandfather and then from Tom Likas listening on the radio in the early mid 90s, back when I was a teenager. So
okay,
I'm
so
married
how old were you? I'm sorry, mid 90s, you were a teenager, so you're in your early to mid 40s?
Correct.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
was a teenager in the 90s.
Yep.
Late 90s.
Mid 90s, yep.
Okay. What do you do for a living, Mgtow Biologic?
I've got a bit of a varied background, but it's all basically accounting, finance, real estate.
Excellent.
Is the general areas. I've done forensic accounting. I've worked in the legal field doing some of that
Forensic.
stuff.
So forensic accounting, is that where like you're the guy who a lawyer? Okay, so some broad gets divorced and she hires a lawyer, and the lawyer comes to you and says, "We want to take this guy for everything. Find out where his money is."
I could do that, but it's more.
Are you a CPA? Are you university set?
No, I'm not. I'm not a CPA, but I'm not
Okay.
a CPA. No, so I've done more forensic accounting in the world of anti-fraud and trying to investigate frauds that have happened.
Insurance and shit. Okay, I consider that a lower level, but that's still okay. That's white collar. That's solid.
Okay, could you instruct us on how to get away with fraud? If hypothetically that was going to be the case.
Yes, I could. I have a special certification in fraud, so yeah, I know all about it. I can easily do it. Yep.
Okay.
You should definitely
Biologic,
sub to my channel because I want to talk with you.
Yeah, right. No, I definitely want to have more than one conversation. I want to have more than one conversation with you. So Mgtow Biologic, have you ever heard? There's an axiom in Chicago. There's a saying we have. It's called a Greek lightning. Have you ever heard of that?
Greek lightning, no.
Okay, that's a colloquialism here in Chicago. That's when, and I say this because Aries Rising, another gentleman in the chat was talking about Greektown. Greektown is a nice, prominent little area in Chicago where there is a large contingent of Greek restaurants, and there's a very vibrant Greek community. Well, Greeks here in Chicago are known for collecting insurance money by somehow, some way, their restaurants accidentally catch fire.
Yep.
And then they collect the insurance.
Yep.
Would you recommend
have you ever heard of something like that?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. That's just one. That's one of a billion different frauds. Essentially,
can you talk on that? What is the most common type of fraud that you deal with? What's the least common?
Most common frauds are asset appropriation type frauds. So that's literally just taking something of value that's not yours, but then trying to conceal it in some particular way.
Okay, let me give you an example.
So like laundering, basically.
It sounds more like theft.
Yeah.
Well, it's a form legally of theft. Let's say I have a motorcycle and it's shot. It's all crashed out. It's shitty. But let's say my Mexican uncle stole, or he bought from the dealership, the same exact type of motorcycle. Maybe it's got like a different color or something, whatever. But couldn't I switch out the number plate, like from the old motorcycle to the new one, in some sort of like half-baked venture to try to commit fraud? Have you ever seen anything like that?
I've heard of it. There are all kinds of frauds. Anywhere that value can transfer, you can have fraud. So it can be not just money; it can be anything of value. Because you can also have corruption. Basically, you can have favors. Say, if you hire my son, then something. So Anywhere that value can transfer.
Okay, so I have a
Sure.
question. I used to be a general contractor, right?
Yep.
And I did a lot of subcontracting.
Yep.
I used to go to the field supervisors, which was the second in command, essentially, of the company that had the primary contract. I would slip them bars of silver. Is that illegal?
Yes.
Because we were told we were not allowed to bribe our the company's staff. That was
Right.
in like some of the mandates
Right.
with cash or gifts.
Yep.
But that's kind of like an in between, right? So it's
Yep.
totally legal.
Bribery counts, corruption counts, bid rigging counts. It's fraud when you sell somebody something and then you deliver a substandard product and you know that you're doing that. So they pay for a particular. The military, the government has to deal with this all the time, or Boeing, right? They're paying for particular tensile strength on some bolt or something, right? And their subcontractor, if they deliver something that's cheaper at the top dollar rate for what they actually ordered, that's a fraud. All kinds of stuff like that.
So where would mine have fallen in? Because I mean, it's stated in their forms, like if you bribe our managers or anything, it's an immediate dismissal. But technically, I didn't bribe them with currency,
right?
Like legal tender. I gave them actual.
It's still some
tender.
kind of an exchange of value.
Yeah. Well, maybe. Could be looked at like that, right?
Yeah.
But how do I make it legal?
Don't get caught.
Okay. Well, I haven't.
There's no real way to make it legal. It's no real way to make it legal. There's also money laundering. There's identity theft. These are all, they all fall under different categories of fraud, basically.
Excuse me.
God, I just want to pick your brain for like the next 5 hours.
No. This is why I can't always post kebab on my fucking stream, because I really like to have high-minded. Please continue.
Well, if anybody's interested in any more information on it, one of the easiest places to get it is acfe.com. The ACFE is Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. There's something like 80,000 CFEs around the world currently certified. They put out a biennial report. You can get it for free. Just download it from their website. That report is generated by surveys sent out to CFEs once every 2 years, and then the CFE answers the survey based on the highest dollar fraud that they dealt with in the last 2 years. And it's something like 80 or 100 questions we answer back.
So in your experience, I have
Sure.
to ask, is there anything that you've not been able to prove but you knew was essentially an act of fraud? Like a case that you just couldn't quite put the nail into the hole type of deal?
Not for me, and not in the area that I worked in. No. In the area I was in there's so much documentation, and it's pretty easy.
Okay. So the best ways to get away with it is to never put it on a book anywhere.
Yeah, as soon as it starts hitting bank accounts and brokerage accounts and car titles, house titles, then it's easy to figure out.
Well,
that's why everything. That's why the government, that's why most of these governments, not all of them on the planet, but most of them are so involved in the setting up the different rules. So in the United States, it's BSA, Bank Secrecy Act, and all the KYC stuff. When you want to open a new account, they have to verify all of that information. That this is all part of WISE for tax fraud and money laundering.
Okay, Mgtow by logic. I am so sorry. I actually assume that this happens to you all the time when you come into social circles and you let people know that you're essentially an expert in this one very particular field.
Yeah.
because people basically want access to your specialized knowledge. Would you say that's correct?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, once they find out what I do, what I've done, then they like to ask questions about, oh, well, could I do this, or could I get away with this, or how would you do this? But
Right. It's like a doctor, walking into a room, and then he declares he's a doctor, and all of a sudden your crazy uncle takes his shirt off and says, "Can you look at this
can you
mold?
look at this?
What is this? Can you do this for me?" And,
Yeah.
okay. Okay. Let me ask you this. I'll ask this question, and then maybe we can change the subject. What's the best? Let me preface all this by saying my best friend, he's sort of on my shit list right now. We've been fighting, but we're about to reconcile. My best friend is twice my age. He's this rich he's a rich old Jew, and he talks to me, and he says things to me. One of the things, well, I'm serious. He says, I mean, I'm sorry, but these are conversations people have. He tells me all the time, Joe, this is how you get rich, and you can do this, and you can do that. One of the things he tells me is, Joe, when you get some money together, you can open up certain types of businesses where you can essentially do a lot of fraud or money laundering. He talks about things like there's so many. What's it called? A laundromat, a dry cleaner, a little hot dog stand. Joe, did you sell $1,200 yesterday at that hot dog stand, or did you only sell 1,000? Maybe it was just 800, and the rest you just pocket. It's not even on any. It doesn't appear in any books. Blah blah blah. Can you speak to that? Can you speak on that subject for a second, Mgtow by Logic?
Sure. Well, what do you mean exactly? What is there a question, or
essentially what I'm asking you is how in the modern age that we live in, what is the most common, what is the most secure way or ways to launder money to make? I'm asking how can I get rich?
So those are two completely different questions. How to get rich is essentially you have to have a little bit of capital. You have to then be presented with or find an opportunity, and then you have to have the balls to try it out. Those are the three legs on the stool.
And the willpower.
Okay, guys like you.
Yeah.
Guys like you are usually well-to-do. Are you well-to-do, or are you just still like a working a schlub?
As soon as my divorce is finished, then I will have enough resources to make a decision on whether I want to retire or not.
And you're in your 40s.
Correct.
So you're wealthy enough, even after your divorce, you could feasibly retire.
Yes.
Okay, so you're wealthy. Okay, all right. Well, then if we can, and we can stay on the subject if you want, but if I can segue, because it makes for a good transition. Can you talk about? Are you willing to talk about your marriage, or I'm sorry, your divorce now?
Sure.
Please do tell who, what, when, where, why. How old were you? Is she a redhead? Do you have any pictures that you can send to Hamster? How many kids? Is alimony,
redheads, girl's named Tiffany.
Child custody court. I want to hear it all.
No child custody court, thankfully. I don't have any kids. I've been married for about 10 years. It's, I don't know, probably I've had maybe 5 or 6 pretty long relationships in my life. I've had other shorter ones. Yeah, I don't know. I tried this. I tried it with my eyes open from the beginning. Like I said, I got red pilled originally in about 1992 or 3. So I didn't go into my marriage or any of my previous relationships with unrealistic expectations. And so I did things differently than a lot of people do. And I'm leaving my marriage a lot wealthier than when I started it, which I didn't do by accident.
Okay, so So you made her sign a prenup, or this bitch was richer that had a higher net worth than you at the beginning?
She had even less than I had when we got married, but neither of us had that. I mean, I didn't have that much when we started, but I had more than she had. But we just made high incomes, and then I made sure that I took a lot of
And
that
then
high
you
income.
hid your wealth. You hid it. Is that what it was? Or no, wait, never mind. Don't. I'm sorry. Don't say anything.
So I took a lot of the income that we made. We both made pretty good incomes. I took as much of that as I could and went and invested it so that if we got divorced, that there would be money there to split. It was also so I could.
Wait, never mind. Okay,
It
never
was
mind. I
also
thought at
so I
first
could
you were.
retire and so she could retire. Like that was the whole point, you
Yes,
know.
sir. Yes, sir. Okay. At first, I thought you were
Sure.
insinuating that you are so smart, or not smart, but just at first, I thought you were basically saying you were able to hide some of the monies, whatever,
No,
in offshore bank accounts or in whatever
no,
gold bars,
no.
buried in your backyard. But no. Really, you just made so much money that you can both still retire.
Yes, and without hiding any of it, I just was very disciplined in the relationship to not let her waste everything, and so I took a lot and invested a lot.
Great. What kind of work did she do?
She is
Stay-at-home mom.
no, she's in a technical field.
Okay.
She's got sort of precise skills for a particular area, and so that's part of why she can make such a high income.
Pornhub?
Okay, so then I gather both of you are university educated.
Yes.
Excellent. I love that.
OnlyFans.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, but not OnlyFans. Very technical. So, well, I mean, what are you willing to reveal? Was she in STEM?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are already sitting pretty at middle age. Good for you. That's great. So what you're saying is because she was in STEM, she was probably horrible in bed. Is that what it was about? Really?
Mhm.
You don't have to lie. Think about my life. Right? I mean,
I don't know, man. I've had a couple smart girls, and they were like pimped up fucking hyenas.
Yeah, when they're not working, this woman is highly educated. She's banging out 60 hours a week, and you're banging out 70. You guys don't even have time to bang.
I was surprised because this one was like super nerdy, kind of, And although she was fit, she was, average looking, maybe even below average, but I banged her anyway. This was the freakiest woman I ever met. Like, she was into that whole like bondage and shit, and I was like, oh, I have no idea what I'm doing here, so I'd probably kill you, and
That's
then
right. Yeah,
I'm walking away from that.
wouldn't end
after.
well. Yeah. Sorry about your dad, honey, but I got to get out of here.
Yeah, no, I still did her, but I just it was just mostly regular stuff. But she was a freaky bitch, man.
Yeah,
and like so quiet and nerdy, kind of.
Yeah, it's always the quiet ones.
I don't know. I met some of the loud ones like that too.
Come to think of it, yeah. Well, anyway. That's great. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. My case, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
I probably would have done okay, but the second marriage probably did me, and I'm not zeroed out, but yeah, I'll be going back to find something else to do when I'm done sitting on my couch. But I had an opportunity after a long decade of stress to just throw my alarm clock in the closet and say screw it for a while. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah, no complaints.
Yeah, sweet.
It's nice.
So you had no kids. You guys were well to do. Your separation seemed to go pretty well.
Well, I don't know about that part, but yeah.
Yeah, no. Please talk about it. What was she abusive? Was she fucking around on you?
I don't know for sure, but I wasn't really looking too hard, so I don't know. I actually kind of probably.
Okay, so you fell out of love with her. Or she fell out of love with you? Who initiated the divorce?
She did.
Of course.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she's cheating. I just wasn't looking to see. Like, I wasn't looking.
You mean you just didn't care enough? I'm not accusing you of anything.
No, I don't think it. I think I would care. I just didn't look. It didn't
But see,
really.
the thing is,
It
from
didn't
my
see.
experience, or I'm sorry, go ahead, sir.
It didn't seem like. It didn't seem like it was, and so I didn't have a reason to start looking. So there was nothing that cued me to like go and start looking. But
I mean, you know,
I wouldn't be surprised either. Just, but that's because, like I said, I originally got red pilled by Tom Likas in 1992. So
Yeah.
I've had a lot
so
of
if
bad
that's the case,
relationships.
I
I've
was
been cheated
gonna
on
say,
twice.
Mgtow by logic, if you were red pilled by at such a young age, why, excuse my French, why in all hell would you get married? Yeah, you
Well,
laugh. That's a damn good question, and you sound like a man. You sound like you have high IQ, at least one standard deviation. I mean, come on, and you had the knowledge. You would listen to Lycus.
sure. Because I still wanted to try to have relationships uh, and enjoy life, and kind of trying to find my own path to be able to do that without just, I guess, without accepting that there are only two paths or possible outcomes, or that it's like a light switch scenario on or off. So I've had lots of relationships in my life. I've had short-term ones, long-term ones. I've been cheated on. I dated a girl from Europe. I've dated a girl from Japan. My wife's from another foreign country, so I mean, I've dated around, and I try
Okay.
to just make it a success if I could, and try to just enjoy life. And I tried to have a family, but yeah. So
When is your divorce going to be finalized? This year, hopefully.
hopefully this year. I mean, it's been going on for more than a year, so
Oh man, yeah, I know your type. I'm not making any sort of criticism on you. I'm just saying the long divorce as opposed to the short divorce. That's terrible. Obviously, it's very expensive too. But what I'm saying is, there's also like it's emotionally draining. There's also like an emotional cost to that. That's not fun.
yeah. Well, especially when there's no kids involved, it really shouldn't take this long. But
It should take 2 weeks. Get a mediator. You shouldn't even have to be in court. No, no, no. She wants to stick the screws to you, and she wants to take all your money.
for some reason,
No, 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 no. What do you mean for some reason? You already know this. What do you mean for some reason? She hates you now.
and that's fine.
You didn't
It
you
is
didn't.
it
Hey,
is
that's
what
fine.
it is what it is. It is what
You,
it
you
is.
didn't you didn't you didn't live up to her expectations.
Yeah, I mean, yes, this is true, but it doesn't. Again, there's not really much you can do about it. I was talking to somebody earlier about this. There's uh, women do women do every day with the men in their lives the same thing that you or I would do with our portfolio of stocks. So we call that in finance, every day you buy your portfolio. So you wake up every day and you think to yourself, well, I could sell all those. Like I could sell the crap in my portfolio. The stocks that have gone way down, I should sell those, right? They're crap. But you choose to either do that or you choose to keep it. So essentially, you buy it every day. So women are doing
I
the
see
same
what you're
thing.
saying. I see
So
what you're saying.
so the woman does the same thing every day. She just decides whether she's going to keep you or not keep you, and you as the man in that relationship, you can basically prevent her from doing that about as much as Amazon could prevent me from selling a share of their stock. Right?
Yes,
Right?
yes, of course. But
Yeah.
obviously, it is worth mentioning that, again, given everything you just said,
Mm-hmm.
why did you marry her then if you knew that?
Well, I knew it was a possibility, but I,
Oh,
in knowing that it was a possibility, I was living a different way than most guys do in a marriage. So that's why I was talking about taking control of most of the income and then investing it. So yeah,
Right.
I live in an area where you have to split it at the end. But okay, so you have to split it. Okay, then I'll split it. I mean, fine, I'm splitting it. Whatevs.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah. Any sort of false domestic violence claims? Police have ever gotten involved? Any domestics?
No police. There have been some times where I would think that I've been possibly baited into doing certain things, but I'm too careful.
Never took the bait, huh?
Yeah,
never chomped on that hook. Huh?
Luckily, but yeah, you keep your senses. So
you're a better man than me in that. And there was see, I had here's a quick little story for you guys. It was my version. So I'm in logistics. I'm a trucker. I have my A-class CDL. It was my weekend, or what would be my Friday, Tuesday or something. And I bought. I don't normally get this drunk, but I bought a 6-pack and a tall boy. Tall boy, you guys know what a tall boy is?
Yep.
Big beard. Yeah. So I was good and liquored, and I had just signed a contract. I had just signed a lease to move out of my parents' home. This was years ago, 4 years ago now. And when I say my parents, I mean my father and my stepmother. And they were at the time both Chicago police officers. They have both since retired. And I was about to move out, and so I was feeling very confident. And of course, I'm liquored, so I'm feeling overly confident. And I wanted to give my stepmom a piece of my mind. She had been caught cheating on my father multiple times, with multiple different men. At one point, there was a private investigator, photos, videographic evidence.
Yep.
And we never went to the police. Never got to police or divorce or anything like that. But I just wanted to tell her what I thought of her. And at one point, my father may have put his hands on me, and then I may have slapped him across the face. Almost immediately afterwards, my stepmom may or may not have punched me in the face and broke my glasses. And then after that, I may or may not have beat the shit out of both of them. And then I got locked up. And man, I can tell you that was I can't remember. Was that a $5,000 or a $6,000 lesson? I had to get a lawyer.
Yep.
And then so in order to it's called an expungement.
Correct.
Okay, well, first it's called a sealment, then an expungement. I had to get a lawyer. There were all these criteria that I had to fulfill to what's it called, meet the demands, or I had to please the court in order to please the court. And in order to get, and basically it cost me a lot of time, a lot of heartache, a lot of humiliation, and a lot of money. And what you just said, Mgtow by Logic. Can I just call you Logic?
Yeah.
You know what you just said, man. That's a smart move, man. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment, because that cost me. That was not a free night.
That is quite the story, and yes, it's 100% true.
Yeah, it was like a $6,000. I paid $6,000 to whoop a bitch's ass.
Yeah.
Think of it like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So, was it worth it? I don't know, but I don't think it was worth it. I just, I'm sorry. I don't know. I guess I'm a simple man. I really do think that it's wrong. It's wrong to cheat. I mean, I say that and I almost laugh at myself, because I understand that we live in a society where, and you're in the financial industry and fraud and all that. That's what you deal with all the time. Cheating is very profitable. But,
yep.
Yeah. Well, that's not a functional civilization, it's crumbling
that's
down.
The problem.
It's crumbling down around our ears. Civilization is a participation sport. You can't do stuff like this.
Well, yes, you can. Yes, you can. On the sides, you can.
I mean, yeah, you can.
Once it reaches, the problem is once it reaches a critical mass and too many people are sort of cheating, if you will, if you want to use that term, we start to fall into barbarism.
Well,
And then,
that's kind of what happened to our women, right? Like they're doing stuff that would never occur to us. I mean, we didn't know, right? But it never occurred to us that they would do this kind of stuff. Just the hustle, the con, the shuck and jive, right in our face, right, look us right in the eyes and lie and do things. And what, it was all going on the whole time. The thing about 10 years is the red pill is I look back 20, 30 years now, and I could see that this crap was going on back then too. Like it was widespread. I had no idea. So it was just, now we have, but this is the good thing. I mean, things like TikTok, and all this other stuff. Yeah, they're a hellscape. They're a nightmare, right? You hate seeing it, but we got to see it. It's like the Clockwork Orange, somewhere along the line, someone has to prop our eyes open and make us watch this and understand that, yeah, this is the world you live in now. And if it's going to get better, then the men have got to wake up, because it's our dads and granddads that let it get this bad, and they probably didn't know either.
Yeah.
Right. So the only way it's going to get fixed is if this is the thing though. It's all economic extraction, right? It's a resource transfer basically from men to women via the state. Right. Feminism is state sponsored, but the state is man sponsored. So our war isn't even against women. It's against the state. You take the state out of the equation and that lie machine that goes 24/7, this shit would end like a bad cold.
yeah,
I look at it a little different.
Well, I know I'm oversimplifying it, guys. I mean, it would take
no. I think you're doing a very good job. I would agree with everything you just said.
For trust to come back, I mean, who's the burden of proof on, right? It's not on us. The burden of proof is on women, and they're not anywhere near a point where they're even going to accept accountability, let alone actually do the things where they would rebuild some kind of trust again. They're not going to do it until they're legitimately afraid. And the only way, and it's not going to be okay. They're afraid of the men. They're afraid that the men are not there anymore. When enough of them get iced out, yeah, they'll notice.
That's interesting. I was about to use a winter reference as well. I was going to say you guys may have heard of what's it called, Game of Thrones. I think we're in for a long winter. I think that men overall in the Western world kind of need to settle in, because I think that feminism, or what you want to call whatever, leftism, feminism, postmodernism, I think it's here to stay for a while. So I don't know. People talk about there's going to be this big collapse. I see it way more as more like a slow slide into the abyss. I'm sorry, Logic. What were you going to say? You said you have an entirely different take.
Yes, go ahead, Logic. Yeah,
not entirely. I mean, I'm agreeing with you. I agree with you mostly. What I would kind of add, or maybe my different perspective, is I think the modern version of all of this, or what modernity and technology is allowed, and how culture has changed, has definitely shifted it, quote unquote. But I think it has always been this conflict, this red pill, blue pill thing, and this conflict between men and women and lying.
I agree.
Yeah,
this has always been there. Like even children try to lie, right? It's in our nature to try to get something for free, right? And if we can get it for cheaper, then we want to get it for cheaper. If we can get free calories, we want free calories, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so the what's made it a lot worse is, yes, the modern court system, legal abortion, the pill, technology allowing women's hypergamy to run rampant and then have zero feedback. So hypergamy has always been there, but it was tempered by immediate and harsh feedback that they would get.
Yes.
When they stepped too far. Yeah. And modernity is now it's short-circuiting that feedback loop.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
It delays the response.
Yeah, the consequences take generations to show up instead of immediate.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
then my sorry to be so long-winded. So then
No, please. No, please continue.
In my opinion, the only way that things get better is if individual men make it better,
I
and
agree.
or in very small communities of men, we make it better by building our
I
own
agree.
immediate area around us. So taking care
Let
of
me
our own
let me.
families, our
I'm
brothers
sorry.
and sisters, nieces and nephews,
Yes.
because the women will never,
The
ever
women will never
vote.
do what's right. They'll
They're
never
never going
do
to
right
vote
by us.
away
They're
their
always going to
own
work in their own
power.
self-interest.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
never
they're
going to
not.
vote away their own power. They're never going to just say, "Oh yeah, just shut down the family court. We'll start to play nice now."
Yeah.
No, they're never going to do that.
Right.
So waiting for society to change in
You
our
got it.
favor is just never going to happen. We have to do
Yeah.
it
You
ourselves,
got it.
and you just start in your
Power
own.
concedes nothing.
That's
Power
right.
concedes nothing. Right now, women
Right.
have the upper hand in the courts. They are
Right.
not going to let go of this.
Right.
Mhm.
I want to tell you guys a story of a monkey. I understand that some people are religious. I am spiritual, if you will, but I have no problem reconciling things like evolution with religion.
Sure.
I think
Yeah.
that we are
Right,
probably
right.
most likely
We all
we come from
understand the
apes.
concept. We all understand the concept. Yeah. You bet.
Yeah, there's I remember watching videos of how I think it was like people in India, they use these what are they called? What's the generic term for pumpkins or like squash
Gourds.
or yeah, what's that word
Yeah.
called again? Can you repeat that?
Gourds.
A
Gourds.
gourd? A
Yeah.
gourd.
Yeah.
Yeah, gourd. That's a type of gourd that the Indians use in India, and what they do is they carve out the gourd completely, and they throw in like a real tasty, smelly, odoriferous banana, and they hang it on a tree, and they wait. These monkeys are so stupid. The way they catch the monkey has no foresight, you see, and the monkey it puts its finger in its entire hand in the gourd. You know, it smells. It eventually sees the juicy fruit, and it grabs onto it. And but then it can, because it makes a fist, it can note the whatever size, the circumference of the fist, whatever. It locks itself in. It
Yes.
traps itself, and then the Indian countryman can just walk up idly to the monkey.
Oh, you got cut off, cowboy.
Monkey, if it could just let go of the banana, if it had the foresight, that is,
Yeah.
to let go of what it perceives to be like its immediate gratification, satisfaction thing going on.
Mhm.
It
Yes.
could be it could run to freedom in a second. It's very agile. It could run
Yeah.
up and jump to another tree and be gone in a second. But it's so fixated on holding on to the little piece of power or the little piece of power that it thinks that it
Yeah.
thinks it has. I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting inebriated. I'm starting to drink. I've been
No worries.
drinking.
No worries.
Yeah. Basically, women. I'm sorry to compare women to like Reese's monkeys, but women, they see that they have this advantage. They're not going to let go of it.
Yeah.
What this gentleman, what Logic just said. Really, Logic said two different things. He said, I'm sorry, I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Logic. You said you introduced two ideas. One
Yep.
of them was we need to. First, you said individual. This is an individual solution. Men individually must better themselves and rise above the system. I think that's what Mgtow is about. Then you introduced a new idea and you said, blah, blah, blah. We need to start coming together in small communities. That's what I preach all the time. But really, you're
Mhm.
just talking about a progression of events. First, you're going to have individual men rise up and better themselves and rise above the system. Don't get married, no cohabitation, blah, blah, blah. And then when enough men do that, we're going to start coalescing and come together, which is basically what the three of us are doing right now.
Sure.
And we're going to
Mhm.
start forming communities, break off communities. And we can do
Mhm.
that now. Everything is decentralized. Internet's everywhere. You can work from home. Then
Yep.
the three of us, we buy land in,
Yep.
Lake County, Indiana, and we manage property. What I'm trying to say is basically what he was just saying. That's long term. That's
Yep.
the only solution I see.
Yep. The
Men
way.
are going to have to overthrow the system by becoming so much better than the system.
Yep.
If that makes any sense.
The way I've had it described to me in the past is instead of pulling the blanket to cover yourself, which then leaves other people now uncovered and they're going to be unhappy and pull the blanket back, you have to sew a new square onto the blanket to cover yourself. In other words, build your own part of society, which you then get to do your ethics, right? With your
whatever we want because it's
your
ours.
values, right?
Yeah.
And so then it's gonna fit you a lot better, right?
Yeah. And plus, it'll be ours, and we made it. Yeah. We need to form our own tribe. We need to form our own tribe. Yeah. I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Can I run with that analogy of the monkey just for a minute?
Yep.
Yeah,
Because
bro. I'm sorry. I get excited when I drink.
yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm on like my fifth beer now. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You enjoy, yeah. I'll tell you what I see when I see, because the thing that we have is not sustainable, obviously, because ultimately what it is doing, it's discivilizational, it's dysfunctional, it's dysgenic, it's we don't have a future. Our kids won't be able to buy houses, they won't be able to get married, whatever. It's over, right? Your country's sitting at $30 trillion in debt, and that's just the official debt on the books. This thing is almost over. Whatever comes, I don't know. Okay, I won't claim to know, but what we've had our entire lives is almost over. The post World War II, I call it the boomer blow off top myself, whatever, but it's almost over. Now, what I see is women holding on to power is that monkey, okay, with its mitt full of banana mash stuck in a pumpkin, okay, and the Indian tribesman coming for the monkey is called reality. It's called math. It's basically they're not going to let go. You're absolutely right. Why would they? You can't blame them for not letting go. This is like their flowers for Algernon moment. If you're ever familiar with that short story, they are living in a way that women haven't lived.
Yeah, no, that's so sad. He was so happy to become smart, but then he had to revert back to his brute nature.
He couldn't find out how to stay where he was exactly. And then what happened was one day he turned back into a moron. And then this woman who's hardy one, she'd bring him flowers just to remember what he used to be. Well, in a sense, I think this is women's flowers for Algernon moment. This was their chance to show what they could do. This was their chance to have the rights and the equality and go out and wow us and show us what they could do. And what did they do? They plunged the knife into us instead for years. Now, yes, they were indoctrinated. Yes, you had all the rah-rah and the 24/7 lie machine and the rest of it. They didn't have to do this. They didn't have to go this far. They got completely carried away. In the great sweep of history,
I agree.
This is a blink. This has no future. It's going to end.
I was going to say, I think it's cyclical. I think this just happens over and over.
It absolutely has happened. There's a guy, he's only posted 2 videos, but he's a really, really smart guy. He's a systems and analyst. It's an interesting.
Wait. Stop. Let me finish that sentence for you. I've been watching him. I caught him. Is he some sort of I think he's Irish?
Yes. Yeah.
And the last video he came out with was, I think it was called Deconstructing.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. That guy.
Yeah.
That guy's solid.
Putrid Shitgenstein. Yeah.
Schitzenstein. Yeah.
Strange name. Yeah. He's kind of a little bizarre. He called himself an Illuminati. I don't know if he was just, being facetious or whatever, but yeah, really smart guy anyway. Yeah. He was talking about Britain before, before they just basically said, okay, the lords, the wealthy, the influential, only the men can inherit the property, and then
they had to change the law. These women will kill you.
And then the women stopped poisoning their husbands, right? So basically, we're looking at the same kind of thing. Now they're using Uncle Sugar, they're using .gov, pimp.gov to hold us down and them up and transfer resources to them and power to them and everything else. But pimp.gov relies on us. We're still the net taxpayers of society. And even though women have a lot of wealth and they have, they do 80% of the consumption, the Achilles heel of that whole thing is they need us to participate. And I don't think we need 50% men to go Mgtow to bring this thing crumbling down. I think you'd only need 10 or 15%. I mean, once the wealth, this is the thing. All 3 of us guys talking here right now. I think there's 3. I think Chris logged off. I haven't spent $200 on dates in the last 10 years. All of my debt, all of my obligations for children, that was all discharged years ago, right? They haven't made a freaking dime off me in 10 years. They ain't going to make a dime off you.
Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean? So you figure, okay, they've got all this consumer debt. You got all the government debt supporting all these programs. You've got student debt, right? $1.5 trillion, 2/3 of it is theirs. $1 trillion worth of debt. They keep bragging about how they're outstripping us in school. Well, other than Logic's wife was in the STEM field. She was in a legitimate field. Most of them aren't. Most of them are working as baristas, so they got a liberal arts degree or they're an HR manager. All those cliches, right? And so as this is their flowers for Algernon moment. This is their moment to take the ball and run with it. And what did they do? They didn't do anything of the sort. All they've done is go along with the nonsense to the part that now start to kick them in the shins too. And right at the point where a lot of guys, especially young guys with all these TikToks and all these other things coming along, are saying, and they've grown up with these girls. They've seen what they're doing. Right? So it's going to get to a point where if the state is going to preserve itself, it's going to have to negotiate with men. And if it doesn't, it's going to go away and be replaced with something else because it's broke.
Yeah. I mean, I think it'll. I don't think the state will necessarily go away, but
I don't think it'll go away. No, I mean, when I remember an anecdote, just really briefly, an anecdote from a guy, I guess he was from Europe, some Central Europe. His father started working as a civil administrator in Vienna for the Austro-Hungarian Empire in the early 20th century. Okay. He held that position until the end of World War I, when the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed. Okay. And then it was just the Republic of Austria. Well, he held that same position for another 10 or 20 years, whatever it was, until they joined with Nazi Germany. Then he had to, wear a uniform and join the Nazi party to keep his job. So he did that.
I was about to say, and then what happened?
Yeah, and then Nazi Germany fell, and he probably had to go through the, quote unquote denazification. He held that same position, in the Second Republic of Austria until he retired. Yeah, basically, yeah. So yeah, and that's the thing. He was just some mid-level apparatchik buried in the bowels of the beast, and he kept the same job.
But those guys, they are adept. They are adept. They know how to ride that wave.
Oh yeah, apparatchiks, man. They're. I mean, we hate them, but they know what they're doing.
We hate them. Bureaucrats. Hate them or love them. Bureaucrats are not going away.
Yeah, so the state itself isn't going to disappear, but the powers of the state and its ability to interfere in our lives is going to contract rapidly because they're not going to be able to transfer the kind of funds that they have anymore. That's going to end soon.
I don't know. I don't claim to know.
Now, what does that happen? What happens when all of a sudden this massive employment of women in the corporate and government world suddenly ends?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if you. I'll just finish the thought. There was a couple of years ago, Zeitgeist Eater. You know who that is?
I've heard of him.
Yeah, Zeitgeist Eater did a short video. His sister-in-law, she worked as a social worker or some civil service job anyway. And there was a little while where they were arguing over whether they were going to fund the government. And she was afraid she was going to be out of a job. So most of the time she's Duluth model. She's a, doctrinaire feminist, all the usual woke bullshit, right? When she thought she was going to lose her job, all of a sudden she was like a little girl. I just wish someone would tell me what to do. I don't know what to do. That's the thing. It's going to be like a spell. It's going to break. Yes, the damage is done. Yes, they've, killed 70 million infants. Yes, they've drenched the land in blood and all this other shit. But the bottom line is women are the ultimate NPCs. They are the ultimate NPCs. Yeah. You program them with something else, they'll act completely different. That's how I
would word it. I would word it differently. I like the way. Have you ever heard of Templar? The Thinking Man's Templar.
I've heard of him. Yeah.
Yeah. He puts it very well. He basically says the red pill is the truth about women. There can be no. There can never. There's no such thing. I'm sorry. There's no such thing as a red-pilled woman. There is no such thing. The red pill is about women and their truth, and basically why there needs to be a certain level of separation between men and women.
Yeah, well, women are basically. I mean, where we're concerned, they're amoral. right? They just simply don't think like we do. So, I mean, a red pill to them, they're just automatically red pilled because they just live it, right? Um, in that regard, I look at I
But
look at
it's worse than that. No, Chris.
yeah.
No, I'm sorry. I'm speaking to Chris Mitchell, right? Who's this?
No, I'm Supreme Canada.
Oh, I'm sorry, Supreme. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Supreme. I'm sorry.
Oh, no
Yeah,
worries.
no,
No worries.
Supreme. I'm sorry. No, I disagree with you. No, it's worse than that. No, you used the term amoral. I mean, especially like the controller level feminists, like yeah, like my stepmom.
Yeah.
My stepmom
Yeah.
is highly educated. My stepmom has a master's degree.
Yeah.
My stepmom's mom was a medical doctor, and I'm sorry, she was a psychoanalyst.
Mhm.
And before that, she was a medical doctor. So she went back and got a second PhD.
Yeah.
She was like she was like the president of the American Medical Association, the Illinois chapter, or something like that. I'm talking about like, basically, I've seen the worst of the worst. Think of like
Yeah.
the most powerful, the most educated women.
Sure.
These,
Sure.
believe me, they're smart enough. They can parlay with the best of the men. These women are some of them. They are fucking evil.
Oh, they're
They're playing
ruthless.
power games just like we
Yeah.
are. The
They're
problem
absolutely
is they
ruthless.
don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're ruthless. They're ruthless. So don't think like, oh, they're just NPCs. Yeah, most of them. But believe me, like the controller levels, they
But
know what they're doing.
if you,
I'm
sure.
sorry.
But Cowboy, if you look at a woman like that who's climbed to the top of the food chain, okay, she's in that top 1%, 5% maybe. Okay.
Definitely.
What's the average woman like?
Right.
She's
Right.
not
You're
like
talking
that
about
at
the
all.
bottom
I'm
95%.
talking
The
about
bottom
the bottom
95
95%. They're not.
are
They're
just
gonna
like the
fall right
women.
off. They're
Right,
gonna
right. The
fall right
bottom
off.
95% are
Yeah.
just like you're describing. I'm just saying, remember, there's a top 5%, and these women,
Yes. Oh yeah.
they're members of
I've known
the women.
I've
What is
known
it?
some myself. Yeah. So I look at
Yeah, no,
feminism as
they're out
I look
there.
at if you look at the male blue pill, the whole idea is, be nice, be accommodating, be almost feminine, agreeable, all that stuff. Well, in a sense, feminism is the female blue pill, right? Because they have power in society while all this power is being transferred to them, but they're losing influence. There's just a lot of guys that can plainly see that, whether they like it or not, it's bullshit. They're not taking these women seriously anymore. I mean, you can talk about the simps, but I mean, do they count? I mean, eventually the simps are going to run out of money. They don't. Yeah, they don't have unlimited amounts of money to send to frickin' OnlyFans or whatever. I mean, they're frickin' simps. You've got to the point. I mean, the more desperate they get, the worse it gets. If there's ever going to be a violent uprising, it's going to be the Sims. It's not going to be guys. It's not going to be guys like you and me that understand the idea of self-preservation. I see Mgtow as a future economic elite,
Yes, that's how I see it. I was going to say, they were an elite. Well, I wanted to get back on. I wanted to latch on. What's his name? Logic. Mgtow by Logic.
Is he still here?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you bet. That's what I say. I mean, you just do it. Okay, a man he gets on his grind, right? Let's just call it the grind, right? And even if it's like an escalator, right, where you're going up slowly, you look at the amount of debt and consumption, okay, that this other demographic is involved in. They're plunging like an elevator. The relative positions between us and them is changing rapidly just by not participating. So you extrapolate that 5-10 years into the future, especially if we have another financial crisis. Mgtow become an economic elite, and I've never heard of an economic elite that went extinct.
Well, okay,
that doesn't happen. At that point in time, you become part of the group that dictates the new terms. Because what do they care? Everyone else is poor.
Well, I mean, what's elite? 10 million? 100 million? I mean, to enter what I would call the financial elite in this world now, I'd say you have to have at least 100 million to even use the word elite. You can't be a doctor who you made $12 million over the course of your career. That's not enough. They're wealthy.
I think there's two tiers to it. The first tier is more about what I call, or what's termed. It's not my term. I don't mean to say it that way. It's FIRE. It stands for Financial Independence and Retire Early. So this is a whole movement online. There are meetup groups you can join, to clubs basically to get involved. meet other people in your area doing the same thing. And it's essentially to attain a baseline of passive income and some kind of a portfolio that's growing capital gain wise in the background, so that work for income, basically trading your time and effort for an income, becomes optional.
Yes.
When you get to that first tier, suddenly the entire world changes, because now you don't have to go to an office to get that $1,200, $1,500, $2,500 a month to pay for your basic housing, basic food, all of the basics of life, and a little bit of entertainment. Essentially, you could just live the rest of your life and make, say, 50 grand a year.
Yeah.
To me, that's already pretty friggin' elite.
That's well, that's right. That's pretty rare in this world. Yeah. And I don't think it's something that everyone is going to be able to do. It's something, I mean, first of all, most people obviously don't have the discipline to do something like that, unfortunately. But it seems to me like there's still going to be a limit to the number of people that will actually be able to do that. I don't think, I think 5-10 years ago, like Amazon drop shipping was the, your multiple streams of income, digital nomad kind of guy. Maybe a guy can still do that. But if we wind up having the bottom drop out of everything, especially if we have a currency reset, which has happened before. It doesn't necessarily mean a new currency unit, but like a major deflation. If something like that happens, you probably don't need a lot of bucks in the bank to be comparatively wealthy.
I agree with you, yet at the same time, it's also closer than a lot of people really realize.
Yeah.
But they don't even have the basic financial skills, and the tools haven't been presented to them, and they don't hardly have enough time and energy to make it day to day to do what they need to do to acquire those skills and tools on their own to get it. So it is there, but it's not easy, and people are not handing it out, but it is there.
It is there.
I got here. It wasn't given to me.
Okay, I'm sorry if I may interrupt for a second. And I'm really all I'm going to do is I'm going to interject an idea or a set of ideas, and then I'm going to hand back the floor right back to you, Logic. So let me say that my sister, her husband, and their 2 children uprooted. They sold their McMansion here in Chicago, and they moved to Colorado. My brother-in-law, he is a wealthy financier. He got his master's degree from University of Chicago, MBA, Master's Business Administration. So he's like right up your alley. You remind me of him in a way. It's unfortunate. I kind of had a falling out with my sister, but he would be a very valuable asset. Can you talk to us for a couple of minutes about basically just what you're talking about right now? So I'm a trucker. Basically, I'm asking you to give me advice. I'm a trucker. I make I make $60,000 a year. I have no debt, no wife, no kids, no debt. I pay $575 a month. I stack my money. If I absolutely wanted to, absolutely. Right now, I could buy a cheapy duplex. Okay, see, I'm a simple Mexican. Okay, I'm half German, half Mexican. On both sides of my family, they come from salt of the earth. They both got into property. You buy a property, you pay it off. You raise the capital, you buy a second one, you pay it off, you buy a third one, and that's how you get rich, son. And then and that's kind of true. It's a slow way of doing it, but what would you have to add to this conversation? Is that wrong? Should I open up a 401k? Is real estate the way to go? Should I put all my money in Dogecoin?
Dogebonk or something, yeah.
So
I mean, you laugh, but it just seems like things have become more sophisticated, and I feel like I've fallen behind. I shouldn't have majored in Spanish. I should have majored in finance.
So part of why you're feeling like you're falling behind is inflation. Inflation is running around 10 to 30%, depending on where you're at and what slice of the economy you're talking about.
Yes.
So that is a huge problem. And this topic is really one of my favorites. This is why I am
Well, you know, logic. You know,
it.
inflation's coming for you too. You know,
No,
they say inflation.
so
I'm sorry.
I harness it as a tool essentially. So it's
Let's hear
out
it.
there. It's out there, and you can either be a victim of it or you can turn it around and ride it. So that's what I do. Through real estate and borrowing, and then I do the same game that the government does. They borrow a bunch of money and then they pay
And then
the
they
loan
inflate,
back
and
with
then
the
they use a
inflated
cheaper
money.
dollar to pay it back.
Yes. And
You
they
asshole!
also
I hate you.
they also have to do it that way though, because a lot of taxes are capital gains taxes, and you don't collect any capital gains taxes if everything goes down in value, right? So think of that as the
Okay.
basic concept. The government can either print more money or they could take money out of circulation, right?
Okay.
Why would they want the value of everything to go down? How are they going to
Well,
collect capital gains income tax if the value of everything is going
Well, but
down?
also the elite, they actually like that once in a while. They want to crash the system so that they can come in and buy things up and pennies on the dollar, and then
Yeah,
vertical integration and
yeah. So
consolidate their wealth. What are you
now
talking
you're
about? They love doing that, but they only do it
yeah,
every 10 years.
yep. So now you're referencing fire class 210, right? That's the cycle, the economic cycle, boom and bust. But I'm talking right now 101 and answering your question. So
No,
yes,
I'm sorry. I'm just giving you shit. Plus, I'm drunk. I'm sorry. Please.
no, you're fine. You're fine.
I'm trying to interject a little bit of comedy in what we're doing here, even though it's a very serious subject.
In your situation, with that kind of an income and being on your own to manage your own budget, you could make some moves, and if you're diligent, then you could end up with 7 figures in not really that long, as long as you don't make big errors. Because time and continuing to invest cures a lot of the little mistakes, and so you don't have to pay attention to them. You don't have to worry about them. It's just avoiding the huge mistakes.
What are the
Meaning,
huge mistakes?
Something silly like buying a house in a floodplain, buying a house on a cliff, and then it falls down the fucking cliff. Like, yeah, that was stupid.
Yeah.
It also takes some what people usually call it something like grit, or I think it's Ramsey talks about doing what other people are not willing to do.
I think he refers to the axiom he uses is what is
Something
it?
like
Live like no one else, so that you can live like no one else.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. So
basically, he says be extremely frugal, rice and beans, and then on the other side, the money is just pouring out every month.
Yeah, and that's oversimplification, but yes. So one way to do that as an actual application is if you buy a house, you try and buy a house that has, say, 2-3 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms and a basement, and then you live in the basement, or you live in the garage, or you live in the front
and
room.
Rent it out.
Then you rent out every single room. Have all your friends come and live over there, and they rent out every room for $600-$800. That should more than cover your mortgage, if not
so you're
break
cash
even.
flowing already on your first property.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, that's sort of where I'm trying to go. When I was in my younger years, or I'm not old, but I'm 38. Now I'm thinking like, essentially what I want to do is I want to wait till I can buy at least a duplex outright. So I'm talking like not come up with $20,000 cash. Think like $80,000 cash. Is that a stupid idea, or should I just get into the market as soon as possible? Because
I think there's an in between. So what I like to do is I use loans, but I don't like to use very high leverage. The reason is I want to run my numbers so that if the rent that I collected went down by, say, 20-30%, could that rent still cover the mortgage entirely?
So you don't even care if you're cash flowing. You're saying you just need to make sure you can make the mortgage.
Well, you want to try to make a little bit. If you have to break even the first 5 years, then that's okay. But you want to try and price in a little bit of positive cash flow, so that if there's a bad economy in that first 5 years or so, before you have a chance to raise rents as inflation happens, right? You get to raise rents. But if there's a huge economic crash and your tenant leaves, and then you can't get it rented out again, you're going to have to lower the rent to get somebody in there. So even at the lower rent, you still want to be able to break even. Does that make sense?
Okay, and yes, actually, I've read a little bit about this, and I thought you basically, in order to cure that problem, you want, well, I'll just say it, you want the 30-year mortgage because you're going to have a lower. Yes, I think I understand what you're saying. But can't you just alleviate that by getting the 30-year mortgage, because you're going to have the lowest type of mortgage? What's that? I'm sorry.
I like 30-year fixed because I want to be able to plan around a fixed payment. Yes.
Right. Well, I mean, but you can get a 15-year fix, for example, but then your payment's going to be much higher by some percentage.
That
Not at all.
defeats the point of getting the loan. You want to be able to pay the loan off with inflated dollars. 30-year inflated dollars are
okay. No. See, okay. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I've run into a small barrier. You just expanded my mind, and you're making me upset because now I have to think. Wait, no, I don't want to pay it off. I don't want to pay it off with inflated. I don't want to. I don't want to pay it off with inflated dollars. I want to pay it off as soon as possible. That's the game, to acquire as many properties as possible in the shortest amount of time possible.
The way that you do, yes, but you do it through some buying and selling. You're not going to do it with the property that you purchase first. That's the way you do it.
So you're talking about like accumulate as many as possible, and then using cash flow to like. I don't even know what you're saying. Come on, who's your God?
All right.
Okay,
so you buy the first one, and you buy the first one, and you do what people, usually women. This is why it doesn't work when women are involved, because your wife doesn't want to let you rent out all the rooms. So you buy the first one, you rent out all the rooms, you get as much cash flow coming your way as possible. Then you wait as the market increases in your area, and you want to be improving the house. So you're increasing the value of the property. You're doing the yard. You want to, get new appliances. You want to paint it, put a new roof on. All the things to increase value.
Yeah.
Forcing appreciation. Okay. Then you're paying down the mortgage. And the market should be going up. And then you're going to sell. You're going to sell in 5 years, 7 years, 4 years, sometime in that time frame. You want it to be more than 2 years. Right around 2 years would be like the minimum. If you're in the United States, you said Chicago, you're in Chicago area, so we can talk U.S. taxes. So if you live in your primary residence for 2 of the last 5 years, then you can sell, and the gain will be tax-free, up to $250,000 for a single person.
If you sell within how many years?
You have to live there as your primary residence 2 of the last 5 years. So it's easier to just say live there for 2 years.
Yeah. Okay. I'm listening.
All right. So you do that. At the end of that, you're going to have your money. You go and you buy the next property. If you make enough, you can maybe buy 2, or you try to buy a little bit bigger property, and you just do that again.
Right. You just repeat the process.
As soon as you can do that process and split the money off, now you're going to have 2 properties.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't understand you. I split the money off. What does that mean?
So after you
Buy
sell
2 instead of 1?
When you sell a property, you're going to be left with a pot of money.
Right.
So that money is your down payment for the next property or properties.
Okay, so you were inferring that instead of up your game by instead of buying 1, buy 2.
Yes, at some point you'll be able to buy 2. So the other way that you can do that is you can possibly, some people choose to keep that first property, or they flip one, and in the second property they may keep it and they get a second loan on it instead. Because the value
bro, man, seriously, no joke. You should open up a Proton Mail and like get at me. Someone like you, I would pay you $3,000 or $4,000 just to be my personal consultant every year.
So in the chat, I posted my email address.
Yeah.
if you guys can both see that, if you guys both email me, I will give you links to my Discord. I don't want to give the Discord out publicly.
Yeah, no. I understand. Okay, so are you ever going to, I'm sorry to change the subject there. We'll come back. I like to take things in small increments. Let's change the subject because I'm almost becoming overwhelmed and I'm ashamed of that. I hate to feel so outgunned. No, I'm serious. I feel like I'm smart enough to parlay with you, but I just think that there's such a differential in knowledge right now that we need to change the subject so I don't openly start panicking. How do you think? How do you think the economy? How do you think the economy is going to go, Logic, in the next 18? In the next, I don't know, three. In the next year, in the next 3 quarters, the next 6 quarters.
Yeah. It's possible. It's the next recession is always 1 quarter away, basically, because the government is just pedal to the metal. They're going to print money. What the Fed is saying right now, they're full of crap.
Yeah, but they're saying they're going to raise rates this year. Look, if rates go up, the economy goes down.
They're full of crap. They're full of crap. I don't believe them. If they raise it, this is what is likely to happen. This is what I am betting on. If they raise, they'll raise 0.25%, and if they raise again, they'll raise another 0.25%, and then everyone is going to have
going to be bad. Any raise is going to be bad. Jerome is. So are they going to raise rates?
The last time they raised rates was like 2017, 2018. They said they were going to raise rates and stop buying back bonds, or stop buying bonds, or they were going to sell bonds and wind down their balance sheet. And they tried it, and they raised rates 0.25%. And then the next meeting they had, they raised the rates 0.25%. And then the stock market went down like 20, 30%. Everybody had a shit fit.
Yeah.
And they immediately lowered it back down to 0. So now they're printing even more money than they were back then. The debt now is like 20 something trillion officially. Unofficially, if you count all the liabilities,
it's probably over 1 quadrillion. I hear.
Yeah, we're
everything like, total. Everything. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So it's way worse. Everything that happened in 2017, 2018, the last time they tried it to raise and stop issuing or stop buying all the treasuries bonds, it's all worse now than it was then. So I don't believe them. They can try it. They may even do it, and then the stock market will crash. And that goes back to what you were saying before. There are certain people who like that because they've got money to be able to invest, so they want to buy things low. So
yeah, and in the end, I think in the end, I mean, on a much smaller scale, you want to do what the big boys do, right? Like you want
yes, and that's exactly what I'm doing, and that's why I buy my properties the way I do. I don't like to use high leverage. I don't want to use high leverage so that I'm not forced to sell when the economy crashes. See, I'm building my business intending for that to happen. I know that's going to come along and happen, and I'm not going to be the one that's forced to sell when it happens. I want to be the one who's buying.
Yeah. You want to be calm. You want to be
liquid. Who has money to buy?
Yeah. You don't want to panic. When the panic happens, that should be the opposite emotion you have. You want to step in there with your dry powder and start scooping the deals. You bet.
Yeah,
that's where I am. I've been on the sidelines. I mean, by the time I finally cleared away the wreckage, the smoking crater of my life up to a certain point, right? And cleared all that away.
You mean 2 marriages?
Yeah.
You mean 3 children, 2 marriages, and 3 stepchildren? Okay.
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah. Oh, pardon me, guys. But that was what I did. Once the last debt was extinguished, I was on a dead run. I mean, I was every dime above survival was going into just stock and cash. I mean, I'm a precious metals guy, so I got a little hoard of silver. I always had something for years, but a little diversified ETFs in my retirement savings plan, my 401k equivalent. I'm in Canada, right?
Yep.
But beyond that, no, I'm sitting in cash. As far as I'm concerned, there are no bargains.
Yep.
and I'm not a financial expert by any means, but it seems to me when you see the kind of numbers they're putting out there, like for crying out loud, even real estate is basically turned into house coin. The kind of percentages is going up a year.
Yep.
That looks like a blow off to me.
Yep.
This can't. I mean, the children have no future. So
Yep.
there you go. Well, that by itself means what? It means this is gonna change direction quickly.
Yep.
At some
And
point.
the only thing you can really do, just like I was saying before about relationships and ladies, you have to just assume that it's going to happen and try and plan for it so that if it does, that you're not wiped out or you're not driven to self-harm.
Yes, absolutely.
The economy is going to do what it's going to do.
I have to interrupt. I'm sorry, Logic. I totally disagree with you. At this point, there is no marriage, right? You and I are on the same page. You plan on getting married again?
Marriage as a concept that existed in our parents' and grandparents' time, yeah, that doesn't exist right now. I mean, there's been some bait and switch take place. It's not the same thing right now. I mean,
But what Logic just said. But Logic just said just accept it. It's just baked into the cake.
It is.
Do you see yourself getting married again?
I don't know that I would get married again, but I'm not necessarily against it either.
Whoa, yeah, you need some more red pills, man.
Well,
you have a lot to lose.
I mean, look at
what
it this
do I
way,
have to lose?
Well, Cowboy. I mean, look how he came out of it. You know, he did. He hasn't
all the years, the profit from all the years of smart, diligent investing. I mean, some woman you're going to get with her, she's going to make you split your bucks. You're starting. I mean,
I don't
right?
I don't have to split what I already made. I would have to split. I would have to split what I make.
What if she
after
gets
the marriage.
pregnant, and then she starts saying, I don't need $1,300 a month. I need 13,000 a month, and he needs to start digging. We need to retroactively go back, and maybe he should be giving us I mean, am I not understanding? I thought you can actually, if you were to marry, before you get married, any of the, let's say, property that you own, you keep.
Yes.
But I thought that the second there's a child, and I don't know, for all I know, you could have a vasectomy. She could start saying, no, we get to go back now, and maybe this house or this part of his estate should be mine. And I mean, unless I'm totally misinformed, I thought no.
Where I live, there's a statutory framework for setting up what child support is. So it's a particular dollar amount based on your income, but it's income. Right. It's not assets.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Okay. It sounds you sound like you're you're informed there. I'm not. So.
Yeah.
He always knew what he was getting into. That's the important thing.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's still an acceptable risk at that level. I can structure it in such a way that it's not going to totally destroy my finances. So I'm trying to do my finances the same way, knowing an economic crash could come, and I want to try to have something in enough of different things so that not everything goes to zero either equally fast or at the same time, so that I have something somewhere to do something with if it got really bad. So I have cryptocurrency, I mine cryptocurrency, I do private lending, I have a 401k, I have an HSA.
You're a loan shark? That's awesome.
Playa. Go to Playa.
At only 20% a month. I can help you.
It's the breaking people's arms. That's my favorite part.
I mean,
I have stocks, I do bullion, I have properties. So, my car is paid for. I have very low debts otherwise, and I don't waste money.
Good. Okay. Let me talk bullion for a second. I mean, I would say I'm well versed in this area. In fact, I just want to mention. I mean, I know it's universal, but it's also cultural, and I just want to add that at this moment. I'm half German and half Mexican. My father kind of raised me. My father's Mexican. Mexicans love gold. Or another example would be like the people of India. India, I believe, imports more gold than any other nation in the world. Is what percentage of your portfolio is, bullion? right? Probably pretty low. Or what I'm trying to push, what I'm trying to get at is bullion, how can I put it? Is it antiquated? I mean, you know,
It's not antiquated, but I have a low percentage in it. The reason I keep it low is
because it's not that important
no,
anymore.
because if that is the one that ends up saving everything, if that's the one that I really have to fall back on, then
You're the richest man in North America.
Such a small amount is going to be just fine. It'll be more than enough.
Absolutely.
So the reason you can tell that is right now, the stories I've heard about people living in Venezuela, a family of 4, family of 5, something like that, can buy all of the food that they need for an entire month with 1 or 2 or 3 ounces of silver.
Yeah. See now, see, but that there's the problem. Is okay. That's in Venezuela. Inflation in Venezuela is localized, so increasingly we're dealing in a globalized marketplace.
Yeah, it was in Zimbabwe too, right? So
sure.
Zimbabwe had the same issue.
Back in the 90s.
Well, or the early 2000s, they were panning for gold in the Limpopo River, and they'd find flakes of gold and go buy bread with it.
Yeah,
because it was the only reliable money they had if they didn't have any U.S. dollars around. The big thing about precious metals to me is why it's the ultimate insurance is because it doesn't require any further energy to continue to exist.
Right.
So that's not true.
Right.
That's not true. That's not true. It's mostly not true about crypto.
No, we understand. We understand. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Continue your thought. See, my problem is. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue your thought.
Sure. Let's face it. Most of us pay with our tap card. We use digital money all the time now, anyway. But you can still use legal tender. You could still use some cash. So you should always have some cash on the sidelines too, just in case the power goes out in your area or something, or for some reason the ATMs go dark. It has happened. It's happened in the first world. It's happened a couple of times in the UK.
It happens more frequently than most people know. They turned the ATMs off in Cyprus.
What was that years ago? It was like 3 years ago.
2016, 2017, something like that.
Yeah, not that long ago.
Yeah, the Russians and so what? Okay, go ahead.
Well, so they just turn the ATMs off, and then when they turn them back on, then you're limited to take out $100 a day or whatever it is. So
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, when that happens, the larger economy and the larger inflation and the larger connection for wherever you're at to the global system is then cut off. So then you become something like Venezuela, something like Cyprus in that situation, and that's where the spike happens in the value of not just your gold and silver, but your freedom seeds.
Yes.
That stuff goes up very, very high in value.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I don't think I follow. Is that some sort of innuendo? Are you alluding to something? You're insinuating something. Are you talking about like high velocity?
Yes.
Full metal jacket seeds?
Yes.
Got you. No. Booze.
Medications.
Tobacco.
Guns, drugs, women, tobacco, alcohol, commodities.
Yes. Yeah. Your local area.
That's some sort of like a shite hits the fan scenario.
Sure.
Still plying the waters of bullion. Problem with bullion, I understand the advantage. I think all of us understand the advantages and the disadvantages of bullion. My problem is, is it antiquated? You know what I mean? Like, how?
It is in the sense it's thousands of years old, but it exists as money because it has all the quantities that a generally accepted money needs to have. And that's why it's been used as money. I mean, up until very recently, it was literally in the coinage.
And when you live in a locality that suddenly becomes like it was 1,000 years ago, then the money that they used 1,000 years ago starts to work pretty good.
Exactly.
Yeah, but we live. Okay, well, no, it doesn't though. See, and so that's where I would essentially disagree with you, Logic.
Okay.
How you got a gold? You got a troy ounce of gold. How are you going to cut that up into 8 pieces? We're going back to the Spanish Empire, pieces of 8
with a chisel.
A chisel, right?
It's a
You
chisel.
don't.
Yeah. Well,
Let me
you probably
break
don't
You
out.
have
have to do that.
smaller. You got to have smaller denominations, but you also have silver. But
Right.
you also have it in different.
Silver. I agree.
Yeah.
But
You
I'm
also
sorry, but the point I'm trying to make is it's hard. What's the word I'm looking for? I'm sorry. Maybe you guys can help me. It's hard to divide it. It's hard to.
Well,
it's hard.
It's divisible.
I
It
agree.
is divisible. It is
I-
divisible. I mean, the pieces of 8 was literally a coin that was cut into 8 pieces with a chisel, like a little pizza. Right now, obviously,
Right.
you don't want to do that. It's going to be hard, especially for people that aren't used to using metals as money. But that's one of the
Well, he
qualities of
brought up.
it. It is divisible.
Logic brought up silver. For daily.
Well, you want
For
silver.
There's
daily,
also
your
there's also
bread.
denominations. There's denominations. So you have junk silver, and
Right,
that.
like dimes.
Yeah,
You can feed
constitutional
yourself
silver.
with dimes every day.
Absolutely.
But what
Yeah.
what are you gonna buy? Logic. What are you gonna do when you need to go buy a car? You're gonna be you be chomping off a piece of 8 and give them a 3 pieces of 8 of gold to buy your new Subaru. I mean, come on.
Then I may
It's not
use.
divisible.
Then
Gold
I may
is
use. Then I may use a 1 ounce.
Yeah, that's right.
In a
I mean,
situation like that, a 1 ounce would be worth a lot of money. So, and a car may not be worth quite as much.
you could buy a Model T for, I think it was like $500. Okay, that was so it's $500. That was $20 gold pieces. So yes, you could literally buy a car with coins, a mint full of coins.
Okay,
I
I
mean, in
understand.
in America, less than 100 years ago.
How much is
So,
the
yeah.
food? How much is the food for a family of 4 where you live right now?
8 pieces of 8 silver dimes. I understand. What I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is this. I listen to you. I listen to other guys. I listen. I hear what people say.
Yeah.
And then when these same people tell me, and then these same people, I ask them, I inquire, and I say, well, okay, fine. If you're so strong on these metals, what percentage of your portfolio? And they say, 5%. 5%. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
well, how come you got 80% of your money in real estate? You only got 5. If gold is so amazing, how come you're in real estate?
Because it insures the rest of your portfolio. It's insurance. You don't pay 50%
No, I don't think
of the
so.
value of your house.
I think it's no. I disagree. I think it's just because it's seen as like something stable, something that holds value, and
Yes.
something for shit that hits the fan. I understand that all that's possible, but I think we live in like a highly advanced,
We do right now.
I think we live in a highly advanced industrial society where
We do,
that's
but a lot
that's
of
not
it's
worth it anymore. That's
a lot
not
of
worth it anymore.
a lot of its electrical infrastructure is 60 years old.
Hey! Don't
just because you have a shiny device in your hand that you're talking on right now. Okay, it's being fueled by electricity, being produced by equipment that was built, literally designed in the 50s. It absolutely could go down.
Okay, our infrastructure is old, but we can update it. It's
poorly
updated
maintained.
all the time.
Of course. And wait, I don't think we'll ever do without electricity either. Okay. But if you wind up in a situation where you do have a massive deflation, remember that you got countries like Russia and China and India, obviously, where gold is culturally very important. They've got thousands and thousands of tons of this stuff. If they decided to revalue their currency in gold,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the numbers.
Yeah.
I thought I remember learning that one full Olympic-sized pool. So we're talking about square footage here. What would equate to the size of one full Olympic-sized pool of gold has been mined thus far from the earth, and we increase the supply of gold by about 1 to 1.5% a year. So we're constantly bringing it out. You could say that deflates. You could say that deflates the price of gold or whatever, but really, it's nice and stable. It's generally pretty stable. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I hate gold. I'm no joke. I'm not. I have more gold jewelry than anyone I know. I have more than 10 pieces of gold jewelry just for fun. I got a ring, a couple. I love it.
Yeah.
But
well,
I'm talking about getting rich. I'm talking about getting rich. You want to get rich? You don't buy gold jewelry.
Well, you won't.
You buy duplexes.
No, it's not to get.
It's not a speculation. It's not a speculation.
No, it's not to get rich. The playing the accounting games and the tax games with borrowed money and levering it, and then getting other people to basically buy your properties for you. This is where you make all your money.
Yeah.
Where you earn your expenses for living, that's your job. And then the gold in your portfolio is sort of the same as why the military has nuclear weapons versus the rest of the army.
Last ditch
exactly.
shit hits the fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's
Mr.
why
Logic, I got to get at you, man. You should you
yeah.
could offer private consultation
It's been
I do.
at a
fascinating,
flat fee, you know.
I do. I do.
But listen, I'm going to shut this down in 10 minutes. I'm going to shut this down. Is there anything else you guys want to talk about, even just for 5 or 10 minutes? Just anything you want. Money, guns, women, hats, drugs. Oh yeah. Okay. You know what? I got it.
Oh,
Mr. Mr. Logic. So you're a bean counter, you know?
Yes.
All right, bro. Talk to me about illegal drugs. No, wait, come on.
The Logic
bro.
Cartel.
Listen,
The Logic
no,
Cartel.
hey, yeah, actually, yeah. Like, you know, you take 2 condoms. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, you take 1 condom, you swallow it. Okay, no. And I'm actually not kidding. If I can for a second, Logic, can you talk to me about the seedy underbelly of what we would call the black market? How big is the black market? Here's my question: Is there still money to be made in selling drugs? And if so, how do you launder it? I want to know what you have. I like to talk to money guys about what they think of. I think there's money in drugs.
There is a lot of money to be made off the books, illegal money, all of the different things we were talking about earlier. There is hundreds of billions of dollars to be made.
Billions, yeah, I was going to say tens of billions. You're saying hundred worldwide. There's literally tens and tens of billions of dollars in the drug trade.
So it's very hard to estimate because it's all off books.
It's not declared.
Yeah, so we can only kind of gauge based on how many we catch, what we think we're dealing with as a whole. The best estimates are around 7% of GDP worldwide is stolen, is involved in fraud.
Wow. Those are huge numbers. GDP
7% worldwide. That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of
money. So
the
problem with most of that is that it's not just somebody stealing because they need the money for whatever, for their kids knee surgery or something like that. The vast majority of it is done in very elaborate structures. There's a lot of people involved, and ultimately that money is destined for very bad people to fund and continue very, very bad things.
Okay. That's the PC. Thank you for the PC answer.
Human trafficking. These cartels are no joke. You do not want to screw around and get chopped up.
They have some of the best highly educated chemists and MBAs working for them, just like you do.
Yeah. There's terrorists funding. This money is getting back to all of the kinds of people who are planning and executing really, really bad things. They're hurting a lot of people. The human trafficking angle is it's very sad. So that's why all of this KYC, BSA, know your customer, enhanced due diligence, that's why all of it is happening, because you got to go after the money.
I agree with that. It just seems like there you reach new levels of efficiency when you start dealing with these people. I mean, I just find it amazing how the average man can work 30 or 35 years of his life, he gets up in the morning every day. He goes down to the tire plant. He works his 14-hour shift. At the end of the 35 years, he's still middle class at best.
Yeah.
But then you got a guy like Noriega who finds a loophole and he says, okay, for some reason, if I buy this plant, or not even, I'm talking about cocaine. You buy this cocaine paste and then I send it to this factory and I'm going to need some gasoline and then I refine it down to this powder and I transport it 3,000 miles north and I can make a whatever, a 1,700%, I can make a 3,000% profit. And then, what's, I'm talking about getting rich. It's like, why is that? Why is that? Because, obviously we're told that cocaine is bad or heroin or marijuana, drugs. And yet, you have people who do it and they're making tons of money,
Yeah, it's rough. You standing on the outside looking in at that life. Sometimes it's easy to say, get FOMO, right? Like, God, I'm missing out. Like, I should just get into that. But that's how you get all these gangbangers that wind up dead at the age of 22. Right? I mean, because part of what you're doing is, you're giving people, it's a market. People want it. They're going to spend the money for it anyway, kind of a thing. But you're materially contributing to an industry that is going to snatch somebody's daughter off the street.
And for yourself involved in it, you got to remember those profits are there because it is so dangerous, and essentially it grinds everybody and nobody escapes in the end. Everyone is essentially...
I disagree with that statement. I fundamentally disagree with it.
Thank you for saying
no
that.
one escapes. No one escapes in the end. I totally disagree. What about I'm not talking about the guy in the corner selling dime bags. I'm talking about like the kingpin. He's like, 6 degrees removed. You don't give a fuck. He's making millions of dollars a year. You don't even know his name. He's like the constant gardener.
But what happened to Noriega, Cowboy?
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, but that's Noriega.
What happened to Escobar?
Escobar was brutally murdered.
Yeah. And him and Jimmy Hoffa are buried in a field in Indiana.
Exactly. You got that level of money, that level of power. And look at the Mexican cartels. They slaughtered each other. Right? They live among death.
See, that's the problem. You say they slaughter each other. Those are the soldiers at the bottom. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of men, thousands probably of men who are mid-level or a little bit higher. They get in, they get in and they get out. They get in, they get get in, they get good, they get out, and then they're done. They're done with it, and they got a couple $1 million. I don't know.
Soldiers are disposable, but Al Capone died in prison. John Gotti died in prison. El Capo.
Al Capone did not die in prison. Al Capone died in Miami of venereal disease that rotted his brain, and he was fishing in a pool.
Well, you play by the sword, right? Whatever, even the cork sword, you die by the sword. You know what I mean?
No, I understand that concept. You live by the sword, die by the sword.
These people, it sounds real cool. All right. I mean, who wouldn't want to sometimes be John Dillinger? Right? Just this coolest, public enemy #1, glamorize the shit out of him. Let's face it, this was after a literal global banking collapse. And everyone was pissed off at the banks. And here's the guy who's robbing them. He's like Robin Hood, right? That's
I don't know.
They idolize these guys, but they lived on the edge of death the entire time. If that's not you, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't even think about it.
No. Half of your argument is convoluted and wrong. You even said right now, like, they glamorize these guys. No. Children are raised from a very young age to think that like drugs are bad. Drugs, don't get involved in drugs. No, don't just say drugs are bad. Man, using drugs is bad. Selling drugs is especially bad. It's like, no, I don't know. I think actually people in our highest levels of government are involved in this sort of business, and it's just like a side hustle. And what's an extra $1 million a year for your organization? I think the real truth is that I think drugs or drug money is so well interlaced or intermeshed in our economy. You don't even know. If all the drug money actually went away, you would feel it in your real time economy. Like in Chicago, for example, less Mexicans. I just read an article yesterday, 2 days ago. Over $50 billion in remittances were sent fiscal year 2021 back to Mexico.
Yes.
Remittances are like basically all these like Mexicans working in like factories,
picking berries, working in factories, cleaning apartments in New York.
Got
and
it.
they send their money home.
Sending
their money home.
sending money back
Absolutely.
home. 50 million, 50 billion, not 50 million, 50 billion. $50 billion. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. Absolutely.
And what I'm saying is there's a whole underground economy and there's these people are getting rich. You know, I don't know. Maybe that's me. Maybe I'm just drunk.
Yeah, I think society hits a threshold where they can't take it anymore, and then they start. I mean, if they can't get at the big wigs, then they're going to start making the people on the street disappear. I mean, it happens from time to time. Even bankers in the old times got their hands cut off and were exiled from time to time, right? Like we just haven't had that kind of an uprising yet. But I mean, everybody pretty much knows where the troubles are originating from now. They just don't think they can do anything about it. But that's what we're talking about here. Okay, what are we going to do about it? We're living in a septic.
That's what I'm saying. Drugs, guns, money, women, land. These cartels.
Yeah.
These cartels are so well organized. These cartels are so well funded.
Oh, sorry, guys.
That's okay. That's okay. They openly challenge the power of the central government in Mexico in broad daylight. Oh, wow, these big Mexican soldiers, they show up and so what? So what? You got these guys, there's so much money involved. They got semi-automatic weapons. They will stand there and fight. And then the government ends up running away and these cartels end up staying. I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. So
yeah. I don't think an economic crash would necessarily even bring down the supply of it. If anything, it might go up because people are stressed out for different reasons now. But I think the prosperity, or at least this illusionary prosperity we have, has been a lot harder on people than poverty ever was.
we don't have any
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just getting over a cold. I mean, at least poorer societies could be cohesive. Western societies, anything but now. Oh, excuse me, guys.
Oh, what's his name? Logic. I have one more question for you. Then if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna shut down this live stream.
Sure. I'm gonna just listen to the rest of it. I'm gonna log out now.
That sounds good. Logic. I have one quick question for you. You still there?
Yep.
Okay. If I can just just ask you one more question. Let's talk about expatting or being an expatriate, moving to another country. Sometimes I also think that it might be fortuitous to move. Let's say I make $500,000. I want to move or something.
Okay.
I retire early. Where do you think? Where would you move? Where have you been? Tell me of your travels.
I have been through central western Canada. I've been to Mexico, Hawaii, India, a lot of central and western Europe. Where would I go if I was going to retire early?
Yeah. Philippines, Thailand.
If I was going to leave the country as well, actual
you're right. The whole globe. I mean, you got to pay to fly there, but you got to renew your visa every year. But of course, including the major trends, capital flows.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right now I'm thinking just expat to Mexico. Everything will be half the price. I could always come right back up here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're not planning on moving to Britain, right?
No, I don't think. I don't think that I would leave the country. I guess if I had to choose to expat, I would probably choose something like the Philippines. Maybe would be my first try. I would see how that goes. I've met a couple people from Vietnam who spoke pretty well of it now. They said that it would be a great place to go and stay. I don't know. I've heard New Zealand I have always wanted to visit Chile and Argentina. I'd at least want to visit those places and then decide. I don't know. I'd have a hard time deciding without, going there.
Yeah, doing
when I
your
want,
research.
like,
So you don't sound necessarily. Oh, you almost sound almost unsure, like you're not giving the best advice.
I wouldn't want to choose without having gone there recently. So like, I haven't been to Mexico in years, so I wouldn't want to choose it now. Like, because I would,
Sure.
to me, that's a higher risk blind choice, basically. And I don't.
Okay.
I try to limit all of my risks in life, as you can probably tell from talking to me. I'm all about the risk mitigation. So
you strike me as a very calculating individual.
Yes, maybe ruthless enough to dip into the drug trade without getting killed.
Yeah, that was a backhanded compliment. If you did not catch that. Okay. One last question. You do you speak a foreign language?
I not fluently. I recognize some Spanish words. I took Spanish, and I can read some and get by.
What is cállate la boca? What does that mean?
Sorry?
Cállate la boca. What does that mean?
No, I don't know. No, I know.
It means shut up. Shut your mouth.
No, I know the very, very basic words. I'm talking high school Spanish. So like, I can read a menu and figure out what's chicken and what's pork or whatever.
How do you say chicken in Spanish?
Isn't it pollo?
How do you say pork? Puerco.
Puerco. Okay. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, I can't remember.
Yeah. Listen, I'm so sorry. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, you should do me a favor. If you have like a link to your video or your site or someplace in the future where I can contact you, I would very much appreciate that.
Yeah. So in the chat for StreamYard, do you see my email in there?
Okay, so I will reiterate what I told another gentleman earlier. I'm so not well versed in live stream. I would actually ask you kindly to leave any information that you would be willing to give me in an actual video, in the comment section of an actual video. Why? A number of reasons. Well, there's really one main reason, because as the screen goes up, the top part disappears and I can no longer access it. And also, I don't consider myself very tech savvy, so I'm a creature of habit. I like to do things where I know where it'll work, if that makes any sense. I mean, I'll look, but again, what I'm saying is, be in touch, and if you can't, I will. I'll remember you. You're Mgtow by Logic, right?
Yep, I go by the same handle on YouTube.
Yeah. It was a pleasure. I love having high-minded conversations with people. In fact, for that matter, because it's nice. It's a very good time to mention this. My friend Bob. Are you cognizant? You know who Polska Bob is?
Yep.
Yeah. He's a good guy. He's good people.
Yep.
Yeah, he's just. I'm telling you, after the fourth shot of whatever he drinks every night, it gets just gets hard. I'm trying to help him. Okay, well, listen, I will leave it at that, sir. Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure.
Thank you too. I enjoyed the conversation. It was nice to chat with you guys. I will post my email as a comment in one of your videos.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And yeah, email me back and then I'll send you a link for my Discord. That's really where I'm at most of the time. And
sure. Yeah, I'm sorry. One last question. You make content?
It's on my radar, but I'm trying to get through my stuff, and maybe next year or so. Then
you're working on it.
There's another guy that I'm connected with on my Discord, and he and I are talking about doing content.
Okay, sounds great. Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, everyone. This is Mgtow by Logic. All right, everyone. It was a pleasure. Unfortunately, I do work tomorrow, so I'm going to end the stream here. It was great. I hope all of you enjoyed it. Everyone, this is the Mgtow Cowboy. If you like my content, please like, please comment, please subscribe, and please share. I'll leave it there and end transmission.